Canyon. August, senior year. I wasn't always a vengeful piece of shit. At one time, I was liked by almost everyone. Adults thought I was going places and my peers respected me. But the end of the last school year changed things for me. Add in my shitty summer, and it went from bad to worse. Now, all I care about is making him pay. Alistair Summers, my future stepbrother. At one time, we were like two giant planets orbiting around the same star, completely different planes, barely recognizing the other's existence. Sure, our fathers were best friends, but that didn't mean Alice and I got along or followed their lead. We tolerated each other at best, offered a polite nod whenever we were forced to be in each other's presence. Everything was fine, just as it was, until that hot July night. After I punched my father, he crumpled to the floor of the boat, and Quinn gathered him in his arms, promising things would eventually smooth out. As much as I wanted to beat the hell out of my father, I couldn't bring myself to hit him again. I'm not typically so quick-tempered. I prefer the slow simmer of getting even with someone over the quick heat of immediate revenge. Getting even with Dad means hurting him in all the places I could, which, since he's now dumped his previous family for a new one, meant them. Quinn and Alice. If I want to hurt Dad, I hurt Quinn, and if I want to hurt Quinn, I go for his beloved son. There's a method to my madness. To bring down the kings, you take out their little prince. Is anyone else getting major serial killer vibes from Canyon, or is it just me? Paige, my girlfriend's little sister, asks from the back seat. I flick my eyes to the rearview mirror to meet the bitchy smile of a mini nemesis. If it weren't for the fact she's Naomi's sister, I would have already knocked her down a few pegs. Her arrogance is rubbing off on Carrie, which is starting to piss me off. Naomi bites out as she reaches to take my hand, her ebony fingers entwining with my tanned ones. Stop being a brat, or you can take the bus to school. I force a smile for Naomi. If it weren't for Nay at my side during all this shit with my dad, I would have gone off the deep end right along with Mom. Is everything okay? Nay asks the moment Carrie and Paige start chattering about their schedule and coinciding classes. Never better. I flash her a wider smile this time, the one that's gotten me out of all kinds of trouble my entire life. You ready to rain? She rolls her chocolate-colored eyes. You know I hate that crap. Doesn't change the fact that you're the hottest, most popular girl at school. I shrug, ignoring Paige's annoyed huff from the back seat. Where Naomi hates the attention, Paige begs for it. Nay is the deserving queen of the school, where Paige is more like an evil princess, waiting to dethrone her sister the first chance she gets. If it weren't for Carrie, Paige would have probably sold her soul to the devil already. Luckily for her, my sister is just the right amount of good to keep Paige from the dark side. When a song that Nay loves comes on the radio, she turns it up and sings along. This time, my smile is genuine. Most days I don't feel like I deserve someone like Naomi Young. She's too sweet and pretty and brilliant to put up with an asshole like me. Thank fuck she hasn't figured out she can do better. That day is going to hurt, but it's only a matter of time. I pull into the school parking lot, pleased to see several of my football buddies standing in a parking spot, saving it for me. Laying on the horn, I flip them off and laugh as they scatter. Once I whip into the spot and kill the engine, my best friend, Damon Billings, flings open my door. You almost ran me over, dumbass, he complains, punching my arm. Then he leans in, making a kissy face at my girlfriend. It's my bae, Nay. When are you breaking up with this anime porn-loving dork so we can get married? I smack him upside his head and ignore his cackling as he walks back over to Gage Combs and Kane Nash. Those two fuckers, though, only have eyes for Paige as she prances away from my black Dodge Challenger. Carrie follows behind Paige, her cheeks bright pink from the attention of two seniors, even though they're mostly checking out the way Paige is filled out since last year. Gross, Nay mutters under her breath. I swear to God, if one of those fools sleeps with my sister, I'll rip their faces off. Amused, I turned to smirk at Naomi. You're sexy when you're violent. My girlfriend, the biggest damn nerd at this school, is sexy without even trying. Her black hair is cropped short in tiny curls against her head, and she rarely wears makeup aside from a few strokes of mascara and her usually shiny lip gloss. The dark, almost black tone of her skin is radiant and naturally shimmers, as if to point out that she's a fucking goddess. Where most girls at our school, like Paige, are wearing short skirts and low-cut tops, Nay wears faded holey jeans, bright yellow chucks, and a NASA t-shirt that molds across her nice, handful-sized tits. Don't be such a perv, she warns, laughing at my expression. Keep it in your pants. I sling my arm over her shoulders and kiss the top of her head. Until later, keep dreaming, boy. We both laugh, but she's right. I've been trying to get her to give it up to me for a year now, ever since we started dating the beginning of our junior year. There have been a few times we've gotten hot and heavy, but Nay always stops it when it gets too far. The girl's given me blue balls more times than I can count. But I love her, so as much as I'd love for us to take things to the next level, I dial the pressure down anytime I get the yellow light. Gage playfully grabs at Paige's ass, making her giggle. Damon, the good guy he is, shoves Gage, ramming him into Kane's truck. They get into a pushing match, but no one pays them any attention. All the guys on our football team are forever giving each other shit. Coach Healy tries to make us behave because he's afraid one of us will get injured and ruin his chances for a winning season, but no one ever does. How's your mama? Nay asks once we walk into the building. I tense up, swallowing down the rage that surges up inside me, hot and furious. Fine. She stops in front of a bank of lockers, lifting a black brow up at me. Really? No? I clip out, letting my arm fall off her shoulders. I lean against a locker, watching as she turns the combination dial on her lock. She works at a fucking grocery store. Nay purses her full, glossy lips at me. The disappointment shining in her eyes does nothing to quell my irritation. There's nothing wrong with working at the grocery store. Plus, she's doing something she likes. Decorating cakes was something she loved to do for my and Carrie's birthdays. Naomi is delusional if she thinks Mom actually wanted to make a career out of it. You're right, I bite out, my tone cool. Everything's great. She unhooks her lock but doesn't open the door, turning instead to face me. Her small hands roam up my chest and then link behind my neck. I meet her halfway, our lips pressing together for a chaste kiss. When you lie, it's written all over your face, Canyon. I'm sorry. I know things are tough for you all right now. Not for Dad, I say bitterly. Everything's hunky-fucking-dory for him. I know. She hugs me, filling me with her raspberry scent. I wish I knew how to make things better. I palm the back of her head, resting my chin on top. You're doing it. We remain in our affectionate embrace until my gaze catches his. Alistair Summers. Every muscle in my body tenses when his bleached white hair enters my line of vision. His dark brown eyes are cold and expressionless like the robot he is. Being the only son of one of the wealthiest men in Florida, you'd think he'd act the part, but Alice dresses like a fucking hobo. Today he wears a white t-shirt that had one too many cycles in the washing machine, paired with jeans that are covered with holes not meant to be stylish. His black Vans have scuffs all over the sides, and his green socks can be seen through the seam on one side. Hey, bro, he mutters out as he passes, an antagonistic smirk on his face. Like the ticking bomb I am, I go off. Pushing away from Naomi, I rush the motherfucker. He lets out a surprised grunt when I shove him into some lockers. The fabric of his shirt makes a ripping sound as I fist it in my hand. The fuck you say to me? I demand, spittle landing on his face. Since he's only a little taller than Naomi, and I tower over them both, he has to crane his neck to meet my glare. And boldly he does. Where I have fury rippling from me, though, he has a coldness that chills me to the bone. His nostrils flare and his lip curls slightly up, drawing my attention to his mouth. Our dads are getting married in November, in case you forgot, big bro. He laughs, dark and taunting. Denial doesn't make it untrue. I rear back, my fist ready to knock his head off, when Nay grabs my bicep. Babe, no. Releasing the bastard, I glower at him. I'm not your brother. Stay the fuck away from me and my family. He sets down his violin case to inspect the tear in his shirt. This was my favorite? Boo fucking who. Have your rich daddy buy you another one like he bought you. Reminding him he's adopted is a low blow, but it hits its intended target. He picks up his violin case and swings it at me. I barely dodge it as it flies by my head. His features are still impassive, but his fathomless dark eyes flicker with hatred. Say that shit again, and you'll regret it, he warns, his voice low enough for only Naomi and me to hear despite the growing crowd around us. I open my mouth to do just that, when Nay slaps a hand over my mouth. See you around, Alice, she says, forcing a smile his way, and then to me she mutters, let's go. I allow my girl to take my hand and lead me away, but I keep my hard stare on the kid who's going to pay the price for our father's sins. His expression is even and unperturbed, for now. One day, and soon, I'm going to discover what the hell pisses him off, and I'm going to make sure he feels every bit of the anger and betrayal I do. I'll ruin his life like his dad has ruined mine. This is war, and I'm playing dirty. He'll never stand a chance against me. I'll enjoy every second of his demise, and when it trickles over to his father, then ultimately to mine, I'll laugh in my dad's fucking face and say, this is for Mom.
Chapter 2. Alistair. Canyon Voss is a fucking prick. I've always known it, but it looks like this year everyone else will know it too. His perfect mask slipped the night his dad proposed to mine. I'll admit I'd gleefully watched his confusion transform to one of rage, curious about what he'd do. Seeing him punch his dad had been exhilarating because honestly, I wanted to do the same. It was entertaining, watching the good boy fall from grace. I just expected him to get back up again. To go back to the way he was last year, and every one before that. Something inside him changed, though, and there's no covering up the fury that ripples from him. All summer he'd made himself scarce. When his father, Ryan, moved out of the apartment he'd been staying in since the divorce and into Dad's and my place after the proposal, Canyon still never came around. I didn't have to see his sorry ass at all. That reprieve has ended. I can feel it. The way he practically attacked me said everything. He's out for blood, and mine is first on the list. Voss is an idiot, though, if he thinks I'll sit around and let him toy with me. His arrogance is suffocating, but over the years, I've learned how to breathe anyway. It's called coping, surviving. Doing whatever it takes to hold on to the life you have because the alternative really fucking sucks. I was 10 when Dad adopted me. My home life up until that point had been harsh and scary at times. Worse than any physical pain I endured was the psychological torture I went through. I was a husk, unwanted and unloved. But then Quinn Summers was there, with his gentle smile and big heart, saving me from everything that hurt and terrified me. It was too good to be true. I didn't want to believe it. I still don't. It's the only thing I can believe in, though. The clock is ticking away for when he'll inevitably give me up if I don't prove to him that I can be the good son he took in all those years ago. He'll keep me when I graduate. I know he will. Yet, doubt makes me wonder. He'll be married to Ryan. What if he won't need me anymore? Bitterness coils in my gut like a venomous snake ready to strike. I'd been tense and ready for a fight this morning since I received a text from an unknown number. It said, "You don't belong with him." Even though it was clearly a wrong number, it got to me. All of my insecurities about being temporary in Dad's life came roaring to the surface. Seeing Voss was like a match thrown on my resolve to behave. He was practically thrumming with pent-up rage, and I wanted nothing more than to release a little of my own. "Summers!" I stop in front of Mr. Garrison's door, turning to face the source of the voice. Leon ambles my way, creating a wide berth as he walks. Leon is a big-ass dude, but he's harmless. People don't know that, though. All they know is he rarely smiles and follows me like a shadow, which creeps them out. Something about Leon has always brought me comfort. Not much in this life has, besides him and my dad. "Miss me more?" I flash him a flirty grin just to watch his face burn crimson. "Huh." He deadpans. "You have Garrison first hour?" "Someone has to be valedictorian. May as well be me." I shrug, my gaze sweeping up his massive frame. A fading bruise colors one side of his face, the yellows and greens a blatant reminder of his home life. Hard, like mine once was. "Your old man being an asshole again?" His features fall, emotionless, and he nods. "Same as always." "Want me to kill him?" I ask, completely serious. At this, he lets out a derisive snort. "What's your goofy ass gonna do?" I poke his stomach, knowing I sometimes get a silly bark of laughter from him, which he hates, but entertains me to no end. He swats at me, but I dodge, grinning at him. "See? I got this." "Dick," he says with complete affection. If Leon swung my way, I would have begged him to fuck me 2 summers ago when he whipped some kid's ass for shoving me at the movie theater. Something about his protective nature changed how I saw him. He went from friend to somewhat of interest. Sure, he's not built like Voss or any of his empty-headed football freaks, but he's solid and big, just like I like them. It's probably for the best that he's only got eyes for one person, a girl. Sad thing is, she's taken. Poor Leon will never get the chance. I follow him into Garrison's trig class, eager to get to work. And by work, I mean flying through my assignment so I can think about the project in my studio. I'm working on another sculpture that I can't seem to get right. I know if I run it through my head a few more times, I'll work out the kinks in my design. I'm so focused on Garrison's lecture, mentally working through all the equations at rapid speed, when I feel the heat of someone's stare. Without tuning out what Garrison says, I cut my eyes to the right, surprised to see Voss. He's sprawled out like a Greek god at his desk, softly drawing circles with his fingertips on Naomi's back, bright blue eyes burning a hole into me. How did I not notice he slipped into this class? And since when is Voss smart enough to be in the same classroom as Naomi? She's the brains, and he's the jock. How they ever came together is still surprising as shit. I look down at his notebook. Empty, no notes. Fucking idiot. Because I have a death wish, I tear off a corner of my notes. Neatly, I write out the words, "Did you get lost, bro?" I crumple the note and then toss it right at him. It bounces off his ridiculously hard chest, barely hidden by a red stretched-out Bloodgators football t-shirt, and rolls across his desk undetected by Garrison. Voss's chilly demeanor burns hot and violent as he tears his stare away from me to unwrap the note. His hands are massive and capable, used to deftly grabbing the football straight from the air as the school's star receiver. Anticipation ripples through me as I eagerly wait for him to get my message. Seeing him lose his shit this morning before class was empowering. Now that his facade has a huge crack in it, I crave to exploit the man he has hidden beneath. As he reads the note, I admire his profile. I may hate the guy, but it doesn't change the fact he's hot as fuck. His jawline is sharp and seemingly chiseled from stone. I move my eyes from his jaw to his throat, where his Adam's apple bobs as he swallows. The note gets crumpled into his fist, causing veins to pop up in his muscular forearm. I'd love to see his fist wrapped around something else, like his dick. My fantasies are often destructive ones. Thinking about your soon-to-be stepbrother whacking off is pretty fucked up. I'm supposed to be normal. He'll keep me around long after I graduate. Shit. Too late now. I've already poked the beast, and judging by the way his entire powerful body tightens with fury, I'd say I've done it now. He can't attack me in class. Garrison would destroy him. Voss is a lot of things, but being careless isn't usually one of them. Just as I assumed, his blue eyes slice my way, burning through my chest like lasers. An evil smirk tugs up one corner of his full lips. It's filled with the promise of devious intent. He turns his attention from me and goes back to lazily drawing things on his girlfriend's back. My breath finally rushes out after a few uneventful moments. That was anticlimactic. I expected anything but to be ignored. Garrison says something that grabs my attention, and my mind is back to unraveling calculations to the problems he's explaining on the board. Kenyon Voss may have gotten lost on his way to jock math and ended up in here with the brainiacs of the school, but I'll be damned if I let him distract me from my perfect record. Dad loves when I make straight A's. Everything I do is for Dad. Voss can go to hell. I'm pissed by the time I get to lunch midway through the day. That motherfucker has somehow managed to get into every damn class of mine so far. How, I'm unsure, but I want to wrap my hands around his corded with muscle neck so I can choke the life out of him. Leon is already sitting at our usual place by the time I make it out of the lunch line. I stride over, throwing myself into the chair next to him. His lunch tray is piled high with all kinds of shit he's steadily making his way through. You notice anything weird? I ask Leon, grimacing at the way he inhales his fries like they might walk off his plate if he doesn't hurry. The Kenyon Voss has infiltrated all our classes. I let out a rush of relieved breath. Yes, fuck. I thought I was the only one to notice. Leon bristles. Of course he would notice. Naomi is in all the classes with us, always has been. But now her boyfriend is in the way. Leon can't openly stare at her the whole hour, fantasizing about the two of them, because now Voss meets him with a challenging glare that warns him to look away. He's just trying to get to me, I mutter, though I'm not sure if that's really the reason or not. Guess you heard about this morning? Leon grunts. That he almost kicked your ass? Yeah. It was a mutual, almost ass-kicking, I argue. His stupid head almost met my violin case. He laughs, the sound deep and rumbly. I would have paid money to see that shit. How much you got? I waggle my brows at him. You take IOUs? Yeah, I say with a wide grin and rise to my feet as Voss enters the lunchroom with Naomi tucked against his side. Here goes round two. I grab for my violin case, but Leon's massive hand grips my arm, dragging me back down. Don't be an idiot. Leon sighs as though being my friend takes incredible effort. He'll kill you. Like my beloved father would ever allow that? I waggle my brows at him, flashing him a grin that's been pretty successful in getting my dick sucked whenever I want it. All it does is have Leon turning bright red with embarrassment. Where my relentless flirting started as hope that I'd turn a straight man gay, it's evolved into purely for entertainment 2 years later. He'll never give in. But I give him shit like I can convince him. I should let you get your ass kicked, Leon warns, shooting me a dark look. You kind of deserve it for being such a shithead. You're the only one who gets to see the real shithead. Consider it an honor. We rib each other back and forth as we eat our lunch. I'm finishing off my grilled chicken wrap when I feel someone's attention on me. Kenyon Voss. From 2 tables over, his blue eyes pin me like I'm an opponent on the damn football field he can easily tackle. I flip him off, because I don't play his stupid games. I'm certainly not intimidated by him. His friend Damon howls in laughter, pointing my way. When Naomi's dark eyes find what he's entertained by, she frowns. Leon elbows me hard enough to have me rubbing the side of my arm, no longer interested in antagonizing Voss. What the fuck, man? I growl, shooting Leon a death glare. Don't. You're joining the canyon cult now? Don't be an idiot. I clench my jaw, keeping cruel words locked inside my mouth. Leon's so obsessed with Naomi that he doesn't always think straight. Letting our argument fade because it's pointless when she somehow threads herself into it, I rise to my feet and pat Leon on the top of his head. See you in class, honey. Fuck off, Summers. Only if we do it together, I taunt, grinning at my friend. Naked. His once again bright red face is enough retribution for the elbow to my arm. I grab my violin case and bag, heading out of the lunchroom. As I pass by Voss's table, I swing my case up and lift a brow in question at him. Round 2? This time I won't miss that big-ass head of yours.
Chapter 3. Canyon. The surprise written on Alice's face was worth all the effort to get my schedule changed to match his. Even though I'm on the outs with my dad, it doesn't stop me from using his connections to get what I want. The school counselor, Mrs. Rollins, is married to one of Dad's colleagues. All it took was some name-dropping and a little begging over the phone this morning before I left to pick up Naomi and Paige to get what I wanted. It's not that I can't handle all the AP classes. Normally my schedule is overloaded by football, and Coach has hinted that we should take the easiest load possible. Go Blood Gators, all brawn and no brains if Coach has his way. If we aren't killing ourselves with homework, it leaves more time to practice. This summer, everything changed. Football is no longer something I live and breathe for. When Dad and I were close, it was our thing. Now that he betrayed our family, I loathe the sport. Getting revenge through whatever means necessary is my new sport. Seeing the shocked expression on Alice's face in first hour was enough to make it all worth it. The surprise then transformed into irritation and finally anger once he realized we share 5 classes and lunch together. The only escape he got from me was orchestra, since I can't play an instrument to save my life, and the last hour of the day, which is reserved for sports. I text my sister on the way to the locker room to change out for football practice. Me. Was Summers pissed? Carrie. Enough to give up first chair violin? No. I smirk at the thought of Carrie pouting. She's really good at the violin, but of course she's nowhere near Alistair's senior level, given that she's only a sophomore. It gives me satisfaction, though, that he'll have to stay on his toes to be the best because she practices endlessly and aspires to crush him when it comes to that dumb instrument. Me. Give me a week. He'll be so distracted, he'll fuck up. First chair will be yours. Carrie. You're evil. He's going to be our brother soon. Probably not smart to terrorize the poor guy. I roll my eyes as I set my bag down. Me. He'll never be our brother. He's just the kid of the guy Dad's been dicking down for fuck knows how long. She sends me a bunch of vomit emojis. I toss my phone into my bag and then proceed to change into my gear. For the next hour, Coach runs our asses ragged on the field. I go through the motions, no longer burning with the desire to be the best in this sport. When I fumble on one of Damon's passes, I get reamed by Coach and half the team. They're all glowering at me, throwing barbs my way, when I feel someone else's stare on me. As though I have a talent for finding Alice, my eyes lock on his dark brown ones. He's standing on the track, stretching as his teammates sprint. Coach bellows at me to sit my ass down on the bench. Ignoring his rage, I stalk over to the bench and stand beside it, my stare never leaving my enemy as I guzzled down some water. Alice scratches his middle finger into his bleached hair, a provoking smirk on his face. Then his coach points for him to get into position. The coach blows the whistle, and 5 guys take off in a sprint. Alice easily outruns them all, as though they're no competition for his conceited ass. Something about his arrogance pisses me off. I toss my red helmet into the grass and strut over to the track. The track coach, Coach Davies, frowns at me. Need something, Voss? 100 meters? I ask, nodding in the direction the sprinters just ran. Yep. What's the best time? 12 seconds. Time me. I crack my neck and grin at him. I want to see if I can beat it. He glances past me in confusion, where Damon is hollering at me to get back on the field. Your team is looking for you, son. They can wait. Are you going to take off your gear? I laugh, earning a few confused stares. Nope. Coach Davies rolls his eyes, but motions for me to step into place. Get in position. Mimicking the way the runners started out before, I ready myself. Those cleats are going to slow you down, Davies warns. Just blow the whistle, man. He sighs, and the sharp, piercing sound signifies my start. Just like in football, I race as hard as I can, as though I'm going to catch the ball and carry it into the end zone. Instead of a ball, though, I lock my eyes on Alice's stunned face. I whiz past where he's standing and slow once I've crossed the finish line. Davies trots up to me a moment later, his eyes wide with awe. Well, I'll be damned, Voss. 11.6 seconds in full gear, no less. Alice's glare could melt glaciers. He's pissed, and it has me feeling as though I've rankled him like I set out to do. I know he's used to being number one in everything he does, but that was before I decided I wanted that number. I'll enjoy tearing away every proverbial trophy from his grip and making them my own. I beat Summers? I ask, panting as a grin spreads across my face. Is that good? Hell yeah! Davies crows, playfully shaking Alice by the shoulders. This guy could run for the Olympics one day, and you just blew his time out of the water. No shit. Language, Davies chides, but he's still smiling like an idiot. You thinking of quitting that useless game over there? I know he's joking, but it stirs something in my gut. Beating Alistair in his sport was the highlight of my day. Football sure as fuck wasn't. Actually, I say with a shrug, I was thinking about it. I bet I could shave some time off without my cleats on. Go to hell, Voss, Alice snaps, his body thrumming with rage. Already there, asshole. Our dad sent me there that night on the boat. Be a good sport, Davies chastises, misunderstanding Alice's anger. He'd be a good addition this year for our team. Summers, wait! Alice storms off, ignoring his coach. I shrug as though I don't understand his fury. He'll come around, Davies assures me with a sigh. He's not used to having to try too hard. This'll give him the incentive he needs. He gestures to the football field. Need me to talk to your coach? No, I'll tell him myself. I lift my chin at Davies and then saunter back over to where my team is staring at me. I walk right up to Coach Healy and lean in to whisper words that feel really fucking good to say. I quit. His string of curses echoes behind me all the way to the locker room. I can't wait for Dad to find out. After a quick shower, to avoid my pissed-off teammates, I grab my black and red Blood Gators bag and exit the locker room. Naomi and our sisters are waiting for me. Ignoring the younger two, I pull Naomi to me and plant a kiss on her lips. Missed you, I murmur against her lips. You can go a few hours without seeing me. Says who? She rolls her eyes and pushes me away from her. Let's go, I have to get to work. I thread my fingers through hers and guide us down the hall toward the exit, our sisters trailing behind us. As soon as we walk outside and get assaulted by the muggy Florida August afternoon, my hackles rise. Sitting on the hood of my car is a familiar bleach blonde asshole. Nay squeezes my hand. Kenyon, don't. Get in the car, babe. I grind down. I need a word with this prick. Don't do anything you'll regret, she warns, pinning me with a firm stare. I'm serious. Never, I say with a crooked, forced grin before pecking her lips. It'll just be a second. I hand Nay the keys so she can start up the AC. The girls pile in, and Alice hops off the hood before she starts the engine. Stalking me, Wonderland? I cross my arms over my chest and peer down at him. Fearless as fuck, he steps closer, a sneer twisting his features. Stay out of my lane, bro. Call me bro again. I flash him a vicious grin that promises a fist through his irritating face. Do it. I fucking dare you. Your bully tactics won't work with me. Alice scoffs, his dark, empty eyes sharpening. You're pissed at your dad, so you're trying to get to me. It's a wasted effort. You'll never be anything but second best. Just ask your dad. He has a new favorite son. I grind my teeth together, trying desperately to keep my promise to Nay not to hurt him. To keep my fists from swinging, I crack my neck and suck in a deep breath. You're not his son, I manage in an even tone. By Christmas, I'll be calling him Daddy too. His words are cut off when I shove him. He's ready for my retaliation because he swings his violin case at me, nailing me in the ribs. It's not hard enough to break anything, but I'll be sporting a bruise, that's for damn sure. Rather than continue our fight, he turns and hightails it away from me. That's right, bro. Run the fuck away. His middle finger waves at me in return before he climbs into his shiny white Range Rover. Spoiled little shit. I huff and fling open the door to my Challenger. The air has yet to cool, but Naomi's icy glare has me feeling like shit. That was entertaining, Paige sasses from the back seat. I laughed my ass off when he hit you with his violin. She cackles again, as though just thinking about it brings her great joy. He started it, I grumble, ignoring Nay's glare. I reach over to take her hand, but she swats it away, choosing to cross her arms over her chest and look out the window. Oh, trouble with the lovebirds, Paige hisses. Is this because you quit the football team? You can take the bus tomorrow, I snap over my shoulder. Wait, Nay croaks out. You quit the football team? When were you going to tell me? Oh boy, Carrie mumbles under her breath. I back out of the parking spot and peel out, ignoring everyone in the car. I'm quickly losing my shit, and I don't want Nay even more pissed at me if I take it out on her bratty sister. With a mash of the button, I blare some G-Eazy, even though Nay hates his music. The bass thumps through the vehicle, calming my nerves. When I pull into Nay and Paige's driveway, Paige climbs out, but Nay turns the music off before leveling me with a penetrating stare. What? I grit out. You know what? It's just football. I only did it for him. You know that. Him being Dad. Maybe you should talk to him, she throws back. Because ever since you went on strike against your dad, you haven't been yourself. Carrie remains silent in the back seat, clearly not wanting to get caught in the middle of our argument, even though it sort of pertains to her too. Maybe I don't like who I used to be. I narrow my eyes, giving Nay the asshole smile I know she hates. Maybe I like this guy better. Her brows furrow, and she studies me for a long beat. I fidget under her intense gaze, darting my eyes to the clock on the dash. Thought you had work, I mumble. You'll be late. Right, she huffs. Call me later when you're not being a prick. As soon as she climbs out, Carrie hops into the front. She wisely keeps her mouth shut. We ride in silence until we pull into our driveway. Even though we've lived in this house since we were babies, it doesn't feel like home anymore. I blame Dad for that. He left us here all alone to go play house with Quinn and Alistair. Carrie pretends all is okay for my sake, but I don't miss the dark circles under her eyes. It's not me she's worried about, it's Mom. Yes, Mom has a job decorating cakes, and it's something she probably enjoys, but that doesn't mean she's not miserable the rest of the time. It had to be crushing to find out your husband had been cheating on you and wanted to flush an 18-year marriage down the toilet, and to add insult to injury, discover you'd been cheated on with another man, a man you'd safely assumed was your husband's friend and nothing more. No one knew Dad was bisexual. The whole thing is so fucked up. Carrie bails the moment I turn off the car, disappearing into our massive home. I slowly walk inside, my nerves alive and wired as I wonder what sort of mood Mom will be in. The house is darkened aside from the entryway light where she left her purse. Never a good sign. I sniff the air to see if she has dinner going. Nothing. Fuck. I drop my bag off by the stairs and walk back to my parents' bedroom. That now only belongs to Mom. She's curled up in bed, asleep. The television is on mute and the remote is in her hand. Gently, I pull it out of her grip and set it on the end table. She's so small. At one time, she stood tall, beautiful, and vibrant. Now she's nothing more than a shell. She decorates cakes at a fucking grocery store and then comes home to sleep the rest of the evening away. This is her life now. All happiness is drained away. My anger at my father is practically nuclear level as I drag the blanket over Mom's sleeping form. I'm thrumming with the urge to wreck something. My stomach grumbles. I let out a sigh and head upstairs to see what Carrie wants to eat. I hear her making plans with someone, probably Paige, to meet up at the pizza place Nay works at, so I bypass her room to go to mine. I'm not in the right frame of mind to see Nay again so soon after our argument, so I certainly don't invite myself to go with them. Instead, I survey my messy-ass room, smirking just knowing Dad would gripe about it if he saw the state it was in. He always rode my ass about my mess, despite being just like me. His office was always a nightmare, and Mom closed the door whenever company would come over. Dad was such a fucking hypocrite. Since he left, I've met no resistance with Mom about it. In a way, I sort of miss the way Dad's face would screw up at the sight of my unsightly room. It's then I have an idea. With an evil grin on my face, I text my father for the first time since the fallout. Me. Can I come over for dinner tonight? I have something to tell you. He'll hate that I've quit football, and I'll take great pride at seeing the disappointment on his face. Dad. You're always welcome, son. Dinner will be ready in an hour. Carrie coming too? Me. It'll just be me. She has a thing with Paige. Dad. See you soon. Love you, bud. I have the urge to send him the middle finger emoji, but refrain. Barely. I send him a stupid smiley emoji instead, even though it's the opposite of what I'm feeling. Maybe I'll catch him off guard, kind of like he did me when he got down on one knee and gave a man a ring before the ink was even dry on his divorce decree. Yeah, I'm really, really going to enjoy this.
Chapter 4. Alistair. After a quick shower, I throw on a pair of gray sweats and pad out of the bathroom, my bleached hair dripping with water. No matter how cold I turned the shower's temperature, I couldn't seem to cool the fire inside me. That asshole is fucking with me. First, he enrolled in all my classes, aside from orchestra, and then had the balls to show me up at track practice. I want to knock his head off his shoulders, though I'd have to bring him to his knees to successfully make that happen since he's a damn giant. Rather than ponder ways to beat the fuck out of Canyon Voss, enemy number 1, I lose myself in my homework. It's all easy, so I blow through it at record speed. I've just finished typing up a short paper for AP English when I hear the doorbell. Ginger and Nutmeg, our Pomeranians, yap to greet the visitor. Knowing Dad is in the kitchen with Ryan, I let them answer it while I hunt down a t-shirt. I grab an old one since I'll work in my studio tonight, and it's pointless to ruin any of my good shit. Once I've pulled on a black shirt I should have tossed out 2 years ago when I began to fill out with more muscle definition, I pick my phone up off the bed. It buzzes in my hand with a text from the same unknown number. Again. Unknown number. Soon. I stare at the text, irritation simmering in my gut. The first text from this number pissed me off because it felt personal, but I chalked it up to the wrong number. It had to be, just like this text. After shoving my phone into my pocket, I tidy up my space and make sure to smooth out the wrinkles on my quilt. I survey my room and decide it's in order enough for me to go downstairs. One thing I cling to mentally from before Dad made me his was you never leave messes. Ever. Messes equal terror. Dark memories enter my brain, but I quickly shut the door on them as I shut the door to my room. I'm not in the mood to take a trip down memory lane, rehashing all the horrible shit I endured before the age of 10. Fuck that. Tonight, we're having tacos, and that's something to look forward to. Ginger scampers around the corner at the sound of my door closing. She yaps the whole way toward me and then bounces on her hind legs, begging to be carried. Since her sister isn't around, I'm assuming Nutmeg conned Dad or Ryan into carrying her around like a baby. "Come here, brat," I grumble, scooping up the spoiled furball. I nuzzle my face against her soft fur, stroking her as I make it toward the smell of seasoned meat and male voices. I'm just entering the kitchen when I see him. Canyon Voss? In my fucking house? I freeze, shocked to see him here. Ryan complains to Dad all the time when he thinks I'm not listening that Canyon hates him now. I've even heard the poor guy cry over it. He's begged many times for his son to visit, but Canyon always ignores his requests. Ever since that night. I remember my eyes dragging over Canyon's wet, muscular chest as he casually leaned back in his seat on the boat, dark hair messy and hanging in his eyes. A genuine smile curved his full lips up as he watched Dad and Ryan give each other shit. I was fixated on the happy trail on his lower abs and the way it disappeared under the loose band of his swim trunks. When Ryan proposed to Dad, I was still drooling over what someone like Canyon Voss would feel like, pinning me beneath him. All of my fantasies came grinding to a halt at that moment as I realized what was happening. Before anyone could say anything, Canyon swung at his dad. We haven't had to deal with Canyon and his dad together since. Why now? Canyon, with my traitorous other dog in his muscular arms, smirks my way. Evil intent glimmers in blue eyes that resemble Lake Whippoorwill on a sunny summer day. Ryan stands behind him, a hopeful grin on a face that's just an older version of Canyon's. I want to demand to know what he's doing here, but I won't fuck things up for Dad. Not this close to graduation. I can't risk it. "Hey," I grunt out. "Surprised, seeing you here?" Canyon smirks. "No surprise, really, seeing as we'll be brothers soon." Fucking asshole. That shit had him seeing red earlier today. Now he's bullshitting through his teeth. Why? What is this asshole up to? Right. I dart my gaze to my dad. His glasses are perched on his nose, and his hair is styled to perfection. He wears a grin that looks much like Ryan's. I want to shake them both and make them realize Canyon's just playing them. Need help? I set my dog down to wash up in the sink. Dad points me to the cutting board where he'd been cutting up lettuce, tomatoes, and onions. I take on the task gladly just to give myself a second to regroup. Conversation between Ryan and Dad is a little stiff. I can tell they're both nervous about having Canyon here, but still hopeful. This bastard better not do anything to rock the boat. Ryan chatters on about work, his favorite thing to talk about, while Dad throws in his 2 cents every now and again. They make their way into the dining room to set the table. Canyon remains quiet after they leave. He finally sets Nutmeg down and walks over to the sink to wash his hands. We're just 2 feet apart, and I can nearly feel the heat of his body and smell his soapy scent. I want to shove him away from me, but I don't. "Excuse me," he rumbles, pressing into me from behind to reach for a paper towel. I know he's just doing it to piss me off, but having his solid body against my back and his deep voice vibrating through me, I nearly take off my thumb with the knife. With lightning-quick reflexes, his hand captures my wrist as the blade scrapes across my flesh. "Careful, bro." The malice in his tone makes me shiver. "Wouldn't want you to lose violin, too." I tense at his warning. Before I can retaliate, he slides a hand around my throat, his hips painfully pinning me against the counter. His breath is hot against my ear as he leans in close. "I think we're going to enjoy being brothers," he taunts, his voice low and cruel. "We'll spend every waking moment together. It's going to be a blast, man." "Did you really come here just to fuck with me?" I accuse, venom dripping from my words. "Because if so, it's stupid. I won't roll over and play dead for you. I bite back, Voss." "You have no idea what I'll do to you." Kenyon warns. No idea. The way your dick's poking into me, Voss, I have at least one idea, and it's a big one. He's not hard, but it serves to have him jerking away from me as though I've burned him. Good riddance, asshole. I shoot him a victorious grin, wiping it off my face when Ryan re-enters the kitchen. Looks like everything's all ready, Ryan announces. Alice, why don't you bring the veggies to the table once you're done? I grab the serving dish the moment it's piled high with vegetables and storm past Kenyon, careful not to look at his stupid hot face. At least his smug demeanor is gone. He's once again thrumming with the barely contained rage he carried throughout the school day whenever we had an encounter. As we take our seats at the table, I watch Dad and Ryan to see if they'll tiptoe around Kenyon's precious feelings. Surprisingly, they don't, and openly share a kiss before launching into wedding plans. It's all they talk about. Flowers and suits and cake. Dad's never been married before, and he's sparing no expense on his first wedding. Even though Ryan was married once before, it was a small wedding at his grandparents' church. They're both eager to have an over-the-top affair with nearly 300 guests. I'm dreading the entire thing, especially since Dad has asked me to be his best man. Standing in front of 300 people and staying still while Dad marries the father of my nemesis doesn't make my list of things I'm looking forward to. Thank fuck Leon is going. At least I'll have someone to talk to. Plus, it'll be fun, giving Leon shit about being in a suit. I've never seen a guy as big as him in a suit. It's going to be fucking hilarious. I keep quiet, building my tacos while not making eye contact with Kenyon. He's tense across from me and isn't saying anything either. It's not until I take my first bite that he speaks. I quit football, he blurts out in a surprisingly triumphant tone. I choke on my food and Dad whacks me on the back until I can get it to go down. Ryan is frozen in shock, his own taco poised near his mouth but never making it in. What now? Ryan stammers. Kenyon's grin is devilish. I said I quit. A dark expression passes over Ryan's features, but before he can explode, Dad clutches his forearm and squeezes it. Ryan relaxes marginally. I thought you loved football. Ryan grunts out slowly. This comes as a surprise. You're not the only one with surprises, Kenyon snaps back, the vein in his neck pulsating with his anger. Besides, you loved football, not me. I loved you. Loved. Ryan's breath is sucked out of his lungs and he sets his taco back down on his plate. Is this why you're here? To punish me some more? Ryan, Dad starts, but Ryan cuts him off with a sharp glare. No, Quinn. I've tiptoed around him for months. It's time we had it out. Right, son? Kenyon's blue eyes are sharp as blades as he crosses his muscular arms over his chest and sneers at his father. I quit football, and you think I'm punishing you? Once again, Dad, your head is up your own ass. Enough, Ryan snaps. You will not come into this house and disrespect. He joined the track team with me, I blurt out, needing desperately to defuse the situation. He's faster than me. Kenyon's glare darts my way, and he narrows his eyes. I know he's trying to figure out my angle. The angle is I don't like seeing Dad upset. It was much better when there was hope in the room. Oh, Ryan says, deflating at my words. I didn't realize he was trying out another sport. He scrubs a palm over his face. I'm sorry, Kenny, but don't call me that, Kenyon hisses. Ryan's lips purse together, and he gives him a sharp nod. So, track, huh? Why the sudden change? Kenyon's grin is crooked and handsome, but so fucking evil. Naturally, it's directed my way. Alice inspired me. Dad clutches my shoulder and squeezes. He is pretty amazing. Kenyon can barely hide his disdain for me, but I shoot Dad a wide smile to distract him. It doesn't feel as though Dad will kick me out on my ass when I graduate, but I'll be damned if I take any chances. I sure as hell won't let Kenyon start making a mess of my carefully held together life. Did Alice tell you we're in all of the same classes, too? Canyon asks, his stare still on me, hard and unyielding. You're taking AP classes? Ryan utters, shock in his tone. No shit. My other classes were boring last year. Now that I'm not playing football, I can do it. Canyon shrugs as though the explanation is simple, as though he isn't really doing all this shit to terrorize me. I'm really proud of you. Ryan smiles and shares a secret look with Dad. How's Carrie doing? As Canyon fills his father in on Carrie's progress, I swallow down the dread that's building. Whatever Canyon is up to has the potential to ruin everything. I'll need to be 2 steps ahead of him because it's obvious I'm the center of his focus of destruction. Why? I have no fucking idea, but my guess is it'll inadvertently piss off his dad. When Ryan and Dad get back on the subject of wedding plans, I tune them out and pin Canyon with a challenging stare. Try it, motherfucker. I dare you. The curl of his upper lip says he's going to take that dare. Unbelievable.
Chapter 5. Canyon. I managed to make dinner awkward as hell, which pleases me to no end. Seeing Alice all flustered was better than the tacos Quinn made. It has me wanting to poke at him even more. After dinner, Alice disappeared, leaving me to help our dads clean up. No one offers where he went, and I'm too stubborn to ask. I've just loaded the last plate into the dishwasher when Quinn answers my question without me having to ask. He's in the studio. Pride washes over Quinn's features, lighting up his green eyes and revealing a wide smile. He won't mind if you go take a look. Curiosity gets the better of me. I give Quinn a nod and then follow him through the house to a door. Quinn doesn't enter, but instead gestures for me to go inside alone. As soon as I step into the space, it's as though I've gone someplace different altogether. The rest of Quinn's home is massive and sleek, something I already noticed. At least from the living room, the few times I'd been forced to come here before I knew Dad was fucking him. Every detail of the house is meticulously designed and decorated to match the only room I'd ever really been in. Not here. In this room, the lights are bright, and it's fairly sparse when it comes to furniture, but it's littered with projects, both finished and unfinished sculptures. Standing in the middle of the room with his back to me, Alice is hard at work on a clay piece that looks to be a man's torso. He's bent over as he closely inspects it. The familiar beat of Still Be Friends by G-Eazy, Tory Lanez, and Tyga plays in the background. I expect to get a nasty look from Alice, but he's in his zone, focused on his work. There's a stool in one corner, and I silently slide onto it so I can watch him. He uses a metal tool to carve along the clay, adding more definition to the right pectoral muscle on his sculpture. I let my stare roam across the various pieces in the studio. They're all incredibly detailed and intricate. If I didn't hate the guy, I'd be impressed with his talent. But I do hate him. I stiffen at the reminder. The shoulder is wrong, I blurt out, announcing my presence. A metal tool clatters to the table and Alice's body goes still. Slowly, he turns his head, an annoyed glint flickering in his deep brown eyes. It's not finished. His tone is defensive. Go away. Don't be like that, bro. I sneer at him, pleased as hell to throw the word that dug into me all day like a knife back at him. I'm only trying to help. I don't want your help. He turns back to his sculpture, dismissing me, as if I'd actually leave. It's like he still doesn't understand my level of dedication to the ruination of everyone who lives in this house. Still here? He snaps. I bark out a laugh. You can't get rid of me that easily. He ignores me, his focus once again on his project. I can tell the moment he forgets I'm here because his body goes from being tense to loose again. Quickly, he carves and pokes and smooths the brown clay. His finger dips into the navel of the sculpture. The delicate way he rubs inside of it has me lifting an amused brow. Don't mind me, I say as I slide off the stool and approach him. Keep making love to him. I'm into voyeurism. He pretends not to hear me, though I do notice the way his neck muscle ticks. I have the urge to run my finger along the skin there to see if it feels as tight as it looks. I try not to read into that desire as anything more than curiosity. This should curve in more, I tell him, teasing my finger along the shoulder muscle on his project. It's too flat. It's not too flat, he argues back, his deep, empty eyes like bottomless pits of hell. Get the fuck out of my studio. I reach behind me to grab the material of my shirt and pull it up over my head. He goes from pissed to shocked in half a second. His gaze sweeps over the muscle in question, the artist side of his brain taking over the sane part of him. He studies my flesh with critical eyes that bring warmth dancing across my skin. Which is stupid, as if I care what he thinks of me. My body is not just defined, but it's solid, with hard-earned muscles, so there's nothing to be ashamed of, even if he is frowning hard. I slightly flex my triceps, making the muscles pop just as the sculpture should be. With his stare flying back and forth from my body to his clay piece, he seems to forget that he hates me and uses me to perfect his art. I shouldn't be helping him, but the thought of him seeing me anytime he looks at this artwork is enough to have me holding still. It'll be a sweet sort of torture, the gift that keeps on giving, a monster for a muse. I'm not an idiot. I know Alice finds me attractive. Using that against him is a temptation I can't walk away from. I'll slice into Alistair Summers with any weapon I can. This one might hurt the worst, which has me grinning. Your evil smile doesn't intimidate me, he mutters, brown eyes briefly finding mine before they're back on his art. But if it makes you feel better, go ahead and believe it. Does my dick intimidate you? I taunt, pretending to reach for the button on my jeans. If I add that to my piece, I'm going to need more clay. His challenging smirk rattles me for a moment. Remember, I felt how big your hard-on was in the kitchen. Fucker. It wasn't hard for you, I snap back, taking his stupid bait and letting him win this round. Oh, he says, feigning surprise. If that was you soft, I can't begin to imagine what you'd feel like hard. His words have a flood of embarrassing heat rushing down to my dick. To my utter disbelief, my cock thickens in my jeans. I'm frozen in horror, but he's once more distracted by the clay. I let out a relieved breath of air that he doesn't witness what his stupid words did to me. We don't have to be enemies, he murmurs, his brows furrowed in concentration. In fact, it would benefit us if we could find a way to be civil to each other. I clench my jaw, raking my gaze over his stupid bleached hair that doesn't match his dark eyebrows. My eyes settle on his pink bottom lip that's slightly swollen from the way he tugs on it with his teeth when he's focused. I much prefer this arrangement, I murmur, my words coming out husky for some reason. His lips kick up on one side in a teasing grin. You half naked and alone with me? Explosive anger detonates inside me. I grab hold of the front of his shirt, yanking him across the table beside his sculpture. He grunts as the edge presses into his stomach. The deep, dark windows into his wicked soul bore into me far too closely for my liking. Fuck. His scent floods my nostrils. Lime and coconut. It's an odd scent that has me curious. He doesn't smell like a typical guy. He smells like pie. Why do you smell like that? I demand, distracted by the way his hand, stained by the clay, grips my wrist. Like what? His brows furrow in confusion. Clay? No, you smell... what? Sweet, I growl. Like pie or the beach or summer or some shit. His grin is wide and victorious. Why don't you have a little taste and see for yourself? I release him, jerking my hand back as though he burned it. The smugness clouding around him is cloying and toxic. I don't like verbally sparring with this little fucker. I'd rather beat his ass the good old-fashioned way with my fist to his face. Watch your back tomorrow, I snap, storming toward the door. Oh, brother, doggy style is so much fun, he croons in a taunting way. How did you know I prefer to bottom? Fuck you, Wonderland. One can certainly hope. The fucker winks at me, and it's all I can do to hightail it out of that house before I get my ass landed in jail for stabbing Alice Summers with one of his stupid sculpture tools. It's after midnight when I hear the front door open. Unbelievable. I fling off my blanket and storm through the house until I find my sister. She's trying to sneak in, but I'm ready for her. What the hell? I demand as I take in her disheveled appearance. Where have you been? She rolls her eyes, which grates on my nerves. None of your business, because you're not my dad. I get a whiff of beer, and it takes everything in me not to go off on her. Sure, when I was 16, I had already started drinking, sometimes with my friends, but it doesn't mean it's okay for my little sister to do the same. Want me to call Dad? I threaten, crossing my arms over my chest. As if you'd actually talk to him. I had dinner with him tonight, I throw back at her. Her lashes blink, hard, as she considers my words. You had dinner? With Dad? That's what I said. What about Mom? She snaps, waving angrily toward Mom's room. I let out a harsh breath of air, shrugging. It's not like she cares anymore anyway. My words may as well have slapped Carrie because she stumbles back, holding her hand over her mouth as tears fill her blue eyes that look just like mine. She's depressed, asshole. She swipes away a tear that escapes before poking me hard in the middle of my chest. But that's what the men in this family do, huh? When shit gets tough, they bail. Carrie, that's enough. You're right, it is. I'll find my own ride tomorrow. With those words, she storms into her room, slamming the door behind her. I wait for Mom to get up to see what the commotion is about, but the house is silent. I walk down the hall and peek in on our mother. She's sleeping peacefully in the same position as before. Bending over, I plant a kiss on her head and turn off the television. Night, Mom. Night, Kenny. I cringe as I stand in the dark and listen to her soft breathing. Did she hear Carrie's and my argument? Does she think I'm a traitor too? Guilt is a stifling cloud around me. I suck in a sharp breath and bolt from her room. It isn't until I'm lying face down on my bed that my heart and erratic thoughts begin to calm. By 1 in the morning, I realize I haven't messaged Naomi to tell her goodnight. But then I think about what an asshole I was to her earlier today. She's still pissed, hence why there's no text waiting for me. With a heavy sigh, I toss my phone away from me. My thoughts drift from the girl who deserves better than my moody ass to someone else. Taunting, dark brown eyes mock me from behind my lids as sleep overtakes me. Fucking Alistair Summers. He may not have been the one to start this shit. That's on Dad and always will be. But it's him who will end it because I'm committed to destroying him. And once I've broken them all, I can fix Mom. Carrie too. Maybe even me.
Chapter 6. Alistair. Today, I'm ready for him. I'll be damned if I let this guy catch me off guard ever again. He thinks because he's bigger than me and king of the school that he'll waltz right into my life, fuck it up, and move along on his merry little way? Fuck that. And fuck him. I'm waiting by the door of our first hour, eager to poke the bear like he spent all day yesterday doing to me when my phone buzzes. I pull it out of my pocket and frown to see the unknown number again. Unknown number. Won't be long now. Laughter distracts me from the message. I follow the sounds to see Canyon walking toward me. His phone is in his hand, and he's smiling at it. Naomi walks beside him, a frown marring her face. He doesn't notice when she speeds up, leaving him by himself. Really? She mutters as she passes me. I bristle at her judgmental tone. I'm not the one who started this shit. It was her beastly boyfriend. Naomi Young can look down at me all she wants, but I refuse to be the bigger man while her asshole boyfriend stomps all over me. She disappears into the classroom, and Canyon finally realizes Naomi is nowhere in sight. The smile on his face is wiped away, and he pockets his phone. As soon as his blue eyes notice me, his blank expression turns into a dark scowl. "Trouble in paradise?" I say in a chipper greeting. "Did you tell her about last night?" His face burns bright red, which only serves to make me laugh. I knew this would work. I just didn't know it would be so easy. "Nothing happened last night," he bites back, his voice low. "I meant the fight with your dad." I lift a brow at him. "I didn't mean the part where you took your shirt off for me and let me use you for my art." As expected, he goes off. His massive hands grab my shirt and he shoves me against the wall. Electric blue eyes sear into me. I'm taken aback by his scent. A cologne I've salivated over one too many times when I've gone to Hollister at the mall. Come to think of it, Canyon is a poster boy for that store. He should really look into modeling. "I know what you're doing," he growls. "You're flirting with me to piss me off." "It's working beautifully." His nostrils flare. "It won't work. It already has, bro." "No," he murmurs, his voice going husky and making all the hairs on my arm stand on end. "All it does is make you look like a desperate queer aching for the dick of someone he can't have." The fury melts away as he gives me an arrogant lift of his chin. "Imagine how disappointed your daddy would be in you if he knew you were trying to get into my pants." I tense at his words, but wisely keep my mouth shut. "That's what I thought." He winks at me. "You'll do anything to please Quinn. I wonder why that is. It's almost as if you think, Voss, Summers, is there a problem here, boys?" Assistant Principal Mr. Martin asks as he approaches. Canyon's evil face transforms into a smile that is charming enough to convince anyone of anything. "Just giving my brother a pep talk. I heard someone beat his time yesterday. He's kind of torn up about it." Mr. Martin's eyes narrow as he darts them my way. "What's really going on here?" I playfully shove Kenyon away from me, adopting the same deceptive smile he's wearing. "My humble brother here failed to mention he was the one who beat me yesterday. The football team sure is going to miss him." Mr. Martin shakes his head and huffs. "You two do realize you're not brothers yet, right? And I'm not an idiot. There's some animosity going on with the two of you, and I won't stand for it." He lifts a brow, pinning me with a firm stare. "Do I need to call your fathers?" "No," I bark out. "We've come to an agreement. He'll stay in his lane, and I'll stay in mine. Everything's fine, Mr. Martin." "Then get into Garrison's class before the bell rings, or I'll pull you both in for detention." Getting detention is not an option. Dad would be disgusted with me. "Yes, sir," I grit out and dart into the classroom. "Sorry." Canyon ambles behind me, chuckling under his breath. This motherfucker is going to make me lose my shit. The only two places open are two desks beside each other. I take the one behind Leon, and he sits behind Naomi. Maybe she'll distract the idiot long enough for me to regroup. After the bell rings and the trig lecture begins, I pull out my phone and save the unknown number in my contact list as Brother Lover. Canyon's smugness is almost gag-worthy, and I avoid his constant smirks. If he continues to pay more attention to me than his studies, I won't have to worry about him in all my AP classes too much longer. He'll get his ass tossed back into regular ed so fast his head will spin. Now I just need to focus on a way to destroy him in track, too, so he can go back to tossing the football around and stay out of my sport. At least there's one place he can't reach me. Orchestra. And it's my one opportunity to fuck with him while he's not watching. A smile tugs at my lips at the thought of getting to him through his sister. It's almost too easy. I'm surprised I didn't think about it until now. Canyon glances back at me, his own self-assured smile fading as he takes in the determined look on my face. His glare hardens and his jaw clenches. We spend the entire hour of trig staring each other down. Unlucky for him, I can multitask like a motherfucker. His empty notebook won't be doing him any favors, whereas my mental notes will be there come test time. The school's dumbest jock should know better than to fuck with a genius. It's only a matter of time before Canyon realizes his place in my life. Behind me and in the shadows. I will not let him take one goddamn thing from me, especially my dad. Carrie Voss is the spitting image of her brother, just smaller and softer. They have the same sharp sapphire eyes that can slice through you without effort, and a smile, when genuine, that's bright enough to light up the room. She's a great violin player, but her mind is too busy to be the best. Last year she tried desperately to get better because apparently she's as competitive as her brother, but she never came close to taking first chair. That would mean knocking me off my pedestal. Not going to help her do that. But I could help her improve. When I graduate in the spring, she could easily be a shoo-in for this seat next year. Helping her won't come without payment, though. I need to understand Canyon. All his weaknesses, what drives him fucking insane. I'll exploit it all, of course, because it's only fair. The shithead has been doing the same to me. It's time to play dirty. Carrie approaches me warily. I must look a little too eager to see her. Quickly, I tone down my devious glee at making her brother suffer and force a friendly smile instead. "Kenny Jr.," I say as she sits down. "How's life treating you?" "Don't talk to me, loser." Damn, she's as bitchy as her brother. I'm so lucky to have these people joining my family. Not. Says the girl who's not sitting in this chair. I flash her a smug grin. "Do you mind if I call you Junior? Junior?" "Fuck off, Alice." You sound just like Big Bro when you say that, so the nickname fits perfectly. She ignores me to pull her instrument out of her case for class. Several of the students are already warming up. I lean back in my chair, angling my body toward hers so I can scrutinize her form. "Straighten your back," I order, earning a nasty glare. "Now, Junior." She purses her lips, but does improve her posture. Her brows are furrowed as though she's pissed off at the world. Thoughts are distracting when the music wants to flow through you. Stop thinking about it. Her blue eyes cut to mine. "About what?" "Whatever it is that has you scowling. It's distracting. Think about Bach." She runs the hair of the bow along the strings, listening as she tunes the instrument. I reach over and tug at her hair. "Don't tilt your head," I chide. "Head and neck need to be straight." Her eyes roll, but she obeys. When I tap her shoulders, she lets out a loud exhale. "What now?" "Tense, Junior, so tense." "Relax your shoulders." I squeeze her shoulder, giving it a little massage until I feel the muscle relax. Elbow over toe, wrist straight. Good. Now relax your right arm. Good. Now let's hear it. She plays a few notes, and I explain to her how I would do things. Her irritation is still evident, but she's less hostile. We carry on until Mrs. Weston arrives. "Everyone, quiet down," Mrs. Weston says in greeting as she hurries into the room, her white hair coming loose from her tight bun. "I want to run through Fauré's Pelléas et Mélisande, opus 80 a couple of times before we'll allow Alistair to do his solo." She winks my way and then brings order to the room. We play through the music, easy for some and challenging for others, until it's almost the end of the hour and Mrs. Weston motions for me to do my solo. When she told me about it yesterday, I listened to it on the way home from school. After working on my sculpture, I practiced a bit. My memory is incredible when it comes to music, so hearing it a few times was all I needed to feel the piece she wanted me to play. Of course, I keep the sheet music in front of me, but I rarely look at it. I get into position and my eyes flutter closed as Heinrich Wilhelm Ernst's Grand Caprice on Schubert's Erlkönig begins to play from my violin. When I play music, much like when I sculpt, my mind goes to a numb, quiet place. Nothing exists except soft colors and warmth. I often wondered if it was what people called a happy place, but that wouldn't be true. I've come here before when not at all happy. I think it should more aptly be described as my safe place. A few parts of the song require me to glance at the sheet music, but only to reiterate what I already know. I play through the entire song easily, even after the bell rings. No one in class moves as they allow me to bring the song to completion. As soon as it ends, I stop abruptly and pack away my instrument. The class claps, but I ignore them to focus on gathering my things. Carrie stops me with a hand to my arm. "Hey, Alice," she murmurs. "That was really good. Thanks, Junior." She chews on her bottom lip for a moment, as though she's considering her next words before exhaling sharply. "Do you think you could show me more techniques?" "Sure thing, sis," I tease, earning an eye roll from her. "See you around, then." She waves her fingers at me before scurrying off through the front door of the classroom. I grab my bag and case before giving Mrs. Weston a nod on my way toward the back classroom door. The hallway that leads to the gymnasium is darkened. As soon as I step out, I sense his presence. His condescending words don't come like I expect. That sounded complicated. It wasn't. I shrug, trying to keep my eyes off the way his t-shirt stretches across his sculpted chest. Enemies aren't supposed to be hot. Too complicated for them. He nods toward the orchestra room. His thumbs move up and down beneath his backpack straps in an almost nervous way that also sets me on edge. I'm not them. I'm better. He barks out a laugh. Not for the next hour, you won't be. I bite on my tongue as I start down the hallway toward the gymnasium. Canyon falls into step beside me, assaulting me with his stupidly delicious scent. I try to ignore him, but he makes my blood run hot for a multitude of reasons. "Your arrogance can only get you so far," I grumble to him. "That's rich coming from you." He flashes me a sardonic grin. "Mr. Bighead." "How did you know my dick was big?" I ask, feigning astonishment. When he grunts out a curse word and flips me off, I say, "You just leave yourself open for these things, don't you? They're perfectly served up for me." He grabs the door to the gym and opens it, allowing me to go first. My heart foolishly skips in my chest at the gallant, gentlemanly way he opened the door for me. I don't think he even realized he did it. I'll be damned if I call him out for that, though, since I clearly enjoyed it a little too much, and that could be used against me. "I'm not intimidated by your flirting and sexual innuendo, Summers." I bite my bottom lip, winking at him. "Then I'll have to dial it up a few notches, bro. When you're begging for my dick between your lips, remember this moment. You started this war. I'm just going to win it."
Chapter 7. Canyon. I was right. Without my cleats and gear, I am faster. What I wasn't expecting was for Alice to up his game. The bastard can run faster and harder than anyone on my football team. Ex-team now, and that includes me. Since I beat his time yesterday, I haven't been able to do it again. Doesn't stop me from trying. We're both panting and dripping with sweat by the end of practice. Coach Davies calls it for the day, but Alice and I are nowhere near finished. Again, I rasp out. Alice grimaces, but nods. We find our marks and count down together. On go, we both tear off down the track. With everyone gone and no one to time us, we just race. Over and over and over. Even after the sun disappears behind the bleachers as twilight chases it away. My quads and calves are on fire, but I'm not giving up. Unfortunately, neither is he. It's not until it begins to truly get dark and my lungs feel like they're collapsing that I realize we've been out here for hours. There's a person in the stands watching us. When I glance up and see Naomi, I cringe. Fuck. Babe, I croak out, but my throat is too dry to make the sound carry. After my asshole behavior yesterday, I promised to take Nay out to dinner after school since it's her only day off. I'm such a dickhead. God damn it, I mutter as I wobble over to my empty water bottle. Did you forget something? Alice doesn't sound one bit winded, unlike me, which only adds gasoline to my fire. I glance at where he motions to Naomi, as though I'd forget about my damn girlfriend. Go home, Wonderland. Maybe your daddy will read me a bedtime story. My fist flies through the air before I can even think. I expect to connect with his jaw, but Alice ducks just in time and shoves me. Stumbling back, I fall hard on my ass, making my teeth snap together painfully. He launches at me, his features twisted with rage as he straddles my stomach. Don't you ever hit me! He screams, his fingers gripping the front of my soaked shirt and yanking me toward him so our noses nearly touch. Ever! The storm of fury and shame and fear in his bottomless dark eyes catches me off guard. All I can do is stare into his haunted gaze. I sit up more, which basically forces him into my lap. We're both panting and boneless from our running. It probably looks bad the way he's sitting on me, but the only witness is Naomi, and she knows better than to think there's anything wrong about it. Your dad hit you? I blurt out as though I care. I don't. He recoils as though those words are the most ridiculous ones he's ever heard. No? I study him for a beat. His bleach blonde hair is soaked with sweat, matted down against his forehead. Perspiration drips from his jaw. I note that his sweet scent remains, lime and coconut. But it's a little salty too, like maybe he bathes in margarita mix or some shit. I lick my lips, catching some of my own salty sweat on my tongue. His brown eyes are suddenly warm as they track the movement. The heat that burns in every muscle, bone, and lungs now travels to my groin. An uncomfortable twist in my stomach has me gasping in shock. As my dick thickens in my shorts, and he can clearly feel it, his eyes widen, and his pink lips part. Are you going to kill each other or what? Naomi's voice cuts the tension like a hot knife. Alice slides off my lap, and I scuttle backward away from him. My dick is hard and obvious as hell. Thank fuck it's getting dark. Stay away from me, I croak out at him, pointing an accusing finger his way. Just because you like dick doesn't mean you can try and force yours on me. Right, Alice throws back in a sarcastic tone. That was all me. I'm a monster. What the fuck ever, Voss. He trots away like he didn't just run his ass off all night. Before he gets too far away, he looks over his shoulder and shakes his head. Naomi offers her hand to me, and after a second I take it. Once I'm on steady feet, I lean in for a kiss, but she evades it. No. Shame creeps through me. Why not? Did she see what happened? That I got fucking hard over that guy? Because, she snips out icily, you've lost your damn mind, that's why. I rub my palm down over my face and let out a ragged sigh. I can explain, but I can't. I don't know what just happened. One second I wanted to knock his head off his shoulders, and the next, my body reacted to the way he straddled me. Fuck. I trail off, my features falling. You can't explain, but I can. You're so damn angry that your dad is marrying Alice's dad that you're consumed by your hatred for him. Hatred? Yes, that's it. I hate that fucker. Babe, you don't see it, she snaps back, stepping away from my outstretched hand. But I do. Ever since your dad left your mom last spring, you've been distant and emotionally detached. I've put up with it because I love you. This summer, though, it was worse. You were pissed off and out for blood. Now you're out of control. Don't you see? I cross my arms over my chest and scowl. I'm not out of control. You're stalking him. Tears race down her cheeks, and a sob escapes her. Her voice is soft when she says it again. Canyon, you're stalking him. I'm not. I lie. Fuck, I so am. But it's because I want them to pay. Babe, no! she hisses. You're going to stop this right now. Tomorrow, you'll get your schedule changed back and talk to your coach about getting back on the football team. I can't, I roar, throwing my hands in the air. I can't fucking do that, Nay. I shudder with barely contained anger. Not at Naomi, at them. This is all because of them. Dad, Quinn, and Alistair. I see. Nay forces a smile. Then take me home. We've said all there is to say. A ball of anxiety forms in the pit of my stomach. I don't like the sound of her voice. So resigned, as though... Are we breaking up? My words come out shaky and soft. Nay, baby, She hugs me, even though I'm drenched in sweat. I squeeze her tight and kiss the top of her head. All my worries seem to dissipate until she pulls out of my embrace. Yeah, Canyon. I think we are. She starts walking toward the gym. I'll wait by the car while you shower. Naomi, I call out, defeated. Please. She whirls around and waves a hand in the air. Are you going to quit all this? I have a silent stare down in the near dark. My heart rate is slowed from the running, but I'm sick to my stomach now. For so many reasons. Mainly, I think I've ruined my relationship with my girlfriend. Worse, because I won't do what she wants to fix it. Because this is more important. Nay is my girlfriend, but this is for my family. Mom and Carrie. For me, damn it. That's what I thought. She swipes at a tear. I hope you get help. I don't need help. I need to get even. Which is why I can't be with you. You're not the guy I started dating a year ago. I'm sorry. Nay. Shower, Canyon. I'm tired and have a lot of homework to do. Please, let's just go already. I prepare to say goodbye to the only girl I've ever really cared about. The house is quiet when I get home. After inhaling a sandwich, I peek in on Mom. She's fully dressed, still in her bakery uniform, lying on her bed. I bend down to kiss her forehead and then remove her shoes. You hungry, Mom? No, she murmurs, not opening her eyes. Just tired. If this job is too much, you should quit, I offer. Dad pays you alimony and child support. You have the money. She flinches at my words. It's not about the money, Canny. It's about my self-worth. I think you're pretty amazing. My words sound childish and lame, but it's true. Thanks, baby. She doesn't offer any other conversation, so I leave her be. I walk upstairs and sprawl out on my bed, scowling at my phone. I must be a glutton for punishment because I scroll through the pictures on my phone, agonizing over the fact I just broke up with Nay. It'll be news all over the school tomorrow. I'm surprised Carrie hasn't found out already through Paige and reamed me for it. Once I've looked through enough happy pictures of Naomi and me to make my chest physically hurt, I try to channel the pain into anger. This is Alistair's fault. I find him on Instagram fairly easily enough. Someone tagged him in a video from orchestra class today. Once again, I'm stunned speechless at the incredible skill he possesses. If I didn't hate him so much, I would have told him that today, after I overheard him flawlessly playing the solo. I exit the video to nose through his pictures. He makes a lot of flirty, corny faces that make my gut churn with discomfort. Ever since high school started, he's been bleaching his hair. I think it looks kind of dumb, and obvious he's not a real blonde since he always has inch-long dark roots. There are pictures of him in middle school where he had brown hair. He looks more withdrawn in those pictures. I don't remember much of him because he didn't hang out with my crowd of people. The times I did see him when our dads hung out, I played games on my phone or watched episodes of Mubona Ikari. I certainly didn't talk or pay attention to him. There are several pictures of him and his dad on vacation in Mexico and California, and even on an Alaskan cruise. Spoiled brat. I ignore that Dad took us to Europe last summer when we were still a family because we're not talking about me, we're talking about Alice. When I click on his story, I see a selfie of him in the locker room after our death match. He's red-faced and grinning. The caption says, "Still the best." Before I can think of a reason to stop myself, I reply to it. For now, Wonderland. I'm pleased as I imagine his face screwing up in anger as he reads it. The fucker deserves it. My inbox chimes with a response from him, an audio recording. I hit play. Perhaps, but my dick will always be the best. Don't lie to yourself, Summers, I blurt out after hitting the recording button. We both know you felt it. I'm bigger and better. Accept it. He sends me some emojis that are drooling, and then some fire emojis. I send him a few middle finger ones. Another audio recording pops up. Was that not supposed to be hot? Well, it totally was. Are you going to think of me sitting on your dick when you jack off tonight? I hate him, especially because my dick is hard right now. Naomi was right, I'm going insane. It wouldn't be the first time I sported wood over a guy, but it's certainly not something I'm proud of when it pertains to this guy. I won't be thinking about you if I actually plan on getting off. I growl in response and hit send. You owe me a Coke tomorrow if I pop into your head while you jerk it. I close the stupid app and toss my phone on the bed. My heart is pounding hard inside my chest, and my dick is at attention. I'm just exhausted is all. That's all. With a groan, I reach over to grab my lube from the drawer. After shoving my shorts down and slicking up my shaft, I groan and close my eyes. I think of Naomi's perfect tits and nice curves. I imagine stripping her and finally being able to fuck her for the first time. But she's gone. Literally. We broke up. Because of him. I think back to the way he sat on my lap, his scent invading my nostrils, and fried my brain. A moan tumbles past my lips as pleasure curls down my spine. My balls tighten and I come without warning. Hot cum splatters up, landing on my shirt, marking me with the evidence of my release. I stare down at it in horror because he was right. I'm not buying that asshole a Coke.
Chapter 8. Alistair. For being in all of my classes, he avoids me like the plague. Which affirms what I already know. He came with my face in mind, filthy fucker. They broke up, Leon says, elbowing me in line at the cafeteria. Who? He gapes at me like I've lost all sense of reality. Naomi and Canyon. I snap my head up and frown. What? Dude, it's been all over the school. What have you been doing? Apparently my work, I grumble. Why? I thought they were in love. Guilt gouges into me. Surely she didn't break up with him because she thought something was going on between us. That moment last night on the track was a mistake, a lapse in judgment. By the time he messaged me on Instagram later, I was back to myself again. The flirting and taunting riled him up as expected, but it was all part of this war between us. What went on at the track was because he'd exposed a nerve when he took a swing at me. Normally, I harden myself against violence like that, but I was exhausted from trying to outdo each other. I snapped when he tried to hit me. Damn near cried like a little kid. It was embarrassing as fuck. But then I was sitting on him in such an intimate way. His slick body was hard beneath me, and when I felt his boner, I was shocked. Slightly elated at his misery, but also a bit mystified. There's no way Naomi could have known, unless he told her. I just don't see him doing that. He gets skittish anytime I tease him about wanting me. We make it through the line, but I'm not hungry. My stomach is twisting with nerves. I just wanted to fuck with Canyon, not hurt Naomi. She's cool. Once I pay for my food, I glance around the cafeteria looking for them. Naomi sits with a group of girls from trig class. Canyon sits beside his friend Damon, his brows furrowed as he stares at the table. I take my usual spot a couple of tables over, my gaze never leaving Canyon. I'm just twisting off the cap of my Coke when he looks up. Because I'm a dick, I hold it up in a silent offering. His face reddens. Guilty. I should feel powerful and as though I'm taking charge of this battle we've found ourselves in. But the horny part of me can't stop imagining it. His large hand wrapped around his thick cock, the way his Adam's apple protrudes as his body arches up in pleasure, a pink full lip caught between his teeth as he stifles a moan. Fuck. I scrub a palm over my face, trying hard to hear what Leon is saying, but it's useless. I'm lost in the fantasy of Canyon fucking Voss stroking it. Canyon says something to his buddies and then all but stumbles away from the table. He's hastily trying to get away from me, that much is evident. I pull my brain back to Leon's chattering and nod, pretending as though I even know what the fuck he's rambling about. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I pull it out and sigh. Brother lover, do you miss me? I stare at the text in confusion. He's fucking with me. Again, asshole. Me. Nope. Brother lover. Liar. Me. Leave me alone. Brother lover. Never. My stupid heart shouldn't skip a beat at that word. He's obsessed with trying to destroy my life, and here I am, fucking swooning over these messages? This has to stop. It's raining. I waggle my brows at Carrie. What do you say? Want me to teach you some things after school since track practice will be canceled? She chews on her bottom lip, scrutinizing me. Do you have an ulterior motive? I'm gay. I'd rather get into your brother's pants than yours. I flash her a flirty grin that has her face burning red, much like Canyon's. Promise, my intentions with you are honest. Your brother, on the other hand. Okay, I'll meet you back here after school then, she says finally. I'll see if my ride can wait. Your brother? Her nose scrunches. No, I rode with a friend. Naomi's little sister? The guy she likes. Her gaze shifts away, deliberately remaining vague. My curiosity is piqued. Who is it? Gage Combs? Does Canyon know his buddy is carting around his baby sis? Her blue eyes flicker with apprehension. Alice. I pretend to zip my lips. I won't say anything. But maybe I can just give you a ride instead? Combs drives like a dumbass. We're practically family. You can trust me. Fine. We can practice at the house. Mom works late tonight. A thrill runs through me at the thought of being in Canyon's house. If he's not there, I can nose around and see what I can dig up on him. And if I can't, I'll fish for information through Carrie during our lesson. Great, it's a date. I wink at her and then take my seat. I'll pick you up out front. You know my car? The fancy white Range Rover. She rolls her eyes. Yeah, I know the one. Spoiled brat. I knew Ryan Voss was loaded from the few times I'd been over at his house with Dad over the years. But seeing it again, I'm reminded of just how much money he makes. The house is massive. I'm curious to explore since I've only ever been in the living room. Canyon's car isn't in the driveway, so I eagerly follow Carrie inside, hoping to catch more peeks of my opponent. I should take a picture of myself in his bed and text it to the whole school. A laugh snorts out of me, causing Carrie to cast a confused look over her shoulder. Swallowing down my humor, I survey the nicely decorated home littered with family pictures. It smells like citrus and vanilla, warm and inviting. Want something to drink? Carrie asks, gesturing for the kitchen. Do you have Coke? Yeah, let me grab you one. She points up the stairs. My room is the first on the right. I climb the steps a little too quickly, nearly tripping over my own feet in my haste. Her bedroom door is open, along with several others, but it's the one at the end on the left that has me curious. Quickly, I walk over to that room and twist the knob. As soon as I crack open the door, I'm met with his scent. Oh my fucking God. Why does he have to smell so good? If I didn't want to punch him in the nuts, I'd roll around in his bed just to bathe in his scent. I'm half hard over that image until I notice the state of his room. What the actual fuck? He's so messy. A shudder trembles through me as I study the clothes all over the floor, the unmade bed, and the bottle of uncapped lube sitting on his end table among books and other gadgets. There are framed signed posters of what looks to be Japanese manga art hanging on the wall, and several hand-drawn pieces. It makes me wonder if he drew them or if he bought them. Either way, I'm a little confused to see art on his walls rather than, I don't know, football crap. That's Canyon's room, Carrie says from behind me. He's such a pig. No shit. When our dads get married, you can move in with us because you know how to make a fucking bed. She laughs. If he keeps being a dick, I might just do that. Oh, here we go. Slowly, I turn and accept the Coke from her. I twist the cap and sip on it as I follow her back to her bedroom. I thought he reserved his dickheadedness for me and only me. You should be so special, she teases and sits down on her bed. He's like an asshole fairy, sprinkling his salty attitude all over the place. I take the desk chair and make myself comfortable as she pulls her violin out of her case. We spend the next half hour going over different things she can do to develop her playing. By the end of our lesson, she's improved dramatically. I like that she listens to instructions and makes the appropriate changes. I'm actually enjoying myself enough that, for a moment, I forget why I'm here. Her phone rings and she shoots me an apologetic look. Sorry, it's Paige. She's sent me a few texts. I think she's upset about something. This will only take a minute. She takes the call and disappears from the room. I follow behind her until she's descending the stairs. Turning on my heel, I make a beeline back to Canyon's room to snoop. I have the urge to pick up the mess. He has a hamper, for fuck's sake. Why the hell doesn't he use it? Before I can stop myself, I set my Coke down on the end table beside his lube and start picking clothes up off the floor, looking for clues into this psycho, of course. I place them inside the hamper when I've deemed them useless. After I've picked up all the clothes and stowed the shoes away in the closet where they belong, I close the dresser drawers and tidy up the piles on top. Next, I maneuver over to his bed to do something about the chaos there. I grab hold of the sheet and blanket, flinging them out, and getting a whiff of his masculine scent. It's dizzying as fuck. I'm high on his stupid-ass cologne. Ignoring the heat burning through me as I imagine him naked and writhing in his bed, I make up the covers just like I do at home, and take extra care to fluff the pillows. The room is finally in order, and a sense of calm washes over me as I admire my work. And Naomi called me the stalker. A deep voice rumbles from the doorway, making me nearly jump out of my skin. I snap my eyes to where Canyon leans against the door jamb, an unreadable expression on his face. His stare is intense and probing as he rakes it over me. Getting caught having one of my OCD fits was not at all what I wanted to happen when I decided to come into his bedroom and snoop. Instead of me finding shit out about him, I served him a slice of imperfect me for free. I croak out, tearing my gaze from his. I notice my Coke sitting beside the lube. With a steadying breath, I walk over to it with as much calm as I can muster and pick up the Coke. Ah, my prize from last night. I lift a brow at him and wiggle the bottle, reminding him of what I said last night about him owing me a Coke if he jacked off with me on the brain. His jaw clenches, but he doesn't lose his cool like I expect. You cleaned my room. He steps away from the door, approaching me much like a lion stalking his prey. But I'm a lion too. Straightening my spine, I keep my eyes locked on his intense blues. He walks until he's inches from me. His scent is stronger now that he's standing right in front of me. I try not to inhale him like a fucking creep. Why does he have to be so damn hot? His dark hair is always styled as though he put no effort whatsoever into it, but still looks good and trendy. Up this close, I notice a few tiny freckles on his cheeks. The dark stubble along his jaw is tempting, and my fingers twitch to scrape the pads of them along the hair there. I tighten my grip around the Coke bottle to keep from doing anything stupid, like caress his face. You live in a shithole, Voss. Not everyone lives in a palace like you, he growls, his temper flaring at my words. No, your house is nice. Your bedroom is a pit. I poke at his abs that are so hard a flash of annoyance shoots through me. It's nice to see you're not perfect everywhere. His abs, though, are totally perfect. Fucker. I can assure you. He rumbles and runs the tip of his tongue along his bottom lip. I'm perfect where it counts. I swallow hard, momentarily at a loss for words. I manage to dig deep and find some strength. Would you like to prove it? His nostrils flare. You'd like to get on your knees for me, Wonderland? But what would your precious daddy think if you sucked your brother off? He grabs the bottle of Coke from my hand and tosses it away from us. Fuck off, I snap, shoving him. Since he's solid muscle from years of football, he barely moves. A deep chuckle rumbles from him. With a firm hand on my chest, he pushes me all too easily until I land on my ass on his bed. The way his eyes track me like he wants to pin me and eat me has me playing dead for him. I fall back on his freshly made bed with a soft thump, unable to look away from how he looms over me. The artist in me wants to freeze the moment so I can sculpt his perfect, intense features. Why are you in my house? He asks, his voice low and curious, not at all angry like I would expect. Just giving our sister a little one-on-one in her bedroom. I waggle my brows at him in a suggestive way. You came home just in time to make it a family affair. He sighs as though he's frustrated, but the fury is missing. You never quit. It's like you don't even know me, Voss. His head cants to the side, his attention keeping me pinned to the bed with the weight of his stare alone. Actually, I'm learning that I do know you. You're pretty easy to pick apart. Like with winning. A devilish grin tilts his lips up. I know you have to win in every aspect of your life, except... Except what? I don't voice my words because he stuns me speechless when he places a knee on the bed next to my hip on the left, and then the other one on my right side. He falls forward, his palms planting beside my head. Canyon? I'm not sure if the word even leaves my mouth. He hears because his eyes narrow, tracking the sound to my lips. I swallow in a desperate attempt to calm the insane way my heart is beating. Except what? I murmur. He lifts one hand from the bed, grabbing mine and pinning it. I stare at him in shock as he grabs the other wrist too. Testing the limits of his restraints, I try and move my hands to no avail. When I lift my hips, he sits down on me, trapping me. A needy groan escapes my throat, ragged and wild as his body rubs against my dick in an infuriatingly teasing way. Except this. His smile is vicious and victorious. You want to be overpowered by me in this bed. Fuck. This asshole just found my Achilles heel.
Chapter 9. Canyon. Slow the fuck down, man. I'm trying to talk some sense into my mind, but my dick is wide awake and calling the shots. Seriously, what the hell am I doing? I have my nemesis pinned on my bed, rubbing my ass along his straining erection. Who's torturing who? Because right now, it's unclear. He makes another mewling sound that has me tightening my hold on his wrists. I like that he's trapped beneath me, unable to move. His tongue darts out to lick his lips, and I'm there for it, stalking the movement like a cat chasing a toy. Does he taste like limes? I bet he does, and Coke. Dipping down, I bring my mouth to his ear. When your dad finds out about this, he's going to be so pissed. He won't. He chokes out. And if you tell him, he won't believe you. Because I'm a bastard and dead set on destroying this guy, I flick my tongue out to lick the side of his neck. It's meant to drive him insane, but holy fuck, does he taste good. He groans when I suck on the flesh hard and then release him with a pop. Kenyon, he pleads, Stop, go, I don't know. I murmur in the nip at the flesh. Fuck, you're a cruel bastard. I roll my hips, marveling at the hiss that escapes him. My mouth once again latches onto his neck, sucking hard enough I know he'll bruise. Pleasure curls in my stomach, making my balls feel heavy with the need to come. Tomorrow he'll be forced to walk around with my mark on him. I bet you'd let me fuck you, I taunt. I'm an evil bastard. I bet you'd let me pull your jeans down, flip you over, and shove my dick inside your tight hole. Canyon? His growl is nearly furious, and he bucks his needy cock up, chasing the friction my body provides. Maybe your hole isn't tight at all, You let the whole track team fuck you? The football team too, he throws back. In fact, you're the only one who hasn't fucked me. His words shouldn't piss me off, but they do. I know he's fucking with me, but it agitates me all the same. They're not allowed to anymore. I bite his earlobe. You belong to me. Right now, in this bed, is the only time I'll belong to you. A thrill shoots down my spine because, though it's an argument, he half agreed to something I didn't realize I wanted. His complete submission. Are you going to tell everyone at school you let me fuck you bare? I suck on his neck again, because when I have you, it'll be bare. I'm not going to fuck him. I'm not. But taunting him seems to drive him insane, which is the goal. How do I know you're negative? He murmurs, turning his head slightly so my lips brush along his cheek. I haven't fucked anyone in over a year, I admit. I've been tested since then. Not even Naomi. She didn't want to. Didn't take you for the gentlemanly type. I'm only an asshole to you. He moans when I lick his neck again. The sound reverberates to my dick, and it strains in my jeans. It's all talk, to get inside his head so I can fuck him over. Or just fuck him. Kenyon, please, he begs. I need... What, Wonderland? I lift up so I can see his face. Tell me, do you want to come? His fathomless mahogany eyes are hooded as he nods. I can't help but drop my stare to his parted pink lips as his breath comes out unevenly. Would he make those same keening sounds if I was buried deep inside him? Not fucking Alistair. Beg to come, Alice. Beg, and I'll make it good for you. Please, please, oh fuck, please. Satisfaction thrums through me at his obedience. I reward him by rubbing along his dick until his breathing grows sharp and ragged. The moment he loses control and comes, a soft moan rasps from his throat. My own dick throbs painfully with the need to release. I'm going insane because I imagine for a second pulling my dick out and painting his plump lips with my pre-cum. I release one of his hands to reach for the button on my jeans. Kenny! Carrie shrieks from behind me. Don't beat him up! I invited him here! I freeze, the lust fog lifting and revealing to me what exactly I'm doing. Grinding against my enemy. Jesus fuck. We're just goofing around, I croak out, releasing him to fall onto my chest beside him on the bed so my sister doesn't see my ridiculous hard-on. Calm down. Wrestling. Alice rushes out and then rolls away from me to his side to hide his own discomfort. I, need to get home. Maybe we can practice another day. The room goes silent aside from the soft panting of Alice and me. Carrie lets out a sigh, mutters something under her breath, and leaves, shutting the door behind her. I can't look at him. I sure as fuck can't face what I just did with him. Either you take the walk of shame with a wet spot on your pants or you borrow something of mine. I grunt out. Top drawer or some shorts. Squeezing my eyes shut, I try to slow my racing heart. It's even more difficult to convince my dick it doesn't need to come. My balls are blue as fuck right now. He shuffles around, opening and closing drawers. A few minutes later, I hear the toilet flush and the sink running in the adjacent bathroom. I'm still in the same position when he returns. Should I, get you off? No! I bark out. Just go. Are you going to wash my clothes? Or am I going to find my jizz-crusted underwear hanging from the flagpole in the morning? A chuckle rumbles through me. Guess you'll have to wait and see. Betcha a Coke you get yourself off after I leave and think of me when you do it. Go away, I grumble. You didn't win this round. No, I complain, annoyed that I'm still aching to come. I certainly did not. He thumps me on the ass. See you around, Voss. If you want your dick sucked as a thank you, you know where to find me. His laugh makes me roll my eyes. I blindly shoot him the bird, which has him laughing harder. It isn't until he closes the door and I roll onto my back that I realize I'm grinning. I did not enjoy that. I'm still hard and unsatisfied for fuck's sake. I guess I'm going to just keep lying to myself. Dinner is quiet. Carrie ignores me to text as she eats the grilled cheese sandwiches I made for us. I keep glancing at the clock, wondering when Mom will get home, when my phone buzzes. Dad, Quinn and I are going to come watch you and Alice at your first track meet. I'm looking forward to seeing you beat his time. As pissed as I am at my dad, my heart does a tiny flop inside my chest at his words. When I played football, he was my biggest supporter. I didn't realize how much I longed for that aspect of our relationship until now. But because I refuse to be swayed so easily, I leave the message left on read. I'm an asshole, but so is he. What? I demand, feeling Carrie's curious stare on me. You're behaving erratically. That's rich coming from you, I glower at her. Staying out late drinking, inviting the enemy into our home? Her lips purse together and she narrows her eyes at me. When she stares at me like this, it reminds me of Mom any time I was in trouble growing up. You broke up with Naomi and have been hanging out with Dad, she accuses, her voice trembling slightly. Maybe it's time to admit we're both a little fucked up. I wasn't hanging out with Dad, I bite back, shoving my empty plate away from me. I was seeing what they were up to. They're happy as can be playing house over there while we're miserable as hell. Her eyes water and she bites on her bottom lip to keep from crying. I feel bad for being a dick to her, but she started it. You weren't beating him up, were you? Her words are soft and barely audible. I slammed my hand down on the table. I was doing nothing. You can lie to everyone else, but I see right through it, Canny. Just stop it already. Tell me what's going on inside that head of yours. I hate Alistair Summers, but I also want to fuck him. Explain that one to me, sis. Keep him out of my room, I grit out. Can you at least give me that, or are you also going to give me shit like everyone else in my life? Whatever. Talk to me when you're done being an ass, she mutters, standing from the table and storming away. I sit there staring at the crumbs on my plate until I hear the garage door. A few minutes later, Mom walks through the door into the house. Her hair is slightly disheveled, and she looks dazed. Mom, I mutter as I rise to my feet. You okay? Her glassy eyes flutter. Yeah, baby, just tired. You work too much, I complain. You need to cut back on your hours. I wrap my arms around my mother. She feels so small these days. There was a time when she was such a powerful, loving presence in our home. It's as though Dad snuffed her fire out, and all that's left is a tiny plume of smoke. Were you able to get Saturday off? I inhale her familiar scent, but pick up a whiff of stale cigarette smoke. My meet starts at 9. She stiffens in my embrace. No, I'm sorry, honey. Closing my eyes, I curse Dad for the millionth time. It's times like these, seeing my mother nothing but a fragment of her former self, that I hate him with every ounce of my being. I wish you could just quit, I whisper. You don't need the money. Jesus Christ, Canyon. She pulls from my hug, a withering look I'd seen on Carrie not long before. Lay off it already. You'll be graduating soon. Time to start acting like a man. Sometimes you just don't get your way. Responsibilities come first. Understand? I recoil at her angry words. Yeah, Mama, I understand. Her face crumples like she might cry as she mouths an apology to me. With tears in her eyes, she leaves me alone in the kitchen. A couple seconds later, her bedroom door shuts. To calm my nerves, I take my time turning off all the lights and making sure all the windows and doors are locked. It used to be Dad's job. A lot of the shit I do now used to be his job. Mom's right. I need to start acting like a man because I sure as hell have his responsibilities. Dad did this. He destroyed our family. Tonight was a good reminder to keep my head on straight and not lose sight of my goal. Make them pay, starting with Alice.
Chapter 10. Alistair. I'm so fucking tired. After the momentous mistake yesterday letting Canyon bring me to orgasm, and with my clothes on, no less, I went straight home to work on a new sculpture. This one of his face. He'd looked so arrogant and powerful as he held me down, pleased as hell at what he was doing to me. But his blue eyes also burned with heat and attraction. That was what I wanted to capture, the way his lips were parted as though he wanted to kiss me. Stupid. So stupid. This is all a game for us, especially him. I'm nothing more than someone for him to toy with. Got a new boyfriend we don't know about? Ryan teases at breakfast, his handsome face looking too similar to Canyon's for me to think straight. What? I croak out, shuddering at the idea of him seeing inside my head. A knowing smirk teases his lips. The hickeys. You know, if he sticks around, you can bring him to the wedding. Heat blooms across my flesh, and I tear my stare from his probing gaze to Dad's. His eyebrow is lifted in amusement as he sips his coffee. It was nothing, I rasp out, dropping my attention to the half-eaten pile of eggs on my plate. Yeah, Ryan jokes. Your dad and I were nothing too, until we were something. I hear the sound of their lips smacking together for a kiss. I've seen them kiss hundreds of times before, but for some reason, this time it bothers me. Because you were getting dry-fucked by Ryan's son last night? A groan manages to escape me. They confuse it for my annoyance at their kiss, not what's really going on in my head, thank God. Dad mentions something about a change in the florist when my phone buzzes in my pocket. I tune them out to see who texted me. Brother lover. A few more weeks and we can make this official. Me. There's nothing to make official. Go bother someone else. Brother lover. I only have you to bother. Soon I can bother you all the time. What the hell does that even mean? Rather than replying, I shove my phone back into my pocket and rejoin the conversation. You know, the flowers could be messed up, or the cake could fall, or it could rain, but want to know what I'm most worried about? Ryan's voice cracks with emotion. That they won't come. They being his children. If they love you, they'll come to the wedding, Dad assures him, squeezing his hand. I know you guys are in a rocky spot, but it'll get better. It already has. We saw Canyon just the other day, and Alice has started practicing violin with Carrie. We'll be a family. You'll see. Guilt is a tangible thing I can feel rolling around on my tongue. Sour and tastes like regret. I'm helping Carrie because I want to find dirt on Canyon. Because we're in some epic pissing match that neither of us will stand down from. If Dad knew what I was really up to, he'd be disappointed. More than that, he'd be crushed. And then what? Kick me out on my ass when I graduate? Bile rises in my throat. I chug my orange juice to keep from barfing. Alice? Dad says, giving me a hopeful smile. Maybe you could talk to them. Since you're becoming friends with both Carrie and Canyon, it would mean the world to Ryan and me if you could convince them to come to the wedding. Oh, fuck. I am not sure I have that kind of power. Canyon's a stubborn ass, and he's still pretty angry. Ryan deflates at my words. I just wish they'd talk to me. Despair hangs in the air. I hate seeing my dad so down because of Ryan's pain. If I have the power to get him what he wants, I should certainly try. Canyon hates his dad and me, but he does talk to me. Maybe I could convince him to go to the wedding. I'll bring it up to both of them, I promise Ryan. I don't know how they'll react, but I'll try. I know it means a lot to you. Ryan's smile is bright and lights up the entire room, much like his beautiful son. Thank you, Alice. I owe you one. My dad's brilliant grin is all the thanks I need. I can do this. I have to. Canyon beat me. The fucker beat me. Just 1 out of 4 different matches, but still, it's enough to have him gloating, prancing along the track like a fucking rooster with his chest puffed out. Coach Davies is jabbering away about how we're going to blow up Marsh Hall High's world when we kill them in the 100 meters, and that there'll be college scouts there to see us run. My mind is on a million things besides the track meet on Saturday, though. It's on last night. Canyon still wears the self-assured, untouchable, godlike expression that he did when he pinned me down and made me come, like he's the king of my world. It's infuriating. Again, I blurt out, ending Coach's incessant talking. Oh, no you don't, Coach grunts out. I'm not going to have the two of you pulling something before our first meet because you're so goddamn competitive. I scowl, crossing my arms over my chest. You happy? Completely, Canyon says with a wide grin. You look as though you need some cheering up, though, bro. Coach chuckles. Enough, you two. Get showered and hydrated. I'll see the both of you tomorrow. I take off back to the locker room, eager to wash the sweat off my body. I'm scrubbing shampoo through my hair when I hear Canyon's annoying whistling. The tune sounds familiar. G-Easy, I think. I ignore him to rinse off. After drying off, I wrap my towel around my waist and walk back into the locker room. All the other athletes are still practicing, so it's just the two of us. I sit down on the bench and wait for him to finish cleaning up so I can ask him the inevitable. I'm jittery and trembling until he rounds the corner, his towel loosely tied low at his hips. My mouth goes dry as I marvel over his defined oblique muscles. The trail of hair from his navel to beneath his towel just begs to be licked. I force my stare up his body, drinking in each beautifully hardened ab and his muscular pectorals. His dark tan nipples are peaked. I'd give both my balls up if he'd let me suck on them. Fuck. I press my palm over my dick that's trying to escape my towel. Canyon's brow lifts in amusement. He crosses his bulky arms over his chest and takes a step toward me. Water drips from the dark hair that hangs in his eyes, temptingly rolling down his cheeks. I want to lick him, every last inch. Can we talk? I rasp out, unable to keep from sweeping my stare over his sexy abs once more. What do you want to talk about, Summers? Your cum-covered underwear that are still sitting in my hamper? I glower at him. You said you'd wash them. I said no such thing. Besides, I'm still contemplating how to get them attached to the flagpole. He winks, and fuck if fire doesn't shoot straight to my balls. What's on your mind, besides my dick in your mouth? I fucking hate you. I'd believe that if you weren't desperately trying to hide your erection, man. Smug bastard. I want you to come to the wedding, I blurt out. As your date? What? No. I run my fingers through my wet hair. For your dad. His humor is wiped from his face as a scowl takes over. No. Canyon, please. Fuck no. I stand up and walk over to him, my knees wobbly. Maybe we can negotiate. You and Carrie agree to go and you'll give me something in return. Something like that? I grumble. What do you want? That's a layered question. He steps closer until we're nearly touching. I'm forced to angle my head up to see his face. I'd say a blowjob, but that's what you want to give me. I need something you don't want to give. You want me to let you win at the meet? His lip curls up, clearly offended by my question. No, and that's awfully arrogant of you to think you'd win in the first place, especially since I just beat your ass out there. What do you want, Voss? Collateral. Elaborate? On your knees, Wonderland. I gape at him, but you said he presses a thumb to my lips. Sorry to burst your bubble, but you're not sucking my dick. I roll my eyes and he chuckles. What then? I demand, my tone testy and impatient. Give me a picture. Of what? You, on your knees, begging for my cock. So you can spread it to everyone we know? Fuck that. He cocks his head to the side, studying me with devious intent. It's just for collateral. Only if I need to use it. No. Fine. You can attend the wedding alone. I close my eyes and swallow down my anger. You're such a fucking bitch. He steps close enough to me that our chests brush against each other. I shiver, which makes him grin in triumph. Please. Nice Canyon is dangerous. I'm doing this for my dad, not yours, I mutter. So if this gets back to him, it defeats the purpose. Your dad will never know about this picture. He licks his bottom lip. I can't promise that much. So, you want me to get on my knees and what? I'll show you. He rumbles, his voice deep and husky with what sounds like a want that matches mine. Get on your knees while I grab my phone. I've lost my mind because I obey my enemy, dropping to the floor. My gaze is trained on the way the towel hugs his firm ass. I'd love to bite it. He returns with a wicked smile and his phone in hand. Once he's close to me, he tugs the towel loose. My stare falls to his massive cock that's heavy and bobbing, erect and leaking with pre-cum. Holy shit. Of course his dick would be fucking beautiful. I lick my lips and whimper when his fingers caress my hair. Darting my gaze upward, I meet his penetrative cobalt orbs. You want this, brother? I bristle at his question, more specifically the name. Fuck no. Liar. Lick the tip. But you said that's all I want. Your tongue tasting what you can't have. That's the picture I need, Wonderland. Give it to me, and I go willingly to the damn wedding. I'll make sure Carrie goes too. And you promise to behave? You won't ruin their day? I promise. Okay. I start to reach for his cock, but he smacks my hand away. Just your tongue. With my eyes burning into his, I flick my tongue out and lean forward. His soapy masculine musk fills my nostrils. Fuck, I want to swallow his pretty dick whole. I bring my tongue to the tip and tease a circle around the crown. He positions the camera and inhales a harsh breath when I give the slit a suck, eagerly tasting the tease of his seed. Jesus, he moans. You're a fucking monster. Maybe I won this round indeed. I'm about to grab his hips and take him deep into my mouth when we hear voices. Kenyon drops his phone in his haste to grab his towel and cover up. I pick up the phone and hand it to him after he manages to tie the towel around his waist. We both return to our respective lockers, just as other teammates begin to enter the locker room after their practice. I can still taste his salty essence on my tongue. I've yet to swallow it down, eager to hold onto it for a little while longer. Finally, I swallow the teasing sample of him. A hunger I know will never be sated burns through my veins. Kenyon Voss will ruin me. I can't let this happen. But Summers, It already is happening, and you have no one to blame but yourself.
Chapter 11. Canyon. What did I just agree to? I was so focused on getting Alice's supple, pouty mouth near my dick, I lost all sense of reality. In that moment, I would have cut out my own heart and handed it over to him just to get what I wanted. Him. The feel of his tongue, so hot and wet, teasing my tip, was the single most glorious thing I'd ever felt in my entire life. Just imagine how his throat would feel. After I dress, I step out of the locker room and into the hall. It's empty, so I pull my phone out to discreetly look at the picture I took. Holy shit. My dick remains hard as stone. Want, deep and aching, settles in my bones. I want him, and not in some revenge fuck kind of way. I want to possess him and pin him down, to hear every breathy sound that leaves his throat. The need for him is damn near consuming me. And I have no one to talk to about it. Naomi's face comes to mind. Guilt assaults me. I wronged that poor girl because of my stupid vengeance mission. Her smiles and affection were the only things that got me through each day this past summer. I fucking miss her. Before I can consider what a bad idea it is, I rush out to my challenger, eager to see Nay. I drive to the pizza place she works at, longing for some sense of normalcy in my life. By the time I burst into the restaurant, I'm practically shaking with the need to talk to her. Her dark eyes flit over to mine as soon as I approach the counter. I wait impatiently behind a man placing an order. She never loses stride, her customer service smile firmly affixed, while I stare unabashedly at her. As soon as the man walks off, her smile falls to the ground, shattering at her feet. "What are you doing here?" she demands, her black brows drawing together. I reach across the counter, taking her hand in mine. "Can you take a break? To talk?" Her lips purse together and she gives me a clipped nod. "I'll meet you outside. I just need to let Todd know I'm stepping away." I head back out and sit on the hood of my car waiting for Naomi. A few minutes later, she steps out and crosses her arms over her chest. She keeps her distance from me, which really fucking sucks. "Nay." I trail off and run my fingers through my hair. "You're right." She smirks. "I'm always right." I fight a grin. "Only about 60% of the time." "Try 95, 75, 80. We both chuckle. The banter and friendship between us were always easy. It guts me knowing we've lost that. "I'm sorry." My neck is tense, so I rub at the muscles, trying to find the right words. "Look, I know we can't be together anymore because you like someone else?" She blurts out as I say at the same time, "I'm a stalker." I wince and shake my head. "Nay, I don't. It's just this thing with my dad." "I was with you for a year, Canyon. Even though I lost you last spring to your sadness, and then in the summer to your anger, I still know you. I know your expressions and your moods." It's not like that, though. It feels like a lie. I don't know what it's like. I'm just confused, lost. Her hard expression fades as she steps closer, her caring eyes probing me. "It's not like it's a surprise to me." "What?" "That you like guys, too." I frown at her. "How could you possibly think that?" "Aside from this whole Alice Summers thing," she says, making me fidget at the mention of his name, "I've seen the way you've looked at attractive guys before. There's interest there, sometimes more so than with me. I'd say you're bisexual." "I never looked at anyone while we were together," I argue instead of admitting that she's right. "It was always you." "Until it was him." Fuck. This is not how I saw this conversation going. "Nay, can I be super fucking selfish and ask for something?" "You can. Doesn't mean I'll give it to you." "I need you," I say, sliding off the hood of my car to stand in front of her. "I need us." "There is no us." Her brows scrunch. "I can't be your girlfriend." "I understand." I murmur, lifting my thumb to stroke her shiny dark cheek. But I need my best friend back. You're the only one who gets me. Damon is cool, but with me quitting football, him and the other guys are kind of pissed at me. I've been avoiding them. You see what you're doing to yourself? Naomi asks in a soft tone. Your anger is cutting you off from everyone you care about. I know. I am trying to fix at least one of those wrongs. Please, Nay, don't let this be the end for us. I'm sorry I was a selfish prick who treated you as an accessory rather than a person. We can still be friends, right? I still want to hear you bitch about this stupid job you hate and your bratty sister. I'm pretty sure you miss discussing Mubo na Ikari and want to hear all about the fact my room is clean. I don't miss Mubo na Ikari. She shakes her head, making a sour expression. And it is not. Your room is always a disaster. Alice cleaned it. Her dark eyes widen. He was at your house? Apparently he's teaching Carrie some violin shit. She seemed pretty happy about it. So not only did he go to your house, but he also cleaned your room and survived? She laughs. Now that is a surprise. You're right. You've hooked me. I need to know more. Everything you said was true. The stalking and the anger. And somewhere over the past few days, it's transformed into something else. I don't know what's happening to me, and I have no one who I love or trust to discuss it with. Just you. I sigh and look up at the sky. It's a dick move to ask you to be that person for me, but I'm going crazy, Nay. She laughs and pats my chest. You were always a little unhinged. Now you finally see it. Ha ha. I look down at her, my brow lifted in faux annoyance. All right, she says with a roll of her eyes. We can be friends, but I need something from you too. Name it. I'm going to get out there and start dating again. For several months, I felt alone while inside a relationship, helpless to do anything about it. I want to make sure you're going to be okay because I love you for some dumb reason, but I want you to support me when I start seeing someone else. If you're going to act like a dick and pissy about it, then I'll know all of this talk was bullshit. She places her hands on her hips, lifting a brow as if daring me to argue. That's the deal. As long as it's not Alice, you can date whoever you want. You're not my dad, so I can date whoever I want regardless of what you think. But I have to say, I'm not at all shocked. It's just because he's gay and it'd be a waste of time. I grumble, not meeting her penetrative stare. Right. And because you like him. I do not like him. Not like that. I thought we were supposed to be friends now. You really going to sit there and lie to me? That's the part that doesn't make sense. I spear my fingers through my hair, messing it up. I don't like him. At all. In fact, I've destroyed our relationship because of it. A gesture between us. But I'm fucking attracted to him, Nay. I don't know what's wrong with me. Again, bisexual. No, I mean him. Why him? Why not Damon or your manager Todd? Why not half the football team? Why my enemy? He doesn't have to be your enemy, you know. Maybe we should all go out one day as friends. Me, you, him, and Leon. She shrugs. Get to know him better. Maybe he's not as bad as you have him built up to be in your head. He's not. He's so much more than what I expected. I can't admit that, though. I'm sure Leon would love that. I let out a snort. What does that mean? Like you don't notice the way he looks at you? As a matter of fact, she grinds out, I don't. But in case you need reminding, you're not allowed to get jealous. You're my friend, not my boyfriend. That's it. Is this going to be a problem? No, ma'am. She smacks my arm, grinning. You're such a dick. You still love me? Whatever, boy. I pull her to me for a long hug before releasing her. My spirits are lifted considerably, knowing I haven't completely fucked things up as far as Naomi's concerned. Now, if I could just figure out what the hell I'm going to do about Alice. Intense violin playing can be heard upstairs, and for a moment, I wonder if Alice is here too. But since I didn't see his car out front, I can guess it's just Carrie practicing. Mom isn't in any of the front rooms. No surprise there. So I check her bedroom. She's curled into a ball in the middle of the bed, breathing softly as she sleeps. Her purse is still on the bed beside her. When I pick it up to move it, something rattles. I set it down on the dresser and then fish out a couple of pill bottles. Xanax and Prozac. I suck in a deep breath and exhale slowly. She's depressed, which is no surprise, but seeing the proof of it is difficult. My mood, which had improved after seeing Naomi, immediately turns bitter. Walking upstairs, I make a beeline for Carrie's room. She's no longer playing the violin. I peek inside to find her lying on her back, texting someone. Staying out of trouble? She jolts at my deep voice and flips me off. I'm being an angel, Dad. Dad. She's going to be pissed about what I have to say, but there's no sense in putting it off. I let out a sigh and rip off the proverbial Band-Aid. You know we have to go to the wedding, right? She sits up, her blue eyes wide and horrified. No, we do not. We do. We'll regret it one day if we don't. That's a big fucking lie, but I made a deal with Alice, and keeping my end of the deal means saying whatever's necessary to get my grudge-holding sister there. I will regret nothing. Maybe Dad will regret ruining our family. Frustration rattles through me. I guess this is what Naomi felt like any time I bitched about Dad. I can't pretend to understand or know what Dad was thinking, but it still doesn't change the fact he's getting married, and we need to go. It's a betrayal to Mom if we go. She already expressed to us she wants us to go. Carrie shakes her head, her nostrils flaring. Because she had to. That's what moms are required to say. We're going. Canyon? I'm not. Stop it. Just stop it. Carrie. Why this sudden change of heart anyway? She demands, her neck and face turning splotchy red with her anger. Did Alice put you up to this? I flinch at her words, answering the question without saying anything. Her eyes narrow as she inspects me, as though I'm beneath a microscope. What's in it for me? Both my brows lift in surprise. Is being a good sister not enough? Nope. What do you want? To go with you next time you go to the convention? So you can make fun of me the whole time? She smirks. I mean, it has its perks. You think it's weird? Well, yeah, but mostly I think you're weird. Big difference. Are you going to dress up too? Probably not. I'll merely be there to collect embarrassing evidence for years to come. A stupid smile breaches my face. No one, not even Naomi, has ever been into anime cosplay like I have since I was 12, and stumbled across an episode of Mubona Ikari one day on the internet. From that point on, I was obsessed. What was a childhood love for a Japanese cartoon eventually morphed into a hobby. I can't draw for shit, but given enough time and supplies, I can look like just about any character I want from that show. My parents never quite understood it, but they never told me I couldn't do it. I mean, they're the ones who bought me all this stuff, and it was Dad who usually ended up going to the conventions with me. Ew, you're doing it. Doing what? I frowned, cocking my head to the side. Thinking about your nerdy anime costume party. It's not a costume party. It's way more than... She cuts me off with a wave of her hand. I've heard enough. Are you taking me or not? It's a deal, but you also have to play nice at the wedding. I'll try. It'll have to be good enough. Her phone rings, so I close the door behind me and head back to my room. As soon as I enter and take in the clean space, I can't help but grin. Alice cleaned my room. I swear I can still smell his scent lingering in the air. Flopping down onto the bed, I pull out my phone, trying like hell to avoid the pictures folder. But, like an idiot, I peek anyway. Messy, wet, white blonde hair hanging over his forehead, straight nose, dark lashes fanned over his cheeks, pouty as fuck lips puckered on the tip of my dick. My dick is hard and straining in my pants. Fuck. I'm going to owe Wonderland a Coke.
Chapter 12. Alistair. Hide. But then who will protect Mama? If I pee my pants again, though, I'll be in so much trouble. Trouble for me always means trouble for Mama. I'm a big boy now. I can protect her. I crawl out from under my ratty Star Wars blanket and walk over to the door that's cracked open. His shouting is loud, yelling at Mama for stealing his medicine again. She always cries and calls him a liar when he says it. He doesn't visit often, but when he does, it's always bad. Worse than when the other men come into the house. They usually just do yucky stuff in her room with her. I always cover my ears when I hear those gross sounds. But at least then Mama seems sorta happy. When he visits, all they do is fight. I peek down the hallway to where the light from the living room shines brightly. The smell of Mama's cigarettes is strong. She always smokes lots when she's upset. Slowly, I creep down the hall toward the sound of their voices. Mama's in her chair, a yucky cloud of smoke around her while he walks back and forth, accusing her of lying and stealing. "Are you trying to get me killed?" he bellows at her. "You're an insane, selfish bitch, Tammy." "Go back to your whores, Colin." Mama shows him her middle finger, even though it's bad. "That's where you'd rather be than here taking care of your son." "That's fucking rich coming from you," he growls. "Have you seen this shithole? It's filthy, goddammit. And you want to call me the neglectful parent?" Mama doesn't clean that much, but I try to be a good boy and do it. My room is the easiest to keep clean because Mama doesn't put her beer bottles or old used-up cigarettes or food wrappers in there. Plus, I'm scared of the mice. If I keep my room clean, they stay in the kitchen mostly, and try to get into the cereal boxes or food left on the counters. "I trusted you to keep my shit safe," he snaps, making me jump higher than any time I see a mouse. "And you took it all. Why, so you and your worthless boyfriends could get fucked up?" "Leave." Mama stubs out her cigarette on the arm of the chair and then flicks it at him. "No one wants you here, especially not your son." I don't like it when she calls the bad man my daddy. He's not like the daddies on television or in the books we have to read at school. My friend Felix, who's not in my first grade class but rides the bus with me, has a nice daddy. His daddy is a police officer. I wish my daddy were a good guy who caught the bad ones. "Find me the money," Colin barks out. "I don't care if you have to fuck everyone in this trailer park to get it. By Thursday, I better have that money or you'll what?" Mama yells back. "Hit me? Whoop-de-fucking-do." He backhands her, sending her flying out of the chair and onto the floor. I run toward him without thinking, my small fists curled up. He grunts in surprise when I start wailing on his back. I'm only 6 and small for my age, but I'm angry at him for hurting my Mama again. Like he's a Jedi, he flings me off of him. Then he turns his mean stare on me. I don't like his eyes. They're dark brown like mine, but I'm not mean like him. I wish I had Mama's green eyes. Colin squats in front of me, grabbing my chin in his grip. I whimper because it hurts. He's so big and strong he could probably break my bones just by squeezing. That thought makes me shiver. "Why do you always defend that bitch?" he demands, tilting his head to the side. "It's because you're a sissy mama's boy, huh? Maybe I should take you with me, make a man out of you." I try not to look into his scary eyes that sometimes look like a monster's, instead choosing to look at the powder smeared on his nose. Same kind Mama and her boyfriends like to sniff up. "He's too much like you for that to happen," Mama hisses at him. "You'll be disappointed to discover your child is just another fucked up version of you." Her words hurt my feelings, but I try to ignore them. It's easy to do when I'm focused on the way his strong hand is nearly crushing my face in his grip. "Get me my money, Tammy," Colin says, staring at me with an angry scowl. "Or I'll take it out on the boy." He flips out a sharp knife with his other hand, bringing it to my chest. "I could take payment by carving out his fucking heart." The pee leaks out even though I don't want it to. He always scares me so bad I pee my pants. A frustrated cry escapes me. "You've always been all talk, asshole." Mama sneers, not at all sounding worried that he's going to cut me open and make me die. "Get out of my house. I'll have your money next week." Colin shoves me back, shaking his head in disgust. "Clean yourself up. You're an embarrassment." He rises to his feet and glares at Mama. "Don't fuck me around, woman, or so help me, you'll regret it." He storms out of the trailer, slamming the door behind him. I shakily stand up as Mama does. She rushes over to me, and for a second, I think she's going to hug me and tell me everything will be okay. That only happens when I daydream, though. Instead, she smacks me hard on the cheek. I start to cry, rubbing my cheek. "You always make it worse when you show up pissing yourself." "I'm sorry, Mama. I was trying to save you." She grabs me by the arm, hurting me and making me cry out before she drags me back to my room. With a hard shove, she sends me falling onto my bed in my pee-soaked jammies. My blanket will smell like pee now. "Go to bed. I can't fucking deal with you right now." The door closes hard enough to shake the whole trailer. A mouse squeaks somewhere in my dark room. I scurry under the blanket, even though I still have pee on me, hiding from the mouse that's somewhere in my room. I can't wait to go to school tomorrow. At least there aren't mice running around at school, and the teachers are nice to me. The other kids are funny and have cool stories to tell. For a few hours each day, I feel like a normal boy. I sit upright in bed, a cold sweat soaking through my clothes. For a second, my skin crawls as I make sense of my surroundings. I can almost smell the scent of cigarette smoke and pee lingering in the air. A shiver ripples through me at the thought of mice running all over the place. Quickly, I turn on the bedside lamp and let out a breath of relief to see my immaculate room, vermin-free. A quick peek at my phone tells me it's just after 5 in the morning. Knowing I won't get any more sleep, I swap my soaked t-shirt and shorts for my workout clothes. After pulling on my tennis shoes, I tiptoe downstairs to the house gym. It's massive, and much better equipped than the one at school. I'm surprised to already find Ryan in there running on the treadmill. Usually it's Dad up this early. He stops the machine when he sees me, stopping to towel off the sweat. Even though he's much older than Kenyon, they're so strikingly similar. Same dark hair, same probing stare. They even smile the same way. I clear my throat and nod in greeting. "Hey."
"You're up early."
"Yeah."
"Another nightmare?"
I flinch and cast my stare out the window that overlooks the wooded area behind where we live. "Something like that."
"Stress sometimes taps on old memories,"
Ryan says in a soft, fatherly tone.
"It's okay to acknowledge where you've come from. And where you've gone."
He walks over to me, clutching my shoulder.
"You're safe now."
I close my eyes, cringing at his words. Dad and Ryan were best friends long before they were lovers. It shouldn't bother me that they know everything about the other.
Hope so. She's always been a tough nut to crack. More so than Kenyon.
He smiles in my direction.
"Thank you."
"Not a big deal."
"It is to me. You're a good kid."
He wouldn't think that if he knew what I did to get Kenyon to agree to go to the wedding. It would be mortifying if he ever found out. My only assurance that Ryan will never find out is that it's Canyon's dick in the picture and not mine. I seriously doubt Canyon would want pictures of his dick getting licked to come out, especially to his dad. I continue through my stretches as he benches some weights, grunting with each lift. My mind is all over the place. I hate that it keeps going back to the past, the memories too fresh and painful for me to focus on my workout. Eventually, I give up and take a long shower. I stroke myself with the image of Canyon's heated stare looking down at me as I put my tongue on his dick. I come with a growl, spreading my release under the hot spray of the shower. Drying off, I dress for school and then pick up my phone. I send a text to him. Me. I owe you a Coke. Brother lover. You owe me a lot more than a Coke. Soon we'll figure it all out. I stare at his words, wondering what that means. But since I wasted so much time in the shower, I need to get moving. Quickly, I tidy up my bathroom and make my bed. I tilt my head to the side, straining to hear any squeaks or scratching sounds that seem to still be so loud in my head from my dream. Silence, aside from Dad's and Ryan's muted voices downstairs. I'm not in that trailer anymore. I'm here, in the present. Dad is going to keep me. This will always be my home. Too bad I won't allow myself to actually believe that.
Chapter 13. Canyon. Like the creepy stalker Naomi claims me to be, my eyes immediately find Alice the second I walk into first hour. His usual smugness is gone, and his spine is rigid. Messy blonde hair hangs in his eyes and sticks up in a few spots as though he's been tugging at it. Dark circles ring his eyes, and he seems paler than usual. Seeing him on edge puts me on edge. Making a beeline straight for him, I sit behind him and lean forward to bring my mouth close to his ear. Afraid I'm going to kick your ass in this class? I taunt, though lacking my usual venom. He turns slightly, offering me his profile. A smirk tugs at the corner of his lips. Never crossed my mind. We both know I'm better at everything. The urge to touch him is nearly maddening. I curl my hands into fists so I don't do something stupid like run my fingers through his hair to smooth it back down. I haven't sucked dick before, but I'm pretty sure I could outperform you there. I throw back, my voice barely a whisper against his ear. He shivers and turns his body more toward me. His dark eyes drink me in, ravenous and greedy. The heat that burns from him scorches into me. I catch the scent of lime, which makes my mouth water for another taste. Needing confirmation that I've done just that, tasted him before I let my eyes drift to the fading purple bruises on his neck. My dick thickens as I remember how I pinned him down and sucked on his neck. Stop looking at me like that, he grumbles, his voice raspy. It's so obvious. I sit back, burned by his words, darting my gaze around the classroom. No one is paying any attention to us, except Naomi. When I shake my head in denial, she rolls her eyes at me before leaning forward to chat up Leon. I drag my stare back to Alice. Why do you look like shit, Wonderland? Nightmares keep you up all night? He flinches, shooting a nasty glare at me. He told you? Who? Your dad? His jaw clenches and his brown eyes blaze with fury. Unbelievable. In case you forgot, I grind out, irritated by his pissy attitude. I don't speak to my dad unless I have to. We certainly don't talk about you. Relief floods through him, making his shoulders relax. Oh, you ratted yourself out, man, I say with a vicious grin. What could a rich, spoiled kid like you possibly have nightmares about? Losing your chair and orchestra to my baby sister? A flat tire on your Range Rover? Falling on your face at the track meet? Fuck off. He swivels back around facing the front of the classroom. I study how his entire body is coiled and tense. Whatever is going on with him doesn't really have to do with me, I don't think. For some reason I want to know. Why? I'm not sure. It's not like I even like the guy. Liar. While I wait for the bell to ring, I hunt online, searching for a new Daisuke cosplay wig. At last year's Anime Con, I hated the fact that at least 15 other people had the same black and orange-tipped wig. This year, I want something custom and different. The bell rings and class begins, but my mind is still on Anime Con. Adapted to anime from a popular weekly manga serial published in a Tokyo magazine, Mubona Ikari is popular at the conventions because it's so widely watched and has been around for years. The two feuding families in the series, the Kinoshitas and the Miyazakis, spend all 9 seasons battling for various reasons. Daisuke Kinoshita comes from a good family, but he's restless and causes trouble. His nemesis, Chibi Miyazaki, lives with a notoriously evil Tokyo crime family, but craves a normal life. The main battle between the two boys is that they continuously envy the other's life. It isn't until the 5th season that a tricky Majo puts a spell on the boys, trading their bodies. At first, they enjoy the other's life, but when they realize it's not all they expected it to be, they soon want to go back home. After they're switched back, they secretly form a friendship behind closed doors, and ultimately, they find love with each other. The bell rings again and I shake away my daydreaming. There was a time when I'd get into so much trouble at school for sneak reading Mubona Ikari manga. My schoolwork always fell by the wayside as I got lost in Daisuke and Chibi's world. By the time I gather my things and step out of the classroom, Alice is nowhere to be found. My gaze drifts to where Naomi chats with Leon, and then I'm tracking Alice again. I find him at a vending machine, bent over to retrieve his drink. His jeans hug his ass, making me salivate. I can't even lie to myself that he isn't hot because my dick perks all the way up anytime I see him. I'm attracted to my enemy. I don't know what to do about it either. You going to tell me what has your panties in a twist? I ask, leaning a shoulder against the machine. He straightens and twists the cap off his Coke. Nope. Our eyes remain locked as he tips the bottle up. I watch the dark liquid rush between his pouty lips and into his mouth. He swallows, and I track that movement too, fixated on how his Adam's apple bobs. It makes me wonder just how far it would protrude with my dick pushed deep into it. Am I sucking you off right here in front of everyone? Alice taunts, his wicked brown eyes flickering. I glance over my shoulder, thankful no one is nearby. You'd like that. I know how you taste. He steps closer, flashing his white teeth at me, reminding me of the semi-evil Chibi from Mubona Ikari. So yeah, Voss, I'd like that. His tongue darts out of his mouth, licking over his bottom lip. I stifle a groan because I can practically feel the needy, wet feel of it on the tip of my dick again. If there weren't a hallway full of our peers, I'd almost be tempted to grab the front of his shirt and haul him to me. Then what? Taste his taunting words right from his mouth? I bet they taste like Coke and limes and a little bit like victory. Oh, he says, his brown eyes burning into me. I almost forgot. I owe you this. He thrusts the Coke my way, shoving it against my chest. From this morning? My hand curls around his smaller one that's holding the soda. Images of him in his bed, with his hand stroking his dick, have a low growl rumbling from me. I lean toward him, inhaling his scent like I could get high from it. You're playing with fire, I warn. It's going to burn when it consumes you. He stands on his toes, bringing his mouth to my ear. I'm not scared of a little heat. His hot breath sends shivers of want rippling through my body. You'd better walk away, Wonderland, or I won't be held responsible for what I do to you in front of everyone. That'll surely get back to your daddy. My words have their desired effect because he jerks away, glowering at me. I uncap the Coke and bring it to my lips, winking at him. He shoves his middle finger in my face before storming off. I'm grinning after him when Naomi sidles up beside me. Wow. I wipe the smile off my face and look down at her, eyebrows knitted together as I study the sassy girl who stuck by my side through some of my shittiest moments. What? Just weird seeing it confirmed. She shrugs as though her words don't stab me right in the gut. We were arguing, I say lamely. No, Canyon, that's not at all what you two were doing. You were eye-fucking and sharing a Coke like a couple. I balk at her words and shake my head. Nay, come on, she says, rolling her eyes at me. Let's get to class. Eye-fucking. Sharing a Coke like a couple. Here I thought I was taunting Alice because that's what we do. But it turns out he's mind-fucking me just as much as I thought I was doing to him. I'm so screwed. Yo! Gage calls out from the bench on the football field. I walk away from the group that's stretching on the track and toward the guy I've had to begrudgingly put up with over the years since he's in my circle of friends. What's up? He's bigger than me, with all his Blood Gators football gear on, a fact his smug self seems to appreciate. I walk right up to him, not daunted by the stupid show of intimidation. Gage and I have always tolerated each other because we were teammates who shared the same friends. I've never liked him the way I do Kane and Damon, though. Something about him irritates me, always has. Coach will let you back on the team, he says, eyeing me as though he can't seem to understand why. He thinks you're going through a phase. His words rankle me. I'm happy where I'm at. Running with that faggot? It takes a second for the slur to catch up to my brain. The fuck you say? Come on, Voss. He scoffs, his lip curling up. You can't actually enjoy doing this track shit. Is it because you want to show up Summers, or because you're hoping he'll let you suck on his dick? I shove him hard, sending him flying backward over the bench. He lands on his back with a grunt. With a growl, he leaps back to his feet, his hands fisted as rage thrums through him, making him shake. Maybe you prefer it up the ass. No wonder you couldn't satisfy Naomi. My fist swings out, but it stopped when two arms grab me from behind. Damon steps in front of Gage to keep him from coming after me. It takes me a second to recognize the salty lime scent that belongs to Alice. I try to shake him off me, but he's tugging me away from Gage. That's what I thought, Gage barks at me. He makes a crude gesture of sucking a dick, which sets me off. Before I can charge at him again, Alice twists me around and shoves me back toward the track. What the hell? I snap, glowering at him over my shoulder. You fight with him, and you'll be suspended from the track meet on Saturday. So? So how am I supposed to gloat for beating your ass when your ass isn't there to beat? His dark brow lifts in question. I kind of need you there to stroke my ego. The devious glint in his mahogany orbs alludes to much more than his ego being stroked. Fucking Summers. He's a little shit stirrer in my life. It's annoying. Come on, he says, motioning with a chin nod to the track. Let's have a little preview of this weekend. Smug bastard. When I beat him by a 16th of a second, I feel on top of the world. I'm doubled over, panting for air, when I catch his amused expression. Fucker let me win, asshole. I flip him off and growl, again. The next time, he beats me all too easily, and damn if I still don't feel on top of the world.
Chapter 14. Alistair. I don't know where Kenyon is by the time I reach his house after practice with Carrie in tow, but I'm eager for another chance to snoop around in his space without him breathing down my neck. While Carrie makes some pizza rolls for us, I head upstairs to sneak another peek into Kenyon's room. I twist the knob and push inside, immediately annoyed to find the bed in disarray and more clothes littering the floor. I'm thankful to see he's washed my clothes. They're folded neatly and sitting at the end of his unmade bed. I shove them into my bag before dropping it to the floor so I can do something about his mess. Cleaning up his space goes quicker since it's not as bad as the last time I was in here. I carry a pair of shoes into his closet and find more discarded clothes in there that need picking up. When I find a whole row of costumes hanging, I snigger. What the actual fuck? I push the hangers down along the pole and then slowly push each outfit aside. Most are some variation of a similar-looking ensemble, a high-collared black button-up jacket with orange stitching. Above the costumes on a shelf is a clear plastic tub filled with what looks like wigs. So fucking weird. Wait a minute. I walk back into his room, and my eyes fixate on the Mubona Ikari, whatever the fuck that means, poster on the wall. One character, with black hair and orange at the ends, bares his teeth and holds a sword outward. The other character, a smaller guy with white hair that hangs down over one eye while shaved short on the other side, smirks as he toys with a small but lethal-looking knife at his side. Obviously, it's a good versus evil story. The sword dude is the bad guy for sure, making sense as to why Canyon wants to dress up like him. I snort out a laugh.
Something funny?
That's twice now this guy has caught me nosing around in his room. I shrug and gesture at the poster. Didn't take you for a nerd. Heat envelops me from behind, and Canyon rests his chin on top of my head. It should feel condescending as fuck, but it doesn't. Warmth curls in my balls at our proximity. His soapy scent invades me, taking up residence in my lungs.
Anime isn't nerdy. It happens to be really popular,
he argues, his breath tickling my hair. I suck in and hold my own breath when his palms settle on my hips. Not wanting to break the moment because his touch feels like electricity pulsating through me, I remain perfectly still and say, "But the dressing up as the villain is the nerdy part."
No, I dress up as Daisuke. He's the good guy.
He's dressed in black and looks mean. I point to the bigger character with black and orange hair. Looks villainous to me.
Actually,
he says, his voice hitching and sounding giddy.
Chibi is technically the villain. Well, his parents are. He was basically born into a Japanese mob family. Their families are enemies. Through over half the series, Chibi and Daisuke are always battling.
My eyes flutter closed when I feel his fingers tease at the flesh just above the waistband of my jeans and under my t-shirt. His touch is frustrating. I want to hate it, but I don't. Not even close. What happens halfway through the series? My voice is a mere whisper, gravelly and hoarse.
They get a taste of each other's lives. Before they knew what the other dealt with day to day, they were envious of each other.
His palm slides up over my stomach, making me nearly whimper.
Once they saw how it really was for the other, they began to feel bad. They went from hating each other to understanding each other to befriending each other.
So, enemies to friends? His chin leaves the top of my head to brush his lips against my ear. This time, I can't contain the shudder that trembles through me.
Enemies to lovers.
My heart pounds hard in my chest. Whatever war that's been going on between us feels out of our control now. We've somehow gone from opposing sides to meeting in the middle. The magnetism drawing us together rather than pushing us apart. I want him to unfasten my jeans and take my cock in his hand, to stroke me until I come, just like this, while we stare at the dumb cartoon characters. His hand tickles its way up toward my pectoral muscle, dragging my t-shirt up along with it. He brushes a thumb over my hard nipple, making me squeak out in surprise.
So sensitive.
He taunts before pinching me.
I bet you'd let me do filthy things to you. Like bite your nipple while my dick was inside you. Am I right?
I groan at his words and give him a clipped nod. When he takes control of my body like this, I can't think straight. I forget all reasoning and lose sense of reality. We may as well be the two characters on the wall.
You want me to fuck you even though you hate me.
His whispered words seem to tingle through my every nerve ending.
Don't you?
I don't hate you. He tugs at my nipple again.
Well, I hate you enough for the both of us.
You're so full of shit. I cry out when he shoves me against the wall, his body pressing against me so I feel the very stone-like impression of his massive cock. His grip on my nipple relaxes, and he lazily rolls it between his thumb and finger, driving me insane with need. Canyon, I beg. Please.
What do you want, Wonderland?
I don't fucking know. I just... His other hand snakes down to palm my dick over my jeans. A moan tumbles out of me. Hot lips find the side of my neck, sending currents of fiery desire straight to my balls.
I want it too,
Canyon admits.
Fuck how I do.
We're breathing heavily and writhing against one another when I hear Carrie's voice as she comes up the stairs. Pizza rolls are ready. Canyon jerks back, stumbling away a few steps. I pull myself from the wall and keep my back to the door so his sister doesn't see my raging erection. Coming? I rasp out. Just admiring this, art. Ew, not you too, she grumbles from the doorway. I'll be in my room. Canny, I left some pizza rolls downstairs for you.
Thanks,
Canyon grunts out. As soon as she walks off, I swivel around to face Canyon. His blue eyes are electric with feral want burning in them. I lick my lips, enjoying when his gaze falls to my mouth. We stare at each other for a long beat before I let out a rush of air and start for the door. I'm passing by him when his hand seizes my bicep. I twist my head up to look at him. With our faces inches apart, I can almost imagine his lips on mine, probing and curious and hungry. He leans forward, his nose brushing against mine, causing my eyes to flutter closed. The warmth of his breath this close is exhilarating. I part my lips, eager for his mouth on mine.
Better leave, Wonderland. Or...
His thumb drags along my bottom lip. I pop my eyes open to meet his intense, penetrating stare. Or what?
There is no or. Just leave.
Okay, I croak out, unmoving. In a second. We remain like living, breathing statues, fixated on each other for an indeterminable amount of time. Far longer than a second. Maybe minutes or hours.
Walk away,
Canyon murmurs, breaking the silence with his gravelly words.
Walk away before I don't let you.
Captive to the villainous boy with a nerdy secret love for cartoons? It takes everything in my power to pull away from his magnetic presence. Every single drop of my willpower. This mind-altering addiction that is Canyon Voss has the power to completely obliterate me. Later, Voss.
That's a promise.
The chill that shivers down my spine is invigorating and wakes parts of me I didn't know existed. It's not until I escape his delicious scent and fiery proximity that I finally breathe in a calming breath. This guy, my soon-to-be stepbrother, is changing my world. I'm still undecided whether I hate it or not. Brother lover. On your birthday, 2 weeks, be ready. I yawn, staring down at my phone, wondering what in the hell that even means. Me. Should I be scared? He doesn't respond, which annoys me. It's late and I should go to bed, but my mind is still on Canyon. It was difficult to focus on my lesson with Carrie when my blood was still burning hot for her brother. By the time I made it home, though, I'd cooled, and reality crept back into my mind. I can't do this with Canyon, whatever this is. It feels good when it's just the two of us, locked away by ourselves. He's not a twat like usual, and our chemistry is undeniable. If it were anyone else, I'd pursue the hell out of him and try to make something happen between us. He's going to be my step-brother. Dad would kill me. I can almost see the disgusted look on Dad's face, one mixed with hurt and betrayal. He took me in when I needed a family, and letting his fiancé's son fuck me would basically be shitting on everything he's done for me. He might kick me out. Worse, never speak to me again. Bile churns in my gut. The wind picks up outside, making the house creak, and with it my anxiety spikes as I hear every little sound. Was that a squeak? I strain my ears, listening for evidence. Another groaning, cracking sound. Another squeak. That was definitely a squeak. Mice. Fuck no, fuck no, fuck no, fuck no. My heart rate picks up, the beats erratic and wild inside my chest. The thrumming makes it hard to hear the other sounds. Panic rises up inside me. They're in my room, and I can't hear them. What if they climb up on my bed, crawl all over me while I sleep? Fuck no, fuck no, fuck no, fuck no. A full-bodied shiver trembles through me. I tuck the blankets around my body, leaving no room for mice to crawl inside with me. Once I'm buried beneath the blanket, I try not to hyperventilate in the small, airless space. My skin crawls, and I twitch as I think maybe the mice are trying to get under the blanket with me. A whimper escapes me. Don't, Alice, don't do this. In the past, when my panic attacks would consume me, Dad would remind me what my therapist taught me. He'd sit with me and distract me until the moment passed. Dad, I need Dad. Dad! Tears prickle at my eyes as I gulp in the hot air beneath the blanket. I try to cry out for him, but nothing comes out. All I have is my phone, trapped in my death grip. With shaky hands, I swipe it open. I find myself on Instagram and on Canyon's page before I realize what I'm doing. Thud. Seeing his bright, mischievous cobalt eyes has me calming considerably. I swallow down the stomach acid, making its way up my throat, and start scrolling through his pictures. There's a lot of him with Naomi. A few of them kissing, but most of them are possessive ones, where he has her tucked under his arm. What would it feel like to be that person? Would he tuck me against him when the panic attacks threatened to eat me alive with imaginary mice from my past? Would he rest his head on my chin and whisper that everything is going to be okay? He's your enemy, dumbass. In his room, when he was touching me, we felt far from enemies. We felt like lovers. On a whim, I reach out to him on Instagram messages. Me. What's happening in 2 weeks besides my birthday? It shows he's seen the message right away, and then he's typing. Canyon.
Me kicking your ass at the 100-meter?
Me. Well, you just hinted, so. Canyon.
You okay?
My heart stutters at his question. I'm able to imagine his arms around me, and his expensive cologne invading my senses. He can't be your boyfriend, idiot, because he'll be your stepbrother. A picture comes through of him, standing shirtless in his kitchen, a bottle of Coke at his lips, and the most incendiary, suggestive, sexy smirk on his face. Then he sends another message. Canyon,
I owe you one of these.
It's then I forget all about mice and panic attacks and stepbrothers. All I can think about is Canyon Voss, my dick, and the fact I'll owe him a Coke, too.
Chapter 15. Canyon. The cool morning air is invigorating. With football, our games were always at night, and most practices were in the afternoon. The track meet, though, is early and on our home turf. Dew still coats the grass on the football field, and a small breeze keeps the late August morning from being suffocating. I stretch while I wait for Alice to arrive. Somewhere over the course of the week, I've gone from hating him and wanting to ruin his life to looking forward to being in his presence. As Naomi says, I'm a stalker. I'm supposed to be terrorizing him, ruining his life, taunting him. So why the hell would I rather pin him to my bed or the wall and have my filthy way with him instead? The other teammates trickle onto the track, a sea of black shorts and jerseys with the Blood Gators logo in red and white on the fronts. Yesterday after practice, Coach passed out our uniforms. Somehow, he managed to get my same football number, 9, which made me secretly happy. Alice's number was 1, which doesn't surprise me since he has to be the best at everything. Today, I'm going to whip his ass on the track. A smile tugs at my lips, just imagining how annoyed he'll be to get beat. My body thrums with the need to compete. It's in my blood to try to be the best, knocking everyone out of line along the way. Carrie's the same when it comes to violin. But where she can't nudge over the perfect Alice Summers, I will easily soar past him on the track. Since it's a home meet, the bleachers are mostly filled with black and red supporters, with only a few green and white from the opposite side. I learned this week from Coach Davies that the sport is pretty competitive where we live in Florida. Where most high schools across the nation have outdoor track seasons beginning in March, ours runs the entire school year. The tri-meets, quad meets, and invitationals will happen with everyone else in the spring. The fall season is more of a practice one for our area. With football lasting only a few months, I'm looking forward to being in an all-year sport my senior year of high school. Someone whistles, and I jerk my attention to the entry gate. Alice struts in, body relaxed, with both our dads beside him. I'm filled with a mixture of unease, anger, and excitement at seeing them. Dad's eager grin nearly chases away my anger. It would be easy to slip into our old relationship, him being the supportive parent who encouraged me to do what I love. But then I think of Mom, how she's not here, though she wants to be, because she has to work. He left us. "Looking good, bud," Dad says, his blue eyes twinkling as he greets me. "It's weird seeing you out here without your gear on, but I'm looking forward to watching you compete. Give Alice here a run for his money." He playfully pulls Alice to him, messing up his hair. The familiarity with which they act sours my stomach. It must be evident on my face because Dad's smile falls and Alice tugs out of his hold. "Ready to lose, loser?" Alice asks, a taunting smirk on his face, effectively distracting me from all thoughts of Dad. I try, and fail, not to look at his lips. Why are they so full and pink and pouty? "We both know I'm going to beat you today," I throw back with a smug grin. "You might want to get your number changed from 1 to 2. Quinn chuckles and gives Alice an affectionate squeeze of his shoulder. "We'll be in the stands." Then, to me, he says, "We're going to head up to the meat market for some steak and chicken after this. Your dad is going to grill out. We'd love to have you over for dinner." "Yeah, sure," I grunt out, avoiding Dad's relieved smile. As soon as they walk off, I take a moment to stare at Alice. His white blonde hair is messy and sticking up on one side. He keeps his hair longer than me, and it's sometimes shaggy looking, hanging into his eyes and over his ears. The jersey is tied on his lean runner's body and shows off his lightly muscled arms. When he stretches his arms above his head and I catch a peek of his dark underarm hair that's the same color as his eyebrows and roots, my mind wanders to where else his hair is dark. "You can't suck me off here in front of our dads," he says, his deep brown eyes filled with mirth. "There's always later." I smirk as my gaze roams down to the front of his shorts, a semi-erection evident beneath the black material. "You're not going to get inside my head and mind-fuck me before the meet." I lick my lips, enjoying his sharp breath in response. Though I must say I wouldn't mind having you on your knees right about now. He grumbles, bending over to touch his toes. We both know it's an effort to hide how his dick perks up for me. "Come on, Wonderland, you're supposed to put up better walls than that." I move to where I can see his ass while I stretch. When I was with Naomi, I always liked her ass. Seeing Alice's tight and muscular as the shorts strain over it, I realize I'm most definitely an ass man, no matter the sex. A fine ass is a fine ass. "Are you seriously checking me out in front of everyone?" Alice asks in an exasperated tone over his shoulder. "Like you don't know that ass is hot. Whatever. Did all those guys who fucked you appreciate it? Go away. Did they worship it? Fuck off, Voss. Did you let them bite it? I'd pay good money to be able to bite it and leave a bruise that'd have you remembering me every time you sat down. You're a dick of massive proportions." I laugh and shrug. Most of that sentence is correct in the sense my dick is huge, but you already knew that. Unbelievable. He sighs and shoots me a penetrative glare. What are we doing? Warming up? No. Us. There is no us. He snorts out a laugh of disbelief. Okay. Aww, I tease. You want to be my boyfriend, bro? His middle finger flies up, and then he storms off toward Coach Davies. I strut after him, pleased at riling him up. After Coach hypes us up and the meet starts, I lose myself to the sport, eager to see my teammates do well. Our football team was always exceptional, with a lot of the players moving on to play for the University of Florida. They swap out their black and red for blue and orange, but still a Gator through and through. I'm just surprised to see the track team is also good. A dude named Mikhail, a 6'5" black guy on our team, annihilates on the high jump. I'm so fascinated by his form and skill, I nearly miss being called out for my race. We line up, our school's 100-meter dash runners alternating with our opponent. I'm in the second lane, and Alice is in the fourth. Everything around me turns into a blur as we ready ourselves for the whistle, hunched down and poised to spring forward. I'm hyper-focused, intense on only one thing. Winning. The whistle blows, and I launch into a sprint, pushing myself harder than ever. The pounding of spikes on pavement is all that can be heard behind me. When a flash of blonde meets my peripheral, I dig deep and fly forward with a surge of determination. I cross the finish line and come to a stop not far away. The announcer calls out the winner. Senior Canyon Voss for the Blood Gators in first for the 1-meter dash with an astonishing 10.9 seconds. In second place is Senior Alistair Summers, also for the Blood Gators with an impressive 10.11 seconds. Coach is congratulating us as I try to catch my breath. My hamstrings and calves are on fire, but my heart is pumping like it'll never tire. I double over, resting my palms on my knees as my gaze searches for Alice. Is he pissed? When my eyes meet his dark brown ones, pride shines in them, not anger. His smile is wide. He seems proud of me, which makes my heart twist painfully in my chest. Next time, he vows, panting heavily. I'll beat you next time. You can try. You two are impossible, Davies says with a chuckle. Go grab some water. On wobbly legs, I walk beside Alice. My fingertips brush against his, but neither of us shies away from the other. We take a seat on the bench, side by side, our thighs touching. Despite sweating my ass off, his proximity sends a chill down my spine. Good job, Kenny, he teases, planting his hand on my thigh and squeezing. Next time, maybe you can try running with a boner. See if it impacts your time like it did mine. I flash him a teasing grin. I ran with full football gear on and cleats. I think I can handle my dick getting a little hard for you. For me. His dark brow lifts in question. It certainly isn't getting hard for anyone else. The truth hovering around us like the thick, now muggy Florida air is almost too much to take. After a quick shower and change in the locker room, I head out to the bakery to see Mom and tell her the good news. I've yet to visit her because I thought she'd be ashamed of working at the grocery store, but now I realize it was my anger and shame preventing me from going, not hers. I can be such a prick sometimes. Mom would have loved to have gone to the meet if she could have. I can't be upset with her for having to work, and it's a dick move to throw in her face that she doesn't need to work. I'm going to try being a better son and brother for Mom and Carrie. I have to be. After I park my Challenger in 2 spots so no dipshit door dings me, I walk into the grocery store. I'm thankful I wore shorts and a light t-shirt since it quickly went from nice to stifling in a matter of hours. Once inside, I make a beeline over to the bakery. I'm peering into one of the display cases, eyeballing a chocolate cake with candy bar pieces all over it and wondering if Mom did this one, when a guy grunts at me. Can I help you? I lift my gaze, meeting the stare of a Hispanic guy with neck tattoos. His white apron is pristine and contradicts his menacing appearance. Clearing my throat, I nod at him. Yeah, I'm here to see Amy Voss. His brows furl as he studies me. Who's asking? Her son? She ain't here. He runs his tongue over his teeth and smirks. You need anything else? I know she's here. I dart my gaze to the back. She's on shift today. No, man, she ain't. Did she go home early? My voice is so low, it almost sounds like a whisper, or maybe that of a scared child. I ain't seen her in a couple weeks, kid. Not since she... He laughs, lifting his chin at me. I'm no snitch. Amy's cool. Tell her Jose says hey. Since she what? I grind out, my temper flaring. Not my business. He turns and struts back over to a pan of cookies. I glare at him for a few seconds before storming off. A couple of weeks? What does that even mean? Do they have different shifts or something? My mind buzzes the entire drive home. This has to be a misunderstanding, and that guy has to be lying. Mom would go to my meet, especially knowing how important it was to me. By the time I pull into our driveway, I've calmed myself down. It's Mom, for fuck's sake. She's not going to do anything to hurt me. I walk inside, barreling straight to her bedroom. I'm expecting her to be sick or something, not sleeping, in her bakery uniform. Mom? You feeling okay? Just tired. Long day. Unease settles in my gut when I hear the slight hitch of her voice. Something's off. How is the meet? She murmurs, her head buried beneath the pillows. Did you win your races? Mom. Silence. Mom, look at me. Still she doesn't move. Mom, Jesus Canyon, I'm tired. She snaps, sitting up to glower at me. What do you want? I flinch at her harsh tone and study her disheveled appearance. Her hair is limp and slightly greasy. The makeup she put on is smudged. Dark circles ring her bloodshot eyes. Are you okay, Mama? I'm fine. I just need sleep. You're just acting strange. And the guy at the bakery said, you were checking up on me? I wanted to tell you about the meet. Did your father put you up to this? Mom, I wish everyone would leave me the fuck alone. I gape at her, feeling the slice of her words as they cut deep into me. Her own kid. She wants her own kid to leave her alone. You don't even work there, do you? My voice is low and rattles as emotion claws its way up my throat. You've been lying. Out! She screams, pointing at her door. Get the hell out! My eyes sting because I barely recognize the woman in front of me. This wasn't the same person who attended every school function, baked the best treats at any holiday, or patiently taught me how to drive. The woman before me is someone else. I clear my throat and swallow. Okay. My heart thunders in my chest as I wait for her to apologize, to tell me she didn't mean to be cruel. I pause, holding out to see if my mom will show her face again, chasing off this lady I don't know. She falls back onto the pillows, dragging one over her face. Close the door on your way out, she mutters, the sound muffled. I step out of her room and quietly close the door behind me with a soft click. Pain lances across my chest, only to be chased away by anger. This is his fault, Dad. He severed himself from our family, and Mom's been on a downward spiral ever since. I'm left here to stitch it all back together again, and I can't. I fucking can't. I don't know how to. The familiar fury I'd welcomed in this summer and let fuel me come surging in like a wildfire, decimating parts of me I thought were trying to heal. Wrath is like a beast roaring inside me, ravenous and bloodthirsty. I want him to pay for taking away my mother when he walked away from us. I want him to hurt like we do. I want to destroy him like he did with me and Carrie and Mom, but worse. So, back to my original plan. Make him pay. Make them pay. Starting with Alice.
Chapter 16. Alistair. Ginger and Nutmeg yap, running in excited circles around my feet as they wait for me to answer the door. Figuring it's Canyon coming for dinner, I fling it open, a smile already tugging at my lips. It is Canyon. But gone is the guy who's been getting inside my head, flirting with me and challenging me at every turn. We're back to the crazy asshole. His handsome face is twisted into a hateful sneer, his blue eyes nearly glowing with rage. Both fists are clenched at his sides, veins popping out of his arms like he's going to transform into a supervillain at any second. The muscles on his neck are taut and straining. I swear to fuck, steam is coming out of his nose. Someone's about to get their ass kicked. I take a step backward, but as though he's tethered to me, he takes one forward, entering my house. Another step is mirrored by him. He flings the door closed with a loud slam, ignoring the two furballs barking in excitement at our feet. When my ass bumps against the banister to the stairs, I lift my chin, meeting his glare. "What's your problem?" I bark out, my own anger catching fire inside me. His hand seizes my jaw in a punishing grip as he painfully digs his fingers into my flesh. I grab hold of his t-shirt to push him away, but he crowds closer, pinning me to the banister with his massive frame. My heart stutters in my chest, in a mixture of healthy fear and seriously unhealthy lust. "You," he snarls, his nostrils flaring at the word as though it tastes sour on his tongue. "Your father? Mine?" His fingers tighten, making a soft whimper escape me. "The three of you are homewreckers." I struggle against his hold, both of my hands joining the fight to push him away from me. He leans into me, letting his weight press against me so I can feel his strength and power. I'm not going anywhere until he releases me. "Fuck off, bro," I hiss. "You're not welcome here." "You don't get to tell me to leave. I said, get the hell out!" I land a punch in his side, making him gasp for breath. His grip loosens enough for me to slip out of his hold, ducking around him and darting up the stairs. Thunderous footsteps sound behind me. I rush down the hallway and right into my studio. The door is nearly closed behind me when his muscular arm slides in, and he uses his strength to push into the room with me. Stumbling back a few steps, I curse the fact I've just trapped myself in closed quarters with a charging bull. He flings the door closed, the loud slamming echoing in my ears. I glance over at my sculpture I've been working on late at night when I can't sleep. It's taken me a couple of days to get the shape of it right. Based on how pissed Canyon is, I see how this is going to go down. As though he can read my mind, he laughs, cold and cruel. "I'm not going to break your shit. I'd rather break you." I put space between us, standing on the other side of a table. "What the hell happened, man? We were cool and now we aren't?" "Nothing happened." His eyes dart away and his shoulders go tense. Liar. "And we were never cool. I tolerated you and I'm over it." "That's bullshit," I growl. "Tell me what the fuck happened." "You did," he bellows, a flash of pain glimmering in his eyes. "You and your dad ruined everything." In a ninja-type move I'm sure he learned on his nerdy anime shit, he hops over the table, charging at me once more. I trip over my own feet, falling hard on my ass, taking him down with me. My head hits the floor hard enough for stars to glitter around me. And then, darkness. I hear it squeaking. Oh God, I feel it, crawling on my blanket. "Mama," I whimper. "Mama." She doesn't come to my rescue, so I wish for Colin to save me instead. He says he doesn't do drugs anymore like Mama still does with her friends. The drugs used to make Colin mean, but he's not as scary anymore, not like the mice. They're terrifying. More scary and awful than when Mama shakes me so hard my teeth rattle. Since Colin isn't mean and doesn't hit her anymore, she lets her boyfriends do it to her instead. And whenever I try to save her from them, she lets them smack me around, telling me I got what I deserved. Sometimes they lock me in the closet. Another squeak has me crying out in fear, my attention back on the tugging of the blanket as the mouse crawls on me. Hitting the blanket with my fist, I send the monster thudding to the floor. The squeak is louder, angrier, and the scratch of its feet can be heard as it scampers across the floor. A full-bodied shudder trembles through me. I hate them. I hate the mice. I hate the Wonderland. I blink open, my eyes open, shivering at the lingering dark memories. The whining I'd heard wasn't me as a boy, but the me now, scared and worried. Scared and worried. Canyon's furious glare is gone. His brows are dipped in concern, which has my chest squeezing. He's sprawled on top of me from our fall, but instead of beating my ass, his thumb is gently stroking my cheek.
You hit your head,
he murmurs.
and then you...
I reach up, overcome with the urge to touch him, to connect to this reality and shed the past. My fingers run through his soft hair, tracing the curve of his skull until I reach his nape. The hair there is trimmed short and prickly, compared to the longer tresses on top. He groans when my thumb runs along the shell of his ear. I don't understand, I whisper. I don't understand how we were almost friends, and then my words are silenced when he dips down, his soft lips lightly brushing over mine. I freeze, unsure where he's taking this, but eager to find out. Rather than kiss me, his breath tickles my lips.
I've never kissed a guy before,
he admits, the sound barely audible.
No, it's all I can think about.
I part my lips, fully aware of everywhere his larger, more muscular body presses into me. He's aroused, like myself, his erection pressing shamelessly against me. Don't think. I slide my palm to the back of his head, drawing him to me. Do. His lips kiss mine softly, and then a growl rumbles through him. He presses his tongue against mine, his need to dominate me a potent flavor I can't get enough of. I moan as he kisses me deeply. It's filled with longing and curiosity and pure lust. Teeth nip at my bottom lip, sending fire licking its way down my spine on a path to my balls. I'm aching for friction and release and whatever else his body might offer me. Fuck. This is my future step-brother. Dad wouldn't kill me, he'd just disown me. Where would I be then? In some mice-infested trailer like when I was a kid? You're supposed to be a shitty kisser, I complain, turning my head as I speak, trying to find the strength to stop whatever is happening.
Sorry to disappoint.
His hot breath tickles my jaw. He presses kisses along the way, the path to my neck now his new agenda. Canyon, I cry out as his tongue teases my flesh below my ear. We have to stop this.
We do?
I run my fingers through his hair, lifting my hips, aching to feel his cock grinding against me. He sucks on my neck, gifting me with more hickeys I'll have to answer for later. A mule escapes me the second I feel his fingers on my stomach, where my shirt has ridden up. All resolve to push him away and stop the kissing and touching fades. Fiery need chases away logic and reasoning, leaving me a burning pile of want.
You taste so good,
he murmurs near my ear.
So fucking good.
His large palm slides up beneath my shirt, fingertips drifting over one of my nipples before reaching my collarbone. He touches the silver chain around my neck, tugging at it as if to test its strength. Don't break it. I grip his hair, pulling his head back so I can see his eyes. Please? He nods, his dark brows knitting together.
I won't.
His lips descend back on mine as he toys with the necklace. I quickly lose myself to the teasing of his teeth and tongue. I've been kissed lots of times, but never like this. Like I matter. Like I'm more than a means to get off. Like maybe I have answers to the mysteries of the universe. It's addictive and mesmerizing to be worshipped by someone's mouth. as though your taste is a drug for them and each whimper is sustenance they greedily need to devour. He ravishes my mouth like he may never get a chance to kiss anyone on this earth ever again. The intensity with which he owns my mouth with his leaves me breathless and lightheaded. The voices that can be heard nearby are like knives, stabbing into the balloon of bliss that dragged Canyon and me into our own little cloud. He rolls off my body and rises to his feet, straightening his clothes. I start to stand up, but a wave of dizziness has me staggering. Canyon's strong grip digs into my shoulders as he steadies me on my feet. Just as I plant my ass on a stool, the door creaks open, revealing Dad. "Hey guys, we'll probably get the grill started in an hour or so. Any special requests for sides? I can make my famous red potato salad." Dad grins at us, but then his smile falters. "You okay? You look pale." I wave him off, nodding. "Yeah, fine." He fell and bumped his head. Canyon tattles. Blacked out for a second there. Dad's features morph into a worried expression. I'm reminded of those first days I came to live with him, when he'd study me all the time with the same pinched look on his face. "I'm fine," I assure him. "Just catching my breath." Dad glances between us and then lets out a resigned huff. "Okay, I'll stop hovering. But Canyon, keep an eye on him in case he starts acting weird." "Too late for that," Canyon jokes, his voice flat from the forced joke. Dad chuckles, unaware. "Get along, boys. You'll be brothers soon." With that, he exits the studio. His words ring in my ears as bile crawls up my throat. The room spins around me. I'm about to faceplant when Canyon steps between my parted thighs, his large hands seizing my hips to keep me from toppling over. "Hear that?" he taunts, though lacking his usual venom. "We're going to be brothers. That means you have to get along with me." This is so fucked up. I close my eyes and swallow. Seriously? "Yeah, well, that's life. Get over it, Wonderland." His bitter tone has me circling back to his pissy attitude when he first showed up. I lean forward, inhaling his masculine scent, and rest my cheek on his chest. "What happened?" I ask, my eyes fluttering closed. "You lost your shit." He tenses, his grip biting into my hips. "Nothing." "I'm not an idiot. Something happened." "I don't want to talk about it." "I don't care. Spill it." Canyon pulls away from me, glowering and teeth grinding together. "It's my mom." "She okay?" I think she's lying to me about her job." His words sink in, and I see the heartache written all over his face. The track meet was important to him, more important than showing me up for his stupid revenge shit. He wanted her to root for him and be proud of him. "I'm sorry." He clenches his teeth, his jaw muscle ticking, and looks away. "I tried to talk to her about it, but she just got angry." I watch him as he visibly hardens himself to whatever it is he's feeling inside. His tough, mean boy act is nothing but a shield he uses to protect his vulnerable heart. I want to press him and demand answers. Instead, I stand up, feeling much steadier. "Want to watch a movie before dinner?" Blue eyes dart at me, relief evident at not having to continue this heavy discussion. "We could watch—" "No," I blurt out. "We're not watching your creepy cartoon porn." "Mubo na ikari." His lips lift on one side in amusement. "And it's not cartoon porn." "Still not watching it." "I bet I could convince you to watch it." He trails off, his gaze dropping to my crotch. "Would be a pretty quick argument. All over in about 3 seconds. Smug asshole. Go fuck yourself, Canny. As long as you watch Wonderland. His wink shouldn't make my dick hard, but god damn it, it does. Again, go fuck yourself, bro.
Chapter 17. Canyon. Holy shit. I kissed Alice Summers, and I liked it. Hell, I loved it. I'm still reeling over that fact, too. I've never been so starved for a kiss. One taste and I wanted to eat him alive, spending every available second tasting and sucking and nipping on his lips and tongue. His taste was everything. I'm already craving my next hit. I follow him out of his studio, my eyes falling to his ass. He's wearing a dark pair of skinny jeans that, based on all the holes in them, look as though he found them in the trash can. The black tank top he wears shows off his muscled biceps and sculpted shoulders. He's no football player like me, but he keeps his body in excellent shape. I fixate on the gorgeous ass that looks downright biteable in his jeans. He pushes through a doorway and into what appears to be his bedroom. My gaze sweeps over the space, noticing immediately how immaculate it is. Not an article of clothing on the floor. Bed is perfectly made. Nothing sits on top of the dresser or end table aside from a lamp. It's so bare. "Where's all your shit?" I ask, waving an arm to gesture at the room. He crosses his arms over his chest, a frown marring his face that's slightly red from my stubble. My dick twitches at the reminder of having him pinned beneath me. "What shit?" "Your stuff. You know, the things that belong to you. My clothes are in the dresser and closet." He cocks his head to the side, his brown eyes searching mine. "I don't have any other things." I glance around again, wondering why he likes it so empty and plain. It doesn't feel like your room. My comment clearly agitates him because he scowls and throws his pissy attitude at me. "Not everyone lives in a dump like you." "Take the bitchiness down a notch, or 10. I smirk at him. "I'm just saying it looks like you're a guest, ready to move out with nothing to take with you except a suitcase full of horrible clothes that belong in the dumpster," says the guy who has cartoon costumes in his closet. I shrug, not at all embarrassed. "Does this look like the guy who's hiding a secret anime cosplay love? Have you seen my Instagram?" "Unfortunately." He curls his lip up. "How are you even cool if everyone knows this about you?" "Well," I tease, a grin tugging at my lips. "As you already know, I'm super hot." He scoffs. "Says who? Those moans you were making when I kissed you says otherwise." "You're such a dick." Ignoring him, I continue. "Besides being super hot, I'm charming and hella smart and can whip ass in any sport. And if your head gets any bigger, man, we're going to have to take this outside. Give you some space to gloat." I shake my head, prowling toward him. "Why don't you have stuff in your room, Wonderland? It's fucking weird." He tilts his chin up, glaring at me. "Does it matter? To me it does." Why? Why does Alice get under my skin the way he does? Why do I want to inhale his scent and lick the saltiness from his neck? Why do I want to fuck him? "It's none of your business," he grits out, his dark eyes flaring with annoyance. With a hard push, I send him falling back on his pristine bed. He gasps when I prowl over him, eager to capture him in my grasp once again. I expect a harder fight, but all opposition fades as he submits to me. I dip my lips to his, but in a surprise move, he rolls us. He straddles me, a triumphant grin on his handsome face. Lifting a brow, I smirk at him. "What are you doing? Forgetting the rules?" His mouth finds my neck and he nips at my skin. "You're not my stepbrother? Yet?" I groan when he licks me. He starts shifting down the bed, kissing me over my t-shirt, roaming a path toward my tinted shorts. Limitless brown eyes bore into me, burning with the fires of hell as he runs his tongue over my dick that's trying to rip through the material. His hand rubs along my base and then caresses my balls. Fuck. My eyes roll back as I sink into the pleasure he offers. His mouth on my dick feels unlike anything I've ever experienced before. He's so confident and sure of what feels good, teasing me like it's his goddamn job. Alice, I croak, running my fingers through his hair. Stop fucking with me. His grin is wicked and evil. Bastard. He sits up on his knees, ripping away his tank. I drop my gaze to the bulge in his jeans. With a chuckle, he unbuttons the top and unzips it, revealing pink fucking briefs. And then he leaves me hanging, wishing like fuck he'd show me his dick. He shoves my shirt up my chest and then trails kisses down my abs to my navel. His hot breath tickles me, and I squirm. I fucking love your abs, Canyon. They're perfect. My chest tightens at his praise. I love your ass. Show me your cock and I'll add that to the list too. You don't get to look at it unless you're planning to put it in your mouth. Fucker. I haven't sucked a dick before, but I'm pretty sure I'd be better than him at it, just like I'm better at everything than him. His wild, determined gaze has my heart stuttering in my chest. He scrapes his fingertips down over my abs, hooking his fingers into my shorts. Almost painfully slow, he drags them down, exposing the trimmed hair around the base of my cock that's pulsating with veins, thrumming with the need to come. Alice, my voice sounds ragged and needy to my own ears. Please. He rewards me with a teasing lick along my cock and then pulls away to finish divesting me of my shorts and boxers. My dick twitches eagerly, a bead of pre-cum like a drop of morning dew sitting on the tip. This time when he licks, he greedily swipes away the evidence of my arousal, his eyes boring so deep inside me I can feel him in all my nerve endings. When I'd taken that picture of his lips on my dick in the locker room, I had a plan. I wanted leverage. But now I can't think of anything else besides him sucking my dick like he's so fucking hungry for it. I let out a string of curse words as his hot, wet mouth slides down my length. All too soon, the crown pokes at the back of his throat. Rather than pulling back, he does the unthinkable. Flares his nostrils as he relaxes his throat, taking me all the way until he reaches my base with his lips. The pleasure is so intense, my balls seize up like I might come within seconds. As though he can sense my loss of control, he pulls back up, leaving a wet trail of saliva on my dick. Holy shit, he's good at this. Fire once again flares in his mahogany eyes, promising something sinister. He sucks on his fingers sloppily, turning me the fuck on before pulling it out with a loud pop. His pink parted lips are shiny and swollen. I want to suck on his bottom lip like he did my cock, to own him with my mouth. Do you trust me? The evil glint in his gaze screams at me to do anything but that. Yeah, Wonderland, do your worst. His mouth finds my dick again and he hums in pleasure, electrifying all my nerve endings. A finger prods at my asshole, causing my entire body to tense up. What the fuck are you? Ah! Electric need pulsates inside me as he pushes his slick finger past the tight ring of muscle. My dick softens slightly as I gasp for air, trying to adjust to whatever the fuck Alice thinks he's doing to me. Tears sting at my eyes, but then a delicious burst of ecstasy ripples from inside me. Fuck, 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 I mutter, my dick turning back to stone. Feels good, huh? He laps at the tip of my cock. I could make you come with just my finger. Smug bastard. He believes it too. Pressing into that wonderful spot inside me, he reveals a manic grin that sets my soul ablaze. I go from questioning his abilities to knowing without a shadow of a doubt he could. Thankfully, he puts me out of my misery by swallowing my dick down his tight throat once more. With the combined efforts of his expert mouth and probing finger, I come with a sharp cry of shock. The pleasure seems to explode from inside me, heightening all my sensations at once. I'm mesmerized by how he gulps down my cum like he's thirsty for it. In the past year, the few blowjobs I got from my girlfriend didn't end in swallowing, that's for damn sure. All I can do is stare up at him in wonder. My wonderland. The boy who's supposed to be my enemy, but just doesn't manage to stay on his side of the line. I dig deep for the anger from earlier. Nothing bitter surfaces. Only pleasure and relief and hope for more. I blew your mind when I blew you, he says with a victorious grin. I'm glued to how fucking hot he is in such an understated way. His bleached hair with the dark brown roots hangs in his eyes and sticks out on one side. I have the urge to run my fingers through it to smooth it down. Brown eyes study me with an intensity that has me desperate to return the favor. Reaching up, I grab hold of his neck, urging him up my body. Our lips crash together in a salty kiss. He groans when I roll us, settling beside him. I nip at his bottom lip as I push my hand into his briefs to grab hold of his dick. It's thick and hot in my hand. I've never held another guy's cock, but I like it. At least with another male, I know what feels good. With women, you have to guess and discover through trial and error. Canyon, he mules. Lube me up. Bossy while at my mercy. I like it. Assuming he has lube in his bedside table, I pull away from him to open the drawer. By the time I retrieve it and settle back beside him, he's shoved his briefs and jeans partway down his thighs. I admire his masculine body and dark hair, but gasp when I take in the state of his cock. On the tip, it's pierced with a silver ring with a metal bead on it. You're fucking pierced? I heard it feels good, he says with a devilish grin. On your prostate. Heard? I pour a healthy amount of lube into my palm and then wrap it around his dick, loving the hitch in his breath. From your lovers, or have you ever actually fucked a guy with it? I haven't fucked anyone with it. For some reason, this pleases me more than I'd like to admit. Not that I'm sitting around waiting to take it up the ass or anything, just that I like the idea of there being something he hasn't done with it, and it could belong to me if I pushed. I lazily tease up and down his length, watching him with narrowed eyes. He bites down on his plump bottom lip, thrusting his hips up to meet my strokes with fervor. Feel good? I dip down to taste his peaked nipple. It's going to feel really good when I'm inside you, Wonderland, fucking you like I own you. He whimpers, his whole body tensing up. Cum shoots up his chest, splattering near his nipple. Curious, I swipe my tongue over it. Salty, bitter. But something about it coming from the pleasure I gave him makes me want to lick off every bit. His chest heaves as I do just that, cleaning his body like we're two animals in the wild. I avoid his actual dick because it's covered in lube, but I'm curious to put it in my mouth. Soon. That and so much more. Alice is my enemy turned into obsession. I want to consume him just as much as I want him to consume me. He's an addiction I've only just gotten a taste of, but I know it'll be the end of me. Are we going to talk about what happened? He asks, his voice breathless. About how fucking good at this we are? His cheeks turn pink, which is oddly endearing. No, I mean, maybe we could discuss that later. I want to know why you were so upset earlier. All euphoric feelings dry up, leaving me brittle and raw. Do we have to? Yeah, man, we do.
Chapter 18. Alistair. Canyon slides off the bed, turning his back to me. As much as I want to admire how his toned ass and muscular back inspires me to run my half-naked ass to my studio to sculpt it, I sit up on my elbows instead to look at my lubed, still semi-hard dick. What the fuck did I just do? I let Canyon jack me off and I gave him a blowjob. With the damn door open, for fuck's sake. Our house is big and sound doesn't carry, so I'm not overly worried about our dads knowing what we did. But still, it was reckless. While Canyon dresses, I slip off the bed and rush toward the bathroom to deal with my dick. After washing the lube and leftover cum off, I pull my briefs and jeans back up, stealing a glance in the mirror. Wrecked. That's the only way to describe the state I'm in. The unruliness of my hair, the pink splotchiness around my mouth from his scruff, and the reddening places on my neck and around my nipples are all evidence of a terrible mistake. It was a mistake. For a perfectionist like myself, I sure am eager to make another one. My dick is halfway back to erect, which is pissing me off. I can't keep fucking around with Canyon like this. I can't. It'll end in disaster. After splashing some water on my face, I pat it dry with a towel. Digging deep, I try to remember why being around Canyon is a bad idea. Dad. Because if Dad knew what I did, he wouldn't kill me or be disappointed in me. He wouldn't ground me or forbid me to see Canyon. He wouldn't cry or yell. He would turn me away. Back out into the cruel world, alone. Liar. My heart fully believes he wouldn't do that. That despite being adopted, he loves me and would keep me around no matter my shortcomings. It's my brain that has the problem. Logically, I know it would be the ultimate sin in Dad's eyes. The cleanliness, overachieving, and excelling at everything I do are all efforts to make him realize that he didn't make a mistake taking me in, that I'm worthy of his love. But a sin like this, kissing and touching and sucking off his fiancé's son, it makes my gut churn violently. Sucking in a calming breath, I exit the bathroom. Canyon lingers nearby, his arms crossed over his massive chest and his brows pinched as he stares down at his feet. A flare of heat courses through my body, making me feel shameful and stupid considering the stern talking to I just gave myself. As soon as he disappears into the bathroom and I hear the sink running, I throw on my tank top and then busy myself with straightening my bed. The bottle of lube gets stowed away in the drawer once more, hiding the evidence of my wrongdoing. I'm pacing the floor beside the bed when I feel his electrifying presence. She lied. I freeze, all my inner berating ceasing as I jerk my attention to him. Who? His eyes close and his jaw clenches. Mom. Before I can stop myself, I stalk over to him, aching for his nearness. He doesn't shy away from my touch when I palm his cheek with gentleness. What did she lie about? I ask in a husky tone, searching his pained sapphire eyes. He swallows, the sound audible, and closes his eyes. About having to work. She missed my meet because she had to work, but when I went there, they said she hadn't been in. Maybe she called in sick, I offer, though I feel like there's more to it based on the hurt in his expression. They said she hasn't been in for weeks. His brows crash together as his gaze darts back and forth between my eyes. For someone always so sure of himself, he seems younger in this moment. Vulnerable and heartbroken. It makes me want to pull him into my arms and not let go. I was confused and worried, he continues. So I went home. His nostrils flare. She was dressed in her baking clothes. I'm sorry, I whisper, realizing where this is headed. He leans forward, resting his forehead to mine, his eyes pinching shut. I confronted her. Things got heated. His breath hitches as though he's overcome with emotion. She wanted me to leave her alone. Unable to keep my promise to myself, I pull him to me, hugging him tightly. His masculine, soapy scent invades my every pore, and I greedily gulp up everything of him I can. I tilt my head up, seeking his neck to press a comforting kiss there. He roams his palms down to my ass, settling them there in a possessive, familiar way that makes my heart stumble over itself.
It's all Dad's fault,
he murmurs, raspy and broken.
He did this to her. To us, I just want him to hurt too.
A heavy sigh escapes him.
But that means hurting Quinn. You.
This is all so fucked up, I agree, with a low, harsh chuckle. All of it.
I wanted to break you, Wonderland.
And now?
I can't break you. I don't want to. I just want you.
His raw, honest words carve themselves into my heart. I'm supposed to be blocking this out, but I can't. I don't want to. I want to capture each thing he says to me, each tender touch, and hoard them. My life was rotten for so long. I crave to take some good for myself, to be selfish for once. I tilt my head up, peering into his electric blue eyes. If my dad finds out about what we've done, lips brush against mine in a sweet, caring manner that has my knees weakening. Canyon is rough and mean and competitive. Not gentle, not kind, not this. My mind loses its logical reasoning to the way my heart thunders in my chest. His tongue swipes across mine, eagerly tasting me like I'm something new and forbidden that he can't seem to get enough of. He tugs at my bottom lip with his teeth while squeezing my ass and pulls slightly away to search my gaze.
Alice, he won't.
I internally weigh my options here. I can push him away and keep my distance, try and be a friend, a brother to him. Or... A needy sigh pushes past my lips as I seek his, eager to feel his promise of secrecy within his kiss. As though he can see inside my mind, he devours me with his lips and tongue, kissing me so I'm wrapped in a cloud of Canyon protectiveness. I want to bask in how it feels. Nothing, not sports or orchestra or art, has ever made the anxiety and uncertainty of my future fade away before. But with Canyon, all I can think about is him. Everything else is just background noise. This is bad, so bad. Fuck, it feels good, though.
Come on, Chibi. It's imperative I share the world of Mubona Ikari with you.
Kenyon's devilish grin as he pulls away has me submitting to this ridiculous shit with a groan.
I knew all it would take was getting my hands on your dick to convince you.
Asshole. Chibi?
Chibi Miyazaki, Daisuke's adversary.
He shakes his head as he turns on the television.
You have a lot to learn, man. So much.
I literally can't wait, I deadpan, earning me a poke to my stomach. And seriously, don't call me Chibi again, Daisuke. The boyish grin on his face is enough to have me waving my white flag of defeat. He can call me whatever he wants if I get to see such stark happiness on Canyon Voss's handsome face. All playfulness has evaporated by the time dinner rolls around. Canyon is back to being his broody, closed-off self in front of his father, despite spending the past couple of hours watching his, admittedly, interesting anime show. It's more fun watching him explain all the characters and their importance versus watching the show itself. I like how the two main characters remind me of the two of us. Daisuke Kinoshita is a brat, for sure, with a tender, caring side hidden beneath all that asshole exterior. Totally reminding me of Canyon. We'd love for the three of you to come to the ski resort with us in Canada, Dad says, clutching onto Ryan's hand. More of a family vacation than anything. I blink away my daze and frown at them. You want us to go on your honeymoon with you?
It sounds silly,
Ryan says in a sheepish tone.
But you'll all be off for Thanksgiving break anyway. The resort will be beautiful, and skiing could be a lot of fun to do with all five of us. Of course, we'd get a separate suite for our honeymoon and all, but we'd really like it if our children came along with us. I may not be considered Dad's kid anymore at that point.
especially if he ever finds out about what I've been up to with Canyon.
I don't know.
Canyon grits out, the pure honesty in his voice tugging at my heart.
I'm just coming around to the idea of the two of you marrying. Going on family vacations together feels like too much.
I want to reach over and take his hand, but I don't. Is that the real reason, or are you worried about my impressive snowboarding skills? I ask in a smug tone, though I don't feel it, hoping to goad him back to familiar territory, where so much pain doesn't bleed from him. I'm yearning for my dad's favor and Kenyon's happiness just as much as Ryan is. It's okay if you want to pussy out. Kenyon's brow lifts in that challenging fashion of his that gets my dick hard, which is incredibly uncomfortable sitting at the dinner table with our dads.
Are you taunting me, Wonderland? Wonderland?
Ryan asks, his gaze dancing back and forth between us.
Alice,
Canyon says, his eyes dropping to my lips.
He's a wonder, that one.
What's the worst that could happen if you go? I smirk at Canyon, ignoring his heated gaze. You're already used to getting your ass beat by me. What's one more thing?
My track record for beating your ass is great.
He throws back.
I'm sure today, at the meet, was proof.
They're insufferable. Dad jokes to Ryan, and then to Canyon he says, we really would love to have you and Carrie both. He grows serious as he studies Canyon. We know it's difficult, but we want to do right by you kids. The muscle in Canyon's jaw ticks, but he doesn't lash out like I expect. Instead, he gives Dad a clipped nod.
I'll think about it.
He glances up at the clock and pushes his plate away.
I need to get back home.
Ryan's shoulders slump in defeat, but Dad gives one of them a supportive squeeze. I know it hurts them that Canyon is resistant to come around, but I understand his hurt too. He feels betrayed by his father and is dealing with the ripple effects with his mom. I'll walk you out, I murmur to Canyon. Dad winks at me, clearly thankful for my efforts to get along with Canyon. I feel like a dick because my reasons are purely selfish. I want to kiss Canyon once more before he leaves. This is such a potential fucking disaster, and I don't know how to stop it from happening.
Chapter 19. Canyon. Mom is exactly where I left her. In bed, still dressed, sleeping her life away. I may be pissed at Dad for causing this, but I can't help the resentment stirring in my gut. Choosing not to go to my track meet was on Mom. Flipping out on me earlier was all her. Lying about her job was a decision she made all on her own. Hey, I greet from her doorway. Mom, wake up. You hungry? I can make you something. She lets out a yawn, stretches out her limbs, and shakes her head. No? Can we talk? I feel like we never talk anymore. What's there to say, Canny? Her words sting. I know she means her marriage and Dad leaving us, but it feels like I'm somehow included when I didn't do anything but try to hold what was left together. For one, how you're feeling, I say softly as I approach her bed. Why you're so out of it all the time? She shrugs. I'm tired. From what? I clip out, anger bleeding into my tone. You don't do anything but sleep. How could you possibly be tired? You're such a child. She snaps back. You don't know anything about pain and suffering. Her words are a slap in the face, as though me and Carrie haven't been struggling as well. I want to be pissed, but mostly I'm trying to keep my emotions at bay. My throat aches and my eyes sting with unshed tears. I think you should see a doctor. Canyon? She barks out, sitting upright and pinning me with a severe glare. That's enough. I will not have you waltzing in here pretending to be your dad. You are my child. I know what's best for you, not the other way around. Quite frankly, it's insulting to be questioned at every turn. My lip trembles, and I bite down on it hard enough it distracts me from doing something embarrassing like cry. Mom, if you must know, I'm on medication because of your father. It makes me sleepy, okay? Maybe the doctor can give you something else for it. Jesus Christ, I said that's enough. I flinch at her outburst, feeling like a child who screwed up. I'll, make you something to eat. My voice is hoarse and barely audible. She flops back down on the bed with an aggravated growl. Slipping from the tension in her room that's nearly suffocating, I head back to the kitchen to heat her up something to eat. While the soup cooks in the microwave, I text Naomi. Me. Sometimes I feel like I'm drowning. The dots move immediately. Nay, don't go under. Need me to stop by? I'm leaving work now. An ache forms inside my chest. I miss her. Not because we dated for a year, but because she became my closest confidant. I'd grown reliant on having her available when my emotions were going haywire. Me. Please. It's unlocked. I'll be upstairs. After texting that she'll see me soon, I shove my phone back into my pocket. I grab some crackers, a bottle of water, and the piping hot bowl of soup, carrying it all to Mom's room. She's in the bathroom, so I set it down on the end table, leaving to avoid any conversation with her. Upstairs, I hear Carrie's violin playing in her room, which makes me think of Alice. Fuck, he's hot. His lips on my dick nearly drove me wild. The kiss he gave me in his driveway, though quick and secretive, had me yearning for more. I make it into my bedroom and pick up the mess I'd left earlier after my meet. Knowing Alice would approve has me smiling. Turning on the television, I find an old favorite episode of Mubona Ikari and wait for Nay to get here. Instagram chimes with a notification of a private message from Alice. Speak of the white-haired devil with the magical tongue and beautiful dick piercing. My elation vanishes at the rudeness of his message. Alice, I don't understand your play here. Me, what play? Alice, how hot and cold you are. The vague messages. Last I checked, we were hot. Our kiss made us both hard, based on what I felt rubbing against me, and it was incredibly difficult to part ways. Me, I don't know what you're talking about. Alice, fuck off, Voss. Fury swells up inside me like a volcanic wave. Me, did you get your period, Wonderland? Because I don't understand why you're being a moody bitch. Alice, don't text me anymore. Anymore? Me, I don't have your number, loser. He sends me a bunch of middle finger emojis. Me, Alice, what the hell is going on? Alice, you've been texting me weird shit all week. I send him a confused gif because he's not making any sense. Alice, answer when I call. Me, okay. I send him my phone number so he'll have it and wait for my phone to ring. It doesn't. I can tell he's read the message, but he never calls. Me, still waiting. Me, everything okay? Me, did you fall asleep? Me, whatever, man. We can talk when you're done being a douchebag. I plug my phone in on the charger and toss it on my bedside table. I'm still stewing about his words when Naomi peeks her head into my room. Hey, stranger. She smiles, bright and happily. It's a reminder I haven't seen this particular smile in a long time. I really was making her fucking miserable. Hey, I pat the bed beside me. How was work? Boring, but then a friend came to visit, so that passed the time. She shifts her gaze to her feet when she kicks off her tennis shoes. Then she pads around the bed and hops onto it beside me. After stretching out and seeing what's playing on the television, she groans. Really? Did you expect anything less? I roll onto my side so I can look at her. Unfortunately, no. She quirks a black brow at me. He really cleaned your room? For the record, I've never seen it look like this. Neither have I tease, earning a snort of laughter from her. I should get some credit. I picked up my dirty clothes off the floor before you showed up. Her features soften as she studies me. You didn't call me to impress me with your clean room. What's up? Something's wrong. You're sad. Her words are a punch to the gut. I swallowed down the pain from earlier, giving her a clipped nod. My life is really fucked up right now, I admit, sighing. Great, in some ways. but also confusing and stressful as hell. Your parents or the boy you stalk? A laugh bursts out of me. Both. She reaches forward, smoothing my hair back. Which one is great? Fuck, I murmur, fighting a grin as I scrub my palm over my face. Alistair Summers, she playfully gasps. Did you kiss him? Yeah, and some other stuff. Scandalous. You're not mad. You sound amused. We talked about this. We're cool, Canyon. Friends, remember? Relief floods through me. We made each other... I trail off, letting her fill in the blanks. Based on her wide eyes, I'd say she has. Wow. So, it's kinda hot in my head now that I'm picturing it? So hot. So very fucking hot. Something happened? She questions. Now you look troubled again. He confuses me sometimes. One minute, he's into it, and the next he's not. It's all weird. But before he got weird, it was fucking intense. I frown at her. I went over there ready to kick his ass because I was so pissed, but... Y'all made out like a couple of horny boys instead? Pretty much. What sent you over there in the first place? I cringe as I remember the fight with Mom earlier today, and then again this evening. Mom? Amy? Her brows furled together. I expected anyone but her. I tell her the story of wanting Mom to come to my meet, but her claiming to have work. Her brows lift when I get to the part about the guy at the bakery saying she hasn't been there for a while. Finally, I tell her about the fight we had. I'm sorry, she says, taking my hand and squeezing it. I don't know what's going on with her, but it's unfair to treat you that way when all you've wanted was her happiness. Hearing my own thoughts validated has a calmness settling in my bones. Once I relax, we chat about her job, the fact that Leon was the friend to visit her, and how much of a bitch her sister is being lately. Eventually, she has to get home so her parents won't worry. I'm thankful for her friendship. See you Monday, friend, I say with a wave as she trots off toward her vehicle. Once I lock up the house, I walk back into Mom's room. Her food sits untouched, and she's now in her pajamas watching television. You didn't eat? I grit out, motioning to her food. I'm not hungry. Seriously? She probably hasn't even eaten today. This is getting out of hand. If she's not careful, she'll end up sick. Mom needs help. Help I clearly can't provide. Maybe her brother can. Do you want me to call Uncle Adam? She scoffs. No. I just think someone else needs to talk to you because I can't seem to get through to you. Canyon? You're acting like you don't care about life anymore. I bark out. I'm so fucking tired of it. Mom sits up and scowls. Get out. Fine. We can talk about this tomorrow. I spit out as I stalk toward the door. No, out. I want you out of my house. I freeze, jerking my head toward her. What? You want to act like your father? Then go live with him. I can't deal with this. Go. You can't be serious. I said go. With my heart shattering inside my chest and tears pooling in my eyes, I escape her depressing room and hurtful words. What the hell just happened?
Chapter 20. Alistair. He didn't send me those texts. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Quickly, I changed the contact from brother lover to creep. I'm completely skeeved out by this conversation I've been having with a stranger while thinking it was Canyon. I should tell Dad and Ryan. My stomach twists violently, making me nauseous. It's a wrong number, obviously. Whoever has been texting with me doesn't mean to. That's it. They know when your birthday is, dumbass. No, they don't. It's a coincidence. The text about my birthday said 2 weeks, not the actual date. One thing I know for sure is Canyon wasn't the sender. After calling him out on it on Instagram, he genuinely seemed confused. I feel dirty and used talking to a random person while thinking it was him. I can't seem to sit still, despite the late hour. I've already cleaned the mirror, shower door, and window, dusted my room, vacuumed, changed the sheets, and reorganized my closet. There's nothing left for me to fix. I'm still reeling, pacing my room when Dad rushes in, a frantic, concerned look on his face. For a minute, I wonder if he's seen the texts and is worried too. "Hey, kiddo, you think you could make sure the guest room across the hall is ready? I know you have some extra art stuff stored in the closet, but we need the space." He scrubs a palm over his face, weariness shining in his eyes. "Canyon needs it." "Canyon? What? Why? He's coming to stay with us?" A slideshow of filthy images flit through my mind all at once, but I quickly shut down that line of thinking because getting a boner in front of my dad would be awkward as fuck. "Amy kicked him out. Ryan and I are going to head over there to help grab some of his stuff." My blood runs cold, the heat leaching from my body almost instantly. Did he tell her about us? No, he wouldn't. They must have had another fight about the meet and her lying about why she didn't go to it. "Yeah," I mutter. "I'll get it ready." Dad leaves, and I hurry into the guest room across the hall. The situation is shit, but I can't deny the thrill that shoots down my spine at having him nearby. While the house is quiet, I set to emptying out the closet and moving the art supplies into my studio. I'll organize it better when I'm not in a rush. I take my obsessive need to clean into what'll now be Canyon's room, making sure every surface shines and is dust-free. After I've changed the bedding and scrubbed the toilet, I admire the space that he'll soon clutter up. The thought, surprisingly, doesn't upset me. Right now, I need him here with me. I want to talk to him about the texts to see what he thinks about them. Plus, I think he needs me too. His fight earlier with his mom is the catalyst of what brought us together sexually. Emotions were running high. I can only imagine what getting kicked out of his house will do to him. I'm sitting on the bed, waiting when Ryan walks in, carrying an armful of clothes on a hanger. His jaw is clenched, and the furious glint in his eyes is one I've never seen before. It reminds me of Canyon so much it's chilling. "Everything go okay?" I croak out. He hangs the clothes up in the closet and comes out wearing a look of disgust. For a second, I feel exposed, as though he knows that I blew his son earlier. "I know I fucked things up with Amy because I have loved your dad for as long as I can remember, but it's unimaginable that she'd take it out on Canyon." He blows out a sharp breath. He's already so fragile. Fragile and Canyon aren't two words I'd put in the same sentence, but Ryan certainly believes it based on the tense, worried expression on his face. "I'll make sure he's okay," I vow, meeting his sad stare. "I promise." And I will. It's messed up what me and Kenyon have been doing, but I care about him more than a casual hookup. I don't want him to hurt. I'll do everything in my power to make sure he doesn't. "You're a good kid," Ryan says, studying me with pride. "I'm proud to soon have you as a son, too." Son. Yikes. It's a good reminder that I need to tread carefully. The last thing I need to do is screw stuff up with Ryan. Dad loves him, and if I piss off his soon-to-be husband, I'll be more disposable than ever. Ryan leaves the bedroom, and I go to the closet to neaten up the hangers that he haphazardly threw on the rack. It's clear to see where Canyon got his messiness from. After living with Ryan for a few short months, Dad's house cleaner, Carol, has had to come a lot more often. Poor Carol's really going to have her work cut out for her now. This time, Dad is the one who shows up with a stack of clothes, with Canyon following him, a box in his hands. His eyes are downcast, and a frown tugs at his lips. I ache to yank him into my arms, but I'll be damned if I do that in front of Dad. Once Dad leaves and it's just the two of us, I do exactly as I craved the second I saw him. I throw my arms around his neck, yanking him to me in a fierce hug. His muscular arms encircle my waist, locking me against him. I press my lips to the side of his neck, murmuring assurances that have him clutching my shirt and exhaling a staggering breath. "It's going to be okay," I assure him. "I promise." He nods, and his breath grows ragged like he might be silently crying. It brings tears to my eyes, but I quickly blink them back. The last thing he needs is for me to lose it. Pulling slightly away, I study his face that's screwed up in a new kind of pain I haven't seen before. It's heartbreaking how boyish and lost he appears. I run my fingers through his hair and stand on my toes to press my lips to his. Our kiss is frantic and urgent, ending all too soon when we hear voices down the hall. Reluctantly, I pull away, gnawing on my bottom lip that still tastes like him. We spend the next 20 minutes bringing in the last of his things. The boxes get set in a corner to be dealt with another day. Dad and Ryan head downstairs for bed, leaving me and Canyon alone. Canyon takes in the space with a despondent look on his face. I hate the frown on his full lips and wish I could kiss it away. He lets out a sad sigh that twists my gut.
Home sweet home, I guess.
If you get scared, you know where my room is. He smirks.
You're going to hold me and keep the monsters away?
That's what big brothers do. A laugh rumbles out of him.
Dude, I'm older and bigger.
By what, a week? Besides, I think we've already established I have the bigger dick.
I don't ever remember this conversation going down.
His brow lifts, blue eyes flickering with heat.
We certainly didn't measure them side by side.
Oh, but we will, Voss. We will. I waggle my brows at him before leaving him to get ready for bed. After brushing my teeth and changing into a pair of plaid pajama bottoms, I crawl into bed and turn on the next episode of Mobona Ikari. A few minutes later, Canyon saunters in, wearing only a pair of basketball shorts and a vulnerable smile. He turns off the overhead light and joins me under the covers. His arm slides under my head and he pulls me to his side. I absently touch his perfect abs, remembering how good it felt to have him in my mouth earlier. Want to talk about it? I ask, my voice low and nearly a whisper.
What's there to say? She thinks I'm just like Dad.
I know you're pissed at your dad, but he's not a bad guy. Neither are you. He swallows and strokes his fingers through my hair.
I wish she'd get help. She's clearly depressed. I don't know what to do.
You can figure it out soon. Right now, rest. It'll all work itself out.
So optimistic.
If only I shared that optimism with myself. What about Carrie? I ask. How does she feel about your mom making you leave?
She argued on my behalf, but the second Dad showed up, she bailed, locking herself in her room so she didn't have to talk to him.
He pauses for a moment.
I hung out with Nay tonight.
My entire body stiffens at his words. Naomi is his ex-girlfriend. She's my friend, but something about them being together has jealousy flaring hot in my veins.
We talked,
he murmurs, grabbing my wrist and bringing it to the center of his chest.
She's still my best friend. I needed to talk about...
The us hangs in the air. Me and you?
Yeah.
And?
Such a gossip, Wonderland.
I playfully smack his chest. I want to know if it was good or bad.
All good.
Warmth floods through me at the smile I hear in his voice. It all turns to ice when he asks his next question.
What was up with your messages tonight on Insta?
I close my eyes and try to ward off the chill. I got a wrong number text from some creeper. This whole time I'd been talking with them thinking it was you.
What? Did you send them pictures?
The panic in his voice has my heart stammering. No, thank fuck. They kept saying weird, vague things, and I just thought it was you messing with me. Tonight, it was another reminder about my birthday coming up and that it was going to be special. When I asked what you were talking about, you kept saying that I would find out. It was confusing because you were just with me and never mentioned my birthday, and then on Instagram you were playful and flirty, not almost cold and foreboding like the texts.
You don't know who it is?
Nope.
Block the number,
he instructs.
It's probably some freak who accidentally texted you and is now trying to fish for information. A fucking scammer.
I will. Promise. We grow quiet, lost in our own thoughts as we watch Daisuke try to cut Chibi in half with his sword. Chibi darts out of the way, a taunting smirk on his face, barely dodging each swipe in the air. When Daisuke turns red and loses his shit, Chibi throws knife after knife at Daisuke, pinning his clothes to the wall behind him. Chibi walks up to Daisuke, and I hold my breath thinking he's going to cut his throat. But instead he tickles Daisuke while he's at his mercy. Daisuke starts cackling, and the bed shakes with laughter as Canyon laughs too, clearly amused by this part. I smile, my heart squeezing at his enjoyment. Eventually his breathing goes even as he drifts off. It lulls me to sleep, where I'm caught between memories and a dream. Let me have him. No, Mama slurs. There's no telling what you'd do. I don't know, Tammy. Maybe give him clothes without fucking holes in them? That'd be a start. Fuck you, Colin. She slaps him and I cringe. I hate when she hurts him, because she always ends up getting herself hurt. Then I try to stop their fight, only managing to hurt myself in the process. At least now he doesn't make me pee my pants. I'm not scared of him like I was a few years ago. Get yourself clean, Colin snaps, his face contorted into one of rage. Or I'll be forced to make you. Oh, you're so high and mighty now that you quit, Mama huffs, making finger quotes. Why do you care, anyway? I don't. Not about you. For him. Because you're such a stand-up guy. You're a fucking tweaker. For fuck's sake, woman, I already told you I don't touch the stuff anymore. I just sell it. Liar. 1 week. That's all you get. If I come back and you're still fucked up, I'm taking him. My heart hurts at the thought of Colin taking me. I don't want to go anywhere with him. He may not scare me enough to pee my pants anymore, but it doesn't mean I want to go anywhere with him alone. When he's come to visit a few times a year to give Mama money, they fight and then he leaves. Sometimes he forces me to sit with him and tell me about school. I hate those times. You will not take my son, she bellows. Ever! If you keep treating him like your meal ticket and fucking maid, then maybe I wouldn't have to threaten it. I flinch at his words. Mama's most recent boyfriend, the same one who gave me a giant bruise on my back just yesterday, also calls me the maid. I'm not a girl who walks around dusting in a dress. I just like to keep the trailer clean so the mice will stay away if possible. I'm not a stupid maid. 1 week, Tammy. And then his voice is directed at where I peek at them from the hallway. Come give your pops a hug goodbye. I don't want to. But it'll mean he'll leave sooner. Quickly, I run over to him, let him hug me, trying not to wince when he squeezes my new bruise, and then hide in the kitchen until he's gone. I hope he never comes back. Waking in a cold sweat, I panic for a moment, wondering where I'm at. It takes a second to realize I'm at home, and Canyon is curled around me, sleeping deeply. I'm thrumming with anxious energy after my dream that was more of a memory than anything. Mom made sure I didn't go with Colin. I'm still shocked at what she did. The next morning we packed up our stuff, left Missouri, and took the bus to Florida. Thankfully, I never saw that man again. It wasn't sunshine and rainbows with Mom by any means, but it's what ultimately brought me to my dad, and my life finally turning into something good. Knowing I'll never get back to sleep with my mind running rampant with the past, I slip out of Canyon's grip and sneak out of my room.
Chapter 21. Canyon. It's so fucking bright. What the hell? I squint, trying to understand my surroundings. I'm not in my room. Hell, I'm not even in my house. The lingering lime scent I know so well surrounds me. Alice. I've determined it has to be his laundry detergent. It's strongest in his bed. I inhale the scent for a moment, wondering where he's gone. I kick my feet over the side and stand, ignoring my morning wood, and eye the bed that's half made up. I'm surprised he didn't make the whole bed with me in it. My amusement fades as I think about the reason why I ended up in his bed. Well, not specifically his bed, but here at his house. Mom. She kicked me out. Fuck. Dad, surprisingly, was angry on my behalf. Not because he didn't want me to come live with him, but because of how she'd treated me. Even as pissed as I've been at him, I can't help but be grateful he didn't turn his back on me, too. If he knows you're hooking up with his fiancé's kid, he might. I stride over to my new room, wondering if Alice is hiding in there. When I push open the door, a shocked gasp escapes me. Everything is unpacked and redecorated, just like in my old room. My posters and pictures hang exactly like they used to. Everything is arranged just as it was. If it weren't for the walls being light gray rather than dark tan and the windows in different spots, I could almost pretend for a second it's my old room. Alice did this. I know it. I feel it down to my toes. Something about this sweet gesture has my gut twisting painfully. It's such a simple thing he's done, but it means everything to me. I'm dying to stalk him down in this house, pin him to the nearest wall, and kiss the hell out of him for it. But I need a shower, and my breath is probably offensive as fuck. After a quick shower in a bathroom, much nicer than my old one, I dress in a pair of black boxers before pulling on my navy Adidas wind pants. Since I'm still hot from my shower, I forego a shirt as I brush my teeth. I comb through my hair, mess it up some, and decide all this primping can be done later. I need to see him. Now. Strolling out of the room, I head downstairs when I hear voices and laughter. My heart pinches painfully at the light sounds. Everything has been so heavy back home. I forgot what it felt like for people to be happy in their own home. Dad is perched at the bar in the kitchen with a cup of coffee and a bowl of granola and yogurt, scrolling through his iPad. Quinn is rinsing a bowl, his eyes glued to the small television under the cabinet as the newscaster analyzes stocks or some shit. Absently, they're discussing their plans for the day that include swinging by the jeweler to have their wedding rings fitted. They don't notice me yet, but I'm stunned by the domestic ease. I clear my throat to make my presence known. What's for breakfast? Quinn whirls around, grinning at me. For not being Alice's real father, they have similarities that can only be learned from spending time with someone. The easy grin that lights up his face, a probing intensity in his eyes as if he's searching my expression for my mood. Both Quinn and Alice are on the smaller side, but where Alice wears more muscle on his athletic frame, Quinn is slender and almost elegant. Want some yogurt and granola? Quinn asks. We just picked up some more of your dad's favorite granola at the organic market. Dad has a favorite granola? I can't refrain from rolling my eyes. Pass, I grunt, unable to keep the bite out of my tone. Got any donuts or Pop-Tarts? Quinn's smile falters at my rudeness, and Dad stiffens at the bar. I dart my eyes back and forth between them, wondering what the hell is wrong with my question. Processed sugars are... Quinn trails off, biting on his bottom lip as he frowns. I swear to fuck Alice makes the same damn face. The devil? Dad finishes, chuckling. How do you think I've gotten so fit? He curls his bicep and it pops up. Quinn is a hard ass when it comes to our diet and what he allows in his house. But, Quinn rushes out, holding up both hands in a placating gesture. We can get you what you like. Alice can't live without his Coke, so it's not like sugar is forbidden in the house, just frowned upon. It's your father and me who don't need to be consuming it because we're getting old. Write whatever you want on the list we keep on the fridge, and I'll make sure we get it. Dad playfully coughs out the word, softy. Quinn shoots him a stern look before smiling at me. I could scramble you some eggs or something. Yogurt's fine, I grumble. Bowls? After I've made myself the world's most boring breakfast and choked it down, I stare absently at the fridge where there's a picture of Alice when he was a kid, maybe 10 or 11. Quinn is smiling, but Alice stares without expression. Something about the picture makes me sad. You okay? Dad asks, squeezing my shoulder. It's okay to say you're not. I can see it in your eyes. I'm here to talk about it if... I shake off his hold and shoot him an icy glare. I do not want to talk about it. Defeat shines in his blue eyes and he nods. Right. Well, you know where to find me if you do. Quinn and I are heading out. Maybe the four of us can go out for sushi later if you're hungry and up for it. Maybe, I grunt, though sushi sounds a hell of a lot better than granola yogurt shit. I slip out of the kitchen, escaping the silent conversation they seem to be having with one another about me. I'll save them the trouble. They can talk about me all they want when I'm out of their sight. Anger churns in my chest as I damn near stomp up the steps on my hunt for Alice. Once again, he's not in his room or mine. I eventually find him in his studio. Like before, he's engrossed in his sculpture. His white blonde hair is messy and looks as though he spent hours running his fingers through it. He wears a yellow t-shirt that's too small and too short, stained with paint and littered with holes. I will never understand this guy's sense of style. Never. Yet, I still somehow find it incredibly attractive on him. All my fury is gone as I admire his tight ass and a pair of dark gray skinny jeans that have seen better days. As though to taunt me, he bends over, scraping his tool over the clay, fine-tuning whatever it is he's working on. From the looks of it, it's shaping up to be a male torso. He's clearly obsessed with the human, male body, as most of the sculptures carefully placed all over his studio are just that. Not many heads on them, really, or hands, or legs, or feet. Mostly just bodies, and backs, and shoulders, and biceps, and abs, and belly buttons. I step farther into the room, and the two dogs perk their ears up from the armchair on the corner. But neither of them gets up to greet me. They seem perfectly relaxed as Alice works. Slowly I creep up behind him, overwhelmed with the desire to touch him, and inhale him, and taste him. As I approach, I realize the sculpture is of a body leaning back and resting on its elbows, even though there are no arms or hands past the elbows. The dick is erect and large, with a pair of balls nestled between two thick thighs that end just above the knees. Both nipples are taut, and the detail with which he's cut into the abs is impressive. Your dad doesn't care that you're up here making Play-Doh porn? He jumps to the sound of my voice, dropping his metal tool on the table. Weary brown eyes meet mine over his shoulder. It's art, not porn. Does your dad know your sculpture is of me? He lifts a dark brow, turning his body toward me. Awfully full of yourself? It could be anyone, literally anyone but you. But it's not. I recognize my own dick. A pink flush steals across his skin as his lips tug on one corner. My mouth waters to taste that almost smile of his, to bite it from his pouty fucking pillow lips. Go away, he grunts, his gaze sweeping over my bare chest. You're distracting. I'm working. But I'm your muse, I tease, stepping toward him until the tips of my bare toes are touching his. I'm here to inspire you. By getting your dick sucked again? He lifts his chin and pins me with a challenging stare. Up close, I'm able to get drunk off the lime scent that sends lust curling deep in my balls, making me ache to bury my face against his neck so I can inhale him. I thought I might return the favor. My words make his entire body tremble like ripples on a lake. Thank you for making my room feel like home. His thumbs hook into the top of my wind pants, and he teases the flesh beneath the waistband. You want to suck my dick? He scoffs. You even know how? One of my fingers traces up the side of his arm as my other palm clutches his perfect ass. We've already established I'm the best at everything. I may have never put a dick in my mouth, but I'm a guy. I know it feels good. Plus, you gave me a nice lesson yesterday. Our dads... Way to kill a boner, man! I chuckle and dip my head down to his neck just as I craved to do earlier. Flicking my tongue out, I lick up the side until I reach his ear. I nip at the lobe, enjoying the shivers trembling through him. I'm going to suck you off, Wonderland, and you're going to fucking love it. He gasps when I start to pull off his shirt. It gets tossed away, and then my hands are on the button of his jeans. His briefs, this time, aren't pink, but instead an obnoxious orange. I'm turned the hell on by how his dick strains at the fabric, eager for escape. He groans when I palm him over his tight briefs, running my thumb over the piercing I can feel through the material. "We shouldn't do this," he whispers as though he doesn't want me to hear. I pretend I don't. The sharp sound of his breath as I push his briefs down, I do hear, though. It excites me and encourages me to continue to undress him. Once he's naked and standing before me, I can't decide what I want to do next or where to touch him. "I want you here," I growl as I grab his hips, hoisting him onto a free space on his work table. "Need to see you up close." He leans back on his elbows, his taut stomach rippling with the action, and boldly spreads his thighs to present his cock and balls like a fucking buffet. I lick my lips, desperate to taste him. My mind reels at all the places I crave to touch him first. His brown eyes are darker than usual, two portals in an abyss of lust and adoration. I don't mind getting swallowed in his stare. I've never been watched with such hunger and need and desperation in all my life. It makes me feel powerful and also scared as shit. What if I suck at this? I mean, that's exactly the point, but whatever. With a grunt of frustration at myself, I kneel, eager to know him so intimately. He gasps when my palms caress his inner thighs that are less hairy than mine, but still masculine. I gently push them farther apart, exposing him more to me. We both make similar sounds of anticipation when I run my nose along the crease of his leg and groin. Manly, but sweet. I am starved to taste him. Fucking ravenous. With a soft exhale, I flick out my tongue, teasing the prickly hairs on his flesh. His dick jolts at my touch, already leaking with pre-cum. As much as I want to swallow his cock down and run my tongue over the piercing, I enjoy taunting him a bit. "Touch me," he begs, his voice raspy and high-pitched. "Please." "Here," I ask, running my tongue over one of his balls. "Or here." His dick jumps when I tease the base with the tip of my tongue. Fuck. Everywhere. I smile as I take his thick erection in my hand. His scent is intoxicating. I can't seem to get enough of it. Never have I been so obsessed with the way another person smells. But with Alice, it's all I can think about. I'm nearly consumed by it. But as soon as I wrap my lips around him and get a sample of the saltiness leaking from his tip, I realize I'll grow addicted to tasting him as well. I toy with the piercing with my tongue, loving the needy whines that escape him. As I take him deep into my mouth, the metal piercing scrapes along the top of my throat. Alice makes a sound that's somewhat of a war cry and a whimper. I draw my lips back up his shaft so I can tease at the piercing and his slit, hoping to draw more of his pre-cum out of him. He groans when I suck on just the tip, hard enough my cheeks hollow out. For a moment, I wonder if it's possible for me to accidentally suck off the piercing. Glancing up, I admire how his head is thrown back in pure ecstasy, clearly not worried at all about anything, especially not a piercing mishap. His Adam's apple bulges, and his chest heaves with each starved breath of air he takes. God, I could eat him alive. I don't know what it is about Alistair Summers that has me going insane, but it's true. I'm fucking obsessed with him. I pull off his dick, enjoying the needy whine he makes, and explore his balls. Sucking one of them into my mouth, I wonder if this feels good for him. Based on his hoarse moans, I'd assume so. It's empowering to watch him lose all control. Because of me, my mouth, my lips and tongue and breath and teeth. His breathing comes out sharp and ragged when I test the limits of my teeth around his balls. I latch onto his eyes, enamored by how he captures me in his gaze. I may literally have this man by the balls, with my teeth no less, but he owns me with his stare. I pop off his tender balls to continue my exploration south to the puckered, dark pink flesh that intrigues me to no end. I'd teased him about wanting to fuck him, but all jokes aside, I crave it more than my next breath. The thought of slicking up my aching cock and pushing past the tight ring of muscle almost has me coming in my pants. "Canyon," Alice whispers. I know what you need." I interrupt before pressing my lips to his asshole. "You need me in all the ways, just like I need you." The words are too honest, but I don't reel them back. Instead, I slide my tongue out and test out the forbidden hole I am desperate to own one day. He yelps at the sensation, tightening the bud, which only makes me want inside it more. "I've got you," I murmur, hoping it sounds reassuring. "Let me make you feel good." I press into his body, testing the resistance. I've seen this particular act in porn enough to know that both parties seem to enjoy it. Feeling his tightness, clenching around my slick tongue, and the keening sounds rattling from him, I realize I do enjoy this. A lot. Having Alice come unglued by just my tongue inside his ass makes me feel like a king of the damn world. Once his hole is nice and wet, I pull my tongue out, suck on my finger, and then slowly push it into him. For someone who's got experience getting fucked, he sure is tight. My mouth finds his dick again as I ease my finger in and out, searching for the elusive pleasure button. I know the second I find it because he cries out, the only warning I get before cum barrels into my mouth. I'm caught by surprise as I struggle to swallow it down. Most runs out of my mouth, making a mess of his lower stomach. "Fuck, fuck, fuck," he chants, his voice raw and barely audible. I rise to my feet, slipping my finger from his ass and push my wind pants and boxers down my thighs. Smearing my palm over his cum, I use it to lubricate my own dick. His deep wells of brown bore into me, watching me fuck my hand. He parts his pink lips and breathes raggedly as he witnesses my filthy act. It doesn't take long for me to come. My nuts tighten and I grunt, sending hot semen shooting all over his wet dick and balls. It runs down, a waterfall over his puckered hole, and drips to the floor. I can't believe we just did that. His brows pinched together, panic briefly flashing in his eyes. That was incredible. A smile pulls at one corner of his lips. Yeah, it was. Our eyes hold for a long moment, until I can't help but lean forward, eager for his lips on mine. I never considered myself a particularly needy guy, but something about Alice has me continually desperate for another hit. This thing between us is reckless. Fuck if I can find it in me to care.
Chapter 22. Alistair. 5 days later. I'm going crazy. Every stolen moment with Canyon is hot and desperate. Now that we've crossed this line, we can't seem to get enough of each other. Twice this week, our dads have almost walked in on us making out in the kitchen. Twice too many. I can't even begin to fucking think about how bad it would be if they saw us. And yet, I can't seem to stop myself. It'd be easy to blame it all on Canyon and say he's the one always initiating our encounters, but that'd be a lie. I want him just as much as he wants me. Sometimes I pounce on him like a lion attacking his prey. I crave the taste of him so badly my mouth waters, and my hands often tremble with the need to touch him. I'm addicted to him, like a junkie who can't seem to shake their hunger for a hit of the drug that keeps them blissed out, to the point that it's exasperating. That's what Canyon is, a mind-altering drug, a window into a different reality. When we're alone together, I practically devour him inch by inch. The hickeys on his neck and chest are proof of that. I can barely keep my dick in my pants when people are present because all I want to do is jump him. I'm fucked. So fucked. I'm in too deep, my heart and Dick tag-teaming against me, to even consider stepping back. I should put distance between us and walk away because if Dad finds out, I'm finished. Dread is swallowing me whole. Whenever I imagine what the look on Dad's face would be, a mixture of disgust and anger, I feel queasy and my temples throb, threatening a migraine. I love Dad so fucking much. He became the family I always needed. But because I'm a horny motherfucker, I'm jeopardizing all of it to please my cock. I don't deserve this life. Or Dad, any of it. Like my mother, I am predestined to be a fuck-up, no matter how hard I try to be perfect in every aspect of my life.
What's wrong?
Canyon asks, trotting up to me on the track, a worried frown on his handsome face. This is why everything is so difficult. Him, Canyon Voss, my enemy turned lover. If he were still an asshole, that'd be one thing, but he's not. I can absolutely see why Nay stuck with him for so long. Canyon is a lover, not a fighter. Sure, he's spent months being pissed about what Ryan did to their family. In some fucked up tactic, he tried taking it out on me, but now that we've stepped over that hurdle, he's more than likable. He's more, so much more than I'll ever be allowed to have.
Wonderland,
Canyon barks, jerking me from my wallowing.
Are you going to pass out?
Coach throws his hands up in confusion when we walk away from where we were supposed to do some practice sprints. Canyon holds up a finger at him and then leads me to a bench the football players use. One of the guys, someone who used to be good buddies with him, makes a disgusted sound and scoots farther away. If it affects Canyon, he doesn't let it show. It pisses me off, though, that his teammates treat him like shit now. My jaw clenches as I glower at the guy. Canyon grips my chin, turning my head to focus on him. For a moment, I get lost in his electric blue eyes. His dark hair is drenched in sweat and hangs low over his brows. I crave to run my fingers through it and make it stick up, like I do when he gets out of the shower. An ache forms deep inside my chest. Why is life so unfair? Of course, the guy I actually truly like would be considered untouchable. He'd be the one guy I'm not allowed to have, the one who has the power to destroy my family. A ball of emotion clogs my throat, and I desperately try to swallow it down. His fingers, still on my chin, reluctantly slide down my neck, and then he curls his hand into a fist in his lap.
Talk to me,
he murmurs, his brows furrowing.
You're upset.
Beyond upset. I want him. I want to shout it to the world. I want to kiss him in front of his old team and his new one. I want to grab his hand, march us into the kitchen at home, and tell our dads we're seeing each other. But I can't. I won't. The turmoil inside me is nauseating. Sweat drips into my eyes, making them sting. It could be tears, but there's no way in hell I'd ever cry in front of the football player fuckfaces. Definitely sweat. Canyon, though, sees right through it. He has an uncanny ability to cut into me with just one look. How he exposes me feels dangerous, like a scalpel slicing through layers of skin to reveal a pulsating carotid artery. One tiny nick and it could be over. That's how I feel around Canyon. He's a blade tearing through my life, digging so deep I'll never recover. While he hasn't done anything detrimental yet, it's inevitable. And then I'll bleed out for him, for Dad, this life. It'll hurt, and in the end, it will be the death of my happiness.
Do I need to take you home?
He asks, his voice tight with worry.
You're kind of freaking me the fuck out right now.
Absently, I brush my knuckles over his fist, needing his touch like I need air. I'm fine.
You haven't gotten any more texts, have you?
His worry transforms into something possessive and protective, wrapping its claws around me and sinking in. No, I rush out. I blocked the number like you said, it's just...
Just what?
His brows crash together as he studies me.
Tell me.
Never mind. Don't do that, he growls, his voice low.
Tell me.
I feel like such a dick. It's his birthday today. We had plans to go to dinner with our dads and then make it a marathon night of Mubona Ikari. I was going to give him the best birthday blowjob, since we've yet to move to anything past that, and give him the present I made. Not have a mental breakdown at track practice. I don't want this to end. My head drops and I suck in a deep breath. I like it. Canyon squeezes my thigh in a comforting move, uncaring how it might look to those around us.
It's not going to end, I promise. Faggots.
The sneered word behind us has Kenyon jumping to his feet, a furious roar rumbling from his chest. I jerk my head back in time to see Gage looming over us, his wicked glare burning into us from behind his football helmet. Kenyon is seconds from knocking his ass out. I'm about to intervene when we hear a loud squeal of tires. A car flies into the parking lot, going way too fast, plowing right through the fence. Collective yells of surprise sound out all around us. It all happens so quickly, in the blink of an eye. A vehicle barreling across the track. Coach getting clipped and flying up in the air before the car nearly takes out two of our teammates. It rams into the bleachers behind where Canyon and I had both been readying ourselves to sprint just moments before. The crash of the car is a deafening cacophony of shattering glass and bending metal. I don't realize I'm barely standing on 2 feet until Canyon releases his death grip on my arm and takes off in a dash toward the accident. Gage and several other football players do the same. I shakily follow, hoping no one is hurt too badly. Canyon and Gage both head toward the car, while I rush over to Coach Davies. He groans in pain, clutching his hip. "You're okay," I tell him, assessing him for more life-threatening damages, and then holler over my shoulder, "Someone call an ambulance!" Is anyone else hurt?" Coach Davies asks through gritted teeth, his face pinched in pain. "I think everyone managed to move in time," I assure him, though I can't be certain. He had his back turned to the car, so by the time he heard the noise, he wasn't able to move away in time. "The driver?" "Not sure." I glance over my shoulder to see the crowd that's formed around the car. "Where does it hurt?" "Hip," he grimaces. "I don't think it's broken, thank fuck, or I'd never hear the end of it." "What?" I tease, though my voice is tight with worry. "That you're an old man who broke his hip? Coach, we would never joke about something like that." He flips me off, which has me relaxing. Yeah. Help me up." "No," I grunt out. "You're not moving until the EMTs arrive, just in case." His eyes close and he nods. I take his hand, squeezing it. "Just relax, Coach. Help is coming." "Better me than you and Voss." "What?" "And you two not taking a break." His words trail off and he swallows hard. "Let's just say I'm glad you're not hurt." The gravity of what he said has my stomach churning. Had I not had my little meltdown that required Kenyon to pull me aside, we could have been smashed a lot worse than Coach. Bile rises up my throat, but I quickly swallow it down. After the EMTs arrive, I step aside to let them do their job. By this point, police have shown up, and it was determined the driver died on impact. Everyone stayed late to answer questions, but I'm one of the last to get to leave, aside from Gage and Canyon, who are still talking to an officer. I'm numb by the time I make it to the showers, sick at the turn of the day's events. I quickly shower off and wrap a towel around my waist. Silence greets me in the locker room now that everyone has left. I've just opened my locker to change when I see my phone light up on top of my clothes. It's a text from a new number I don't recognize. Ice floods through my veins, chasing away any lingering heat from my shower. Unknown number. Watch your back. Nowhere to hide. My fingers fly over the keypad as I hurry to reply. Me. Leave me the fuck alone, asshole. The response is immediate. Unknown number. You and your daddy would like that. Dread poisons my every thought, and I gasp for air. This isn't a random wrong number. I can feel it with every fiber of my being. This is something else, and it's personal. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I freeze at the sound, terror immobilizing me. I'm right back in my bed as a child, trying to hide from the mice that are everywhere. Crawling, crawling, crawling. A whimper claws at my throat as tears burn in my eyes. My skin prickles and buzzes as though the very thought of the mice has my flesh coming alive. I'm a trembling mess when the squeaking nears. A shriek of horror bursts out of me when something touches my arm.
Hey,
The soothing voice croons.
it's me.
The shuddering stops as I take in Canyon's gaze on me, concern etched in his features. He reaches up and strokes his thumb along my cheek. My eyes flutter closed. I lean into his tender touch, needing his comfort more than air right now. His hand slides to my nape, and he presses his forehead to mine, gently rubbing his fingers through my hair.
You're okay. Just a panic attack.
He murmurs, words like whispers along my skin.
Coach will be fine, I promise.
Squeak. My eyes fly open and my spine turns to rigid steel. The air in my lungs is sucked out in an instant, leaving me gasping for air. Canyon yanks me to him, hugging me tightly.
Wonderland, hey, it's okay. Breathe. Breathe for me. That's it.
He kisses my neck.
I'm here. Chill out.
He's sweaty, but still smells delicious. I anchor myself to his scent, trying my damnedest to block out my fears. It's not Coach, I croak out when I finally find my voice. I pull back and hand him my phone. His face transforms from worried to pissed in the blink of an eye.
Who the fuck sent you this?
He demands, fury radiating from him like heat from the sun. I don't know. I think the wrong number wasn't wrong after all. He fiddles with the phone, blocking the number.
These texts make it seem like...
His words die off and his jaw clenches.
So help me, if I find out someone did this shit on purpose...
It could be a coincidence, I choke out, though I don't believe it.
Come on. We're going home.
Are you going to shower? Confusion trickles through me, tugging my brows together and making me frown.
I'm not leaving you alone.
He stands up, his tennis shoes making those squeaking sounds as he walks over to his locker.
Get dressed. We're going to tell our dads about this.
I want to argue with him, because involving our dads seems like a terrible idea. But I'm also scared shitless. With Canyon and our dads at our side, I feel like I could handle anything. Your birthday's ruined. He yanks his bag out of the locker, shooting me a soft smile.
You didn't get hit by that car. I don't give a fuck about my birthday. As long as you're okay.
Being with Canyon may be my worst idea to date, but right now, it feels like the best one. It doesn't feel wrong, or twisted, or sick. It feels reckless, but right.
Chapter 23. Canyon. Our dads are on us the second we walk in the door. Word spread like wildfire about the accident. If they hadn't seen us on the news in the background of a broadcast covering it, they would be a lot more worried. Though we're okay, it still doesn't stop them from drilling us with questions. Who was it? Dad asks. At the same time, Quinn says, do they know who died? I cut my eyes to Alice. Just as he was at practice, he's withdrawn and lost inside his head. If we were alone, I'd kiss him and bring him back to the now. But we're not. Kissing him, or showing any sort of affection toward him, would be blatantly obvious. And as much as I've wanted to hurt Dad, I can't do it through Alice. Not exploit the very thing I promised him I wouldn't. Why? Because things have changed. I've changed. I filled him in on everything I know, which isn't much. The police didn't release the person's name, but liquor bottles were found in the front seat of the car. It was pretty evident the person was shit-faced. Dad and Quinn are too busy discussing how awful the situation is to notice. Alice is sinking further into himself with every passing second. I'm desperate to get him alone because he's unraveling fast. Can we take a rain check on my birthday dinner? I ask, interrupting their conversation. We're both a little shaken up over the accident. Dad nods, pride shining in his eyes that makes me want to simultaneously shy away from and run toward. Understandable. I'll order in barbecue from Stoney's. My heart twists painfully inside my chest. I'm reminded of any time Mom didn't feel like cooking and Dad would save the day by ordering Stoney's. It's such a small, stupid memory, but it punches hard enough to knock the breath out of me. While Dad orders over the phone and Quinn grabs his wallet so they can pick it up, I motion for Alice to head upstairs. He goes straight to his room, but rather than dropping his bag and violin case in the doorway like a normal human would, he stows them both neatly away in his closet. Because I'm not OCD as fuck, I do drop my bag in the doorway and walk over to him, more eager to hold him than anything else. You're sweaty, he complains as he clings to my shirt, inhaling me. You smell like ass. I smile, kissing the top of his head. And you're into that shit, which is why you're sniffing me like I'm a snack. Our playfulness fades as Alice sighs heavily, sinking into my arms as though I can hold him up forever. I'm in no hurry to let him go, that's for damn sure. Come on, let's shower, I murmur, giving his ass a smack. I already showered, and I dirtied you up. Stepping back, I take his face in my hands, tilting his head up so I can peer into his captivating mahogany eyes. Let me take care of you. His Adam's apple bobs hard as he swallows, and his nostrils flare. He's barely holding his shit together. It makes me want to do it for him. Just gather him up and keep him close, whispering assurances until we both believe everything will be okay. Because it will be. It has to be. I pull away from Alice to grab more clothes from my room and check to make sure our dad's left to pick up the food. Once it's clear, I follow the sound of the shower running. Alice stands under the steamy spray, shoulders hunched and staring at the ground. Even though I give him shit about being smaller than me, he's always seemed larger than life, bigger and better. Right now he's so fragile, it hurts seeing him so wrecked. All I want to do is fix it. Stripping out of my sweaty clothes, I join him in the shower. Since he's seemingly lost, I grab a bar of soap to lather him up. It pulls him out of his trance, once again bringing his magnetic eyes to mine. With the water plastering his white hair to his forehead and droplets running down his face, he's downright lickable. I pause in my efforts to clean him to press my lips to his wet ones. Our kiss is soft. I try to convey to him with my lips and tongue that I'll make it better. Somehow. I don't know how to undo his mood, but I want to try. I'm determined to do so. A small moan escapes him, tossing a match on my desire for him. Fire licks a path down my spine, into my balls, and down the length of my dick as it thickens. One of his hands wraps around my cock, squeezing and stroking. I nip at his bottom lip, unable to keep from thrusting into his hand. I'm supposed to be taking care of you, I murmur against his mouth. Not the other way around. You are. He pulls back, dark eyes intense and probing, no longer filled with agonizing loneliness. Just by being Canyon fucking Voss. My breath catches as he sinks to his knees in the shower. This is a sight I'll store in the spank bank for years to come. Alice, naked and soaking wet on his knees, staring at my dick like he wants to choke on it. A groan rumbles through me as I toss the bar of soap on the ledge to free up my hands. I want to run my fingers through his wet hair and guide him every step of the way. What are you doing? I croak out, unable to keep from flexing my hips so my dick taps at his chin. What's it look like? His lips kick up on one side in a mischievous, challenging smirk that has me eager to shove my cock down his tight throat. I'm giving you a birthday blowjob. I hiss as he playfully teases my tip with his tongue. Everything about Alice is too much. I feel so much with him, and sometimes it's overwhelming. Like, I didn't know there were all these sensations to begin with. Suddenly, I'm thrust into this life where Alice Summers forces me to feel every damn one of them. Now that I've felt what I've been missing, there's no way in hell I could ever go back to a dull, numb version of it. His pretty pink lips slide over my length, and his tongue works its magic along the way. With one hand on the tiled wall to hold myself up and the other gripped tightly in his hair, I rock my hips, needing to push deep inside him. He hums, the vibration fluttering straight to my balls as he grips my ass, urging me to do what I want. A curse tumbles past my lips as I slowly fuck his perfect mouth. The sounds coming from him are noisy and ragged. He gags and snorts and groans. It's all so fucking wonderful. Like him. My wonderland. Letting go of his hair, I slide my fingertips to the front of his neck, marveling over how it bulges each time my cock drives down his throat. I'm lost in the sheer blissfulness of our sinful act. There's no time to warn him as I come with a shocked gasp. Jerking out of his hot mouth so I don't drown him in cum, I finish on his face. I'm frozen at how fucking sexy he is with his swollen lips parted and tongue sticking out as he eagerly waits for the rest. The water rinses most of it away, but Alice licks my crown, clearly savoring whatever remnants he can find. I'm in so deep with this guy. It's a mystery I can't unravel. How one day I hated his guts, and now I feel as though I would do damn near anything for him. I help him to his feet and then crash into him with a gracious, starved kiss, where I eagerly taste my saltiness on his tongue. Taking his dick in my hand, I stroke him urgently while I possess his mouth with mine. It doesn't take but a few slippery jerks of his cock to have him moaning. His heat splatters between us as his cock twitches. Fucking perfect. Best birthday ever. I grin against his lips. He pulls back slightly, and I haven't even given you your real present. His words chase away some of the fog of our fantasy come to life. It's weird not spending my birthday with my mom and sister. Last I checked, I didn't have any messages from either one of them. It sucks that when I woke up this morning, the 3 people to wish me a happy birthday are the 3 I first set out to destroy. What's wrong? Alice demands, his brows furling as he studies me. It's just... My voice cracks, and I shrug, looking away from him. Mom doesn't care. He shakes his head in vehemence. Don't say that. She does. I'm sure she's just going through a rough time. He strokes his thumb over my lips. Everyone cares about you, even when they don't want to. But your arrogant ass already knows this. I mean, have you seen me? I take a step back to gesture at my body. He rolls his eyes and hands me the bar of soap. Wash up and meet me in the studio. After a quick kiss to my chest that makes my heart lurch, he exits the shower. Feels too cold without him, so I quickly finish up and dress. As promised, he's waiting for me in his studio. A grin teases my lips when I see the half-assed wrapping job around something unusual on the table. Did you sculpt me your dick? You shouldn't have. I deadpan. He shakes his head at me. That'd be too hard to recreate perfection. I got you the next best thing. My dick? No, asshole, just look. I approach the table and smirk at his wrapping. It earns me the middle finger, to which I laugh. My laughter dies as I stare at the sculpture in awe. Daisuke and Chibi. They stand like they're posed on my poster, but instead of looking forward, they're looking at each other. Intense need carved into the features of their faces. 2 enemies who've grown to be much more than words could ever express. The details are incredible. I'm fascinated by the entire thing. It's not finished yet, he murmurs, mistaking my silence for not liking my gift. I still have to add the weapons, and paint it, and Tearing my gaze from the sculpture, I pounce on him, hushing him with a kiss. Thank you. It's so fucking cool, Wonderland. We both startle at the sound of Dad hollering for us. I take his hands in mine, bring them to my lips to kiss each one, then release him. It gets more difficult each day to let go of him, to hide what we're becoming from others. Downstairs, Dad is pulling out the barbecue from bags while Quinn fetches plates and silverware. I grab a couple Cokes for Alice and me, making sure to give him a wink that turns his cheeks pink before sitting down. Quinn pulls out a cake from a box and sets it in the middle of the table. Chocolate with Oreo pieces sprinkled all over. I thought sugar was forbidden in this house. I can't help but joke. Quinn gives me a soft smile. Things change. Guilt surges up inside of me, infecting the happy moment. I'm having the best time with Alice and our dads, yet it feels like a betrayal to my mother and sister. As we eat, I fall into somber silence. This time it's Alice who worries over me. Both Quinn and Dad wear matching pinched expressions. I feel like a dick, especially since they went through all this effort on my birthday. But I can't shake away the melancholy. After our meal and cake, Dad hands me a gift sack. From Quinn and me. He sits down at the table again, taking Quinn's hand. Hope you like it. I opened the package to find a set of Mubona Ikari manga books with the new covers signed by both the artist and writer. The pre-orders for them opened up on July 15th and they sold out within minutes. I'm stunned that they were able to obtain a set. How? I ask, confusion making my voice waver. I'd tried to buy them, even set my alarm so I wouldn't miss out, but I was pushed off the server almost immediately since so many people were trying to get on. Quinn made it happen, Dad says, grinning at me. No, Quinn disagrees. I'm not taking the credit for this. Fine. It took an army, Dad shrugs. I offered my Gators season pass tickets to anyone at the office who could get their hands on it. Quinn offered an extra week of vacation for anyone at his company who could get them. His assistant was the one who actually got through. It was hell without her that week, Quinn grumbles, though smiling happily. My gut twists painfully. July 15th was right after the proposal on the boat. Not even 2 weeks after I punched my dad in the fucking face. I'm such a prick sometimes. Thank you, I croak out. I don't deserve this. Dad scoffs, shaking his head vehemently. Son, you deserve more than I could ever give you in this lifetime. The flood of emotions threatening to drown me is overwhelming. I don't want to face the fact that Dad loves me just as much as ever because I'm still angry at what he's done to our family. Yet I'm also grateful for him being the parent I need in this moment. I'm mentally scrambling at how to proceed when Alice speaks up, swiftly changing the conversation. I think someone is stalking me. I lift my gaze to him, expecting a playful grin. Instead, worry pinches his brows together. He's not talking about me. He's talking about the texts. What? Quinn barks out, his voice higher than ever before. Who? I thought it was a wrong number at first, but after I blocked them, they messaged from a different number. It's like they know me. He bows his head, his shoulders hunching. What if that car today wasn't an accident? My blood runs icy cold. I'd read the texts he received, and they could be mistaken for being threatening, but who the fuck would want to threaten Alice? I'm clueless, but the brief, knowing, horrified look Dad and Quinn exchange tells me maybe I'm missing something important. What is it? I demand, a fierce need to protect Alice making the hairs on my arms stand on end as electric fury buzzes across my flesh. Let me have your phone, Dad practically growls. I can get some tech people at the office to see if we can't locate. I already erased everything, Alice lies. But if they do it again, I'll let you know. At first I'm annoyed, but then I realize why he didn't want to fork over his phone. There's no telling what sort of incriminating evidence about the two of us secretly hooking up my dad might find. If he asked for my phone, there's a picture of Alice's pretty mouth wrapped around my dick. Handing over his phone would be a bad idea. We won't let anything happen to you, Quinn vows. Ever. Dad and I both nod in agreement, but Alice forces a smile. He doesn't believe us. Well, too damn bad, Wonderland, because it's the truth.
Chapter 24. Alistair. Almost a week later. Each day ticks by quicker than the last. It's as though there's a looming deadline hovering over me. What will happen tomorrow, my birthday, is the big mystery that seems to plague my mind. Anything could happen. Everything could happen. The anxiety of not knowing causes a knot to form in the pit of my gut and refuse to fade. With each passing second, each minute, each hour, it grows bigger and heavier. It's toxic. It's all I can think about. What happens, though, when you want to stay young? To always be Dad's little boy. I don't want to be free. I want to belong. To Dad, to be a part of a family, not be lost again, alone and scared and smelling of pee. Not to mention the texts just keep coming, no matter how many times I block the numbers. Always threatening me in some vague way that makes no sense, but still terrifies the shit out of me. Tears trickle at my eyes as a wave of nausea passes over me. Shakily, I drag my bow along the strings, focusing on the music and not the inevitable, not the future, not the emptiness that'll come if everything is all fucked up. Carrie smiles in my peripheral, clearly pleased with my sudden focus back on the music. I let the notes flow through me, chasing away all scary thoughts and filling my mind and soul with him. Canyon Voss. God, he's so fucking hot. And mine. Heat floods through me, burning a trail up my spine and through my nerve endings. Anytime I think about him, I feel as though I'll self-combust. And when I'm with him, I don't feel as though I'll catch fire. I do. Together, we fucking burn. We've gotten to know each other's bodies quite well since this thing between us began. I know what makes him insane with need, and how to make him come with just the right curve of my finger inside his tight channel. I know how to draw out his orgasm until he's a wanting, panting mess, damn near crying for it. My body isn't immune to him, either. He plays me like I play my violin, fast and with practiced precision, as though he was born to have me in his grip. It's perfect. He's perfect. Together we're so goddamn perfect. And also wrong, Jesus. I slip up, earning a scowl from Mrs. Weston, but quickly recover. Carrie sniggers quietly from beside me, pleased as hell to see me make a rare mistake. I continue through the rest of the song, trying my best to ignore Canyon for now. Impossible. He's in my mind and in every damn heartbeat. Hell, he's in my nostrils because I can smell his expensive cologne all over me. We've taken to riding together to school in his Challenger, and I love it. Love being immersed in close quarters with him, listening to G-Eazy and inhaling his fantastic, manly scent that drives me insane. The hour goes by too quickly, and soon I'm being spat out of class into the dark hallway. At first, I think Canyon has abandoned me, but then he clears his throat, emerging from an empty classroom, a brilliant smile on his handsome face. A little too eagerly, I saunter over to him, my fingers twitching to run through his hair and draw him to me for a kiss. But before I can reach him, he gives me a slight shake of his head. His gaze is beyond me, focused on someone else. Carrie. "Have you been?" she asks, coming to stand beside me. "We miss you, Canny." Kenyon's smile falls and heartbreak flashes in his blue eyes. "You do." "She misses you too." Carrie frowns. "You should try and talk to her." He scoffs, crossing his arms over his chest, his biceps bulging in his t-shirt. "Fuck that." "In case you forgot," she hisses, shoving past Canyon. "It was Dad who did this." Then to me, she grumbles, "See you tomorrow night for a lesson." Later. I call out to her back before turning my attention to Canyon. You okay?
Fine.
He grumbles.
Actually, no. Seriously, fuck them.
Grabbing hold of his wrist, I walk him over to the empty classroom and pull him inside. Once we're out of sight, I push him against the wall and press my lips to his. All tension bleeds from him as he gives in to our kiss. His large hands slide to my ass, squeezing. How are we going to run in this state? I tease, rubbing my erection against his through our clothes. This shit really slows me down.
We could take care of it before practice. In my car.
He grins against my lips.
Tinted windows and all.
I shake my head at him. As much as I'd love to blow Canyon in his car, I would never risk getting caught. That would surely have Dad kicking me out on my ass. I owe you one, I promise. Come on, I have to whip your ass on the track first.
You wish, Wonderland.
Nah, man, I know. Let's go. After practice and showers, Canyon gets called back by Coach Davies' assistant, Coach Reeder, to discuss something. So I let him know that I'll wait by the car with a nod of my head. Everyone else has cleared out since no one ever stays as long as Canyon and I do. Coach Davies is still resting after getting clipped by that car, but he's going to be back to school next week. Thank God. I can't help but feel guilty for what happened because I feel like it somehow relates to me. My phone buzzes as if on cue, and the second I see the unknown number, the rock in my gut triples in size. A cold sweat breaks out over my skin as I read the text. Unknown number. I have a message for your daddy. I'm still staring at my phone in confusion when footsteps rush me from behind. Someone shoves me hard, and I land on my knees, scraping them on the pavement. My hands slam to the asphalt in time to keep me from face-planting, my phone sliding under Canyon's car. What the fuck? The words are knocked out of me as a foot slams into my side. I'm so stunned by the painful shock to my system I collapse, barely having the foresight to draw my hands over my face to protect it. Stop! I croak out. I paid that drunk motherfucker to take you out with his car, not kill himself trying. The man snarls, hatred dripping from his words. I'm stunned at the confession that confirms this guy was the one who's been texting me. He goes to kick me again, but then more footsteps can be heard as someone yells out, stopping him. I slip my hands away in time to see a flash of black and red as Canyon charges at my assailant. Like he's on the football field, he tackles the man attacking me, easily dropping him to the pavement. He lands 1, 2, 3 punches to the guy's face before the man manages to shove him aside. The guy gets up, runs toward a running car, and then falls into the driver's seat. Canyon rushes over to it, but the guy peels out of the parking lot before he can reach him. Alice, he growls, turning and running back over to me. He kneels next to me and gently runs a hand over my head. What the fuck? Who was that? Are you hurt? Shakily, I sit up, wincing at the pain in my ribs. I'll be fine. Just scrape my knees. Scraped is an understatement. Blood runs down my shins in rivulets, and it stings like a son of a bitch. It's the person who's been texting me, I admit, fear making my voice shake. I got another one a couple of minutes ago. The text said he had a message for my daddy. Before I could make sense of it, he came out of nowhere and shoved me. I motioned to his car. My phone is probably busted. He crawls up to his car and reaches beneath it. After studying my phone, he hands it back. It still works. Then he frowns. Erase anything incriminating about us, and then give it to Dad. Maybe they can figure out who's sending this shit. Pulling our dads into it doesn't seem like fun. But neither is getting attacked in the fucking parking lot. He also said... I trail off and shoot him a helpless look. What? The car that hit Coach the other day wasn't an accident. It was aimed for me. A murderous dark glare crosses over his features. That motherfucking psycho. He didn't succeed, I mutter, desperation bleeding into my tone. We don't have to tell our parents. Wonderland, Canyon barks. You're going to let my dad figure this out. You aren't alone. We're not going to let this shit keep happening, understood? We're going to protect you. I'm going to to protect you. What if Dad thinks I'm not worth the trouble? My words are soft and barely a whisper. He hears. Canyon is practically inside my head most days. His features screw into a severe frown that makes him look downright menacing. Shut the fuck up. Of course you're worth it. Don't say that shit again. When he says it, I almost believe it. Want a Coke? Carrie asks, ushering me into the house. A sandwich? Chips? A Coke is fine. I'll grab something to eat when I get back home. I follow her into the kitchen, wincing when I twist my still sore ribs the wrong way. I try not to grimace. My mind immediately goes back to yesterday. That man, who I don't even know, admitted to trying to get me killed. Since the drunk wasn't able to do it, he tried to handle it himself in the parking lot by kicking the shit out of me. I hate to think about what would have happened had Canyon not shown up when he did. Our dads were obviously freaked out. Ryan looked at my phone last night and called the IT guy at his company. But in the end, there wasn't much they could find, since I'd most likely been texted from burner phones. It would be wasted efforts. Still hanging with seniors? I ask. Gage is bad news. Today, I drove my Range Rover, since I'd be taking Carrie home after school. When I reached my car, it was crowded by Gage, Damon, Kane, Paige, and Carrie. The guys were their idiotic selves, and the girls were giggling as though they were fucking hilarious. Gage took one look at my face and muttered a homophobic comment under his breath that had Damon smacking him on the back of his head. She conveniently hides her face from me inside the fridge. We're just friends. Besides, Paige likes Gage, not me. He's a prick. Be careful. Crimson paints her cheeks as she shoves a Coke at me. I will be. It's fine. Are you doing anything exciting for your birthday? Now it's my time to be embarrassed. If she knew I wanted to spend my evening in bed with her brother, she might not be too keen to ask such questions. Since I'd already made plans to practice with Carrie, we decided we'd all go to dinner tomorrow night rather than tonight. It's a simple birthday, and I'm not complaining. If Dad were to try and plan a big affair, I'd feel like the fall would hurt that much more. The fall is inevitable. I can feel it. Pain lances inside my chest, and I absently rub at it. Alice? Carrie furrows her brows, studying me up close. I force a smile that doesn't reach my eyes. Saturday. We're going to dinner. But tonight is your actual birthday. She smiles. Her previous animosity is gone since I started rehearsing with her to improve her playing. I'll order pizza. Pepperoni, okay? You really don't have to. Too late, she sasses. Let me see what Mom wants. She bounces off, and I unscrew the lid of my Coke. I'm just swallowing down some soda when I hear a blood-curdling scream. Setting the Coke down, I rush toward the sound of Carrie's yelling. It's pained and terrified. For a second, I worry that the man from yesterday got into the house and is hurting her. But when I make it into her mom's bedroom, I quickly realize it's not the problem at all. Amy, who never comes out of her room when I visit, is pasty white and seemingly unconscious, lying in a puddle of vomit. Carrie shakes her mother, trying to rouse her, sobbing uncontrollably. Carrie, I bark out. Go call 911. Wait in the living room. If her mom is dead or dying, she certainly doesn't need to witness that shit. Her head bobs up and down as she scrambles to obey. Dropping down on the bed beside Amy, I check her pulse. Faint, but there. Amy! I bark out. Wake up! What's going on? But I know what's going on. The rubber tied around her arm and the syringe still sticking out of her flesh indicates the problem. Looks like an overdose of fucking heroin. This woman might be on death's bed, but all I can think about is him. Canyon. The boy she kicked out and whose heart will shatter into a million pieces if anything happens to her. Fuck. Stay with me, Amy. You have to. She fucking has to.
Chapter 25. Canyon. I don't understand. I don't fucking understand. She's my mom, Amy Voss, not some drug addict itching for her next fix. This doesn't make sense. It's a dream. Has to be. A goddamn nightmare. My mother didn't OD on heroin. Didn't happen. Nope. The hospital waiting room blurs in front of me as a fresh wave of unshed tears fills my lids. They fall, streaking soundlessly down my hot cheeks and dripping from my jaw, dotting my jeans with my disbelief and utter devastation. She'll live through this. I know she will. I'm too young to lose my mother, just too damn young. I refuse to see any other outcome. Despite our fathers sitting directly across from us, Alice reaches over, squeezing my thigh and rubbing his thumb over the tear-stained denim. When he'd called on the way to the hospital, I couldn't comprehend the words. My mom and heroin still doesn't compute. But here we are, waiting for answers hours later. The scent of antiseptic is thick in the air. A halogen light above us flickers and hums. Air kicks on, blowing a chilly breeze from the vent and cooling my wet cheeks. It's real. I'm here, hurting, fucking aching because Mom screwed up big time. Anger rears its ugly head, reminding me how she got to this point in the first place. Because of him. Dad, the motherfucker who left his wife to be with his gay best friend. He ruined her. Dad took the sweet, loving mother I always knew, carved out a piece of her soul, and left her as she is, empty and barely there. My venomous glare lifts, seeking out the man who destroyed everything. But seeing my sister curled up in his lap like she's 5 years old again is enough to snuff out my rage. If I wasn't as big as my dad, hell, I'd feel inclined to want to crawl into his lap too. I need reassurance that everything is going to be okay. I'm going to grab something to drink, Alice says, giving my thigh another squeeze. Why don't you walk with me? I don't want to go anywhere, and yet I need to escape. The storm clouds brewing outside remind me of the hurricane of horrible thoughts slashing back and forth inside my head. We'll call for you the minute we hear something, Dad assures me, reading my silent fears. Yeah, I croak out, dragging my gaze from the window. Okay. Alice and I stand. His touch on the small of my back is gentle as he guides me away from the waiting area and down the hall toward the back of the vending and soda machines. I'm numb as we walk, my arms growing cold and feeling foreign as they dangle beside me. When we're out of sight from the waiting area, Alice's hand slides into my icy one, his fingers threading with mine. The warmth and comfort of something as simple as his hand have a sob lodging itself in my throat. A pained moan escapes me. I'm cracking. I can feel it happening one tiny fissure at a time, but they're spreading and fracturing and splintering faster than I can stop them. The pain is going to spill out. It'll leak out everywhere, drowning those around me. Alice stops, pulling me into his strong arms. My forehead falls to his shoulder, and I angle my face against his neck, desperate for his touch. He squeezes me tight, murmuring soft words that are meant to soothe my battered soul. With our height difference, it's awkward and feels like I should be the one holding him, but I'm too fragmented. If he lets go, I'll break away until there's nothing left of me. His palm rubs up and down my back. I soak the collar of his t-shirt and the side of his neck with my silent tears. I don't know what'll happen to my mom, but I can't live without her. We may have been on the outs, but it wasn't forever. I knew something was wrong. I choke out. Don't, Alice says in a firm tone. Don't do that. This is out of your control. Please don't take the blame for what happened. He pulls away, capturing my face in his hands. The fierce expression on his face makes me want to get lost in it, forgetting about the painful present. His mahogany eyes dart briefly down the hall before he presses a sweet kiss to my lips. It breathes life into my quickly dying heart. Everything's going to be okay, he promises, kissing me again and again. Trust me. How little Alistair Summers thinks he has control over my mother's fate is beyond me, but oh, how I crave to believe him. If Mom is okay, I will be okay. I'm scared. My whispered words barely leave my mouth before he quiets me with a kiss. I know you are, Kenny. I'm scared too. We hear footsteps squeaking nearby on the linoleum and reluctantly pull apart. He steps over to the vending machine while I swipe at my tears. A minute later, he hands me a Coke. A small smile tugs at my lips, and it's contagious because he smiles too. Guilt chases away the brief glimpse of happiness. Today is his birthday. It's ruined because my mom overdosed on drugs. He should be enjoying his own birthday blowjob, or eating cake, or opening my gift. Not this. Not holding me up as I try desperately not to fall. His intelligent stare cuts into me, probing and sure. I don't have to voice my words because he somehow knows. He shakes his head and offers another smile. This is the most important thing right now, he says, lifting a hand and swiping away another tear with his thumb. Understood? This, you, her, that's all that matters. I nod, thankful as fuck he's by my side. If I had to deal with this all alone, it'd eat me alive. Carrie as Dad, I would have had no one. Luckily, I have Alice. Canyon! Quinn calls out, startling both me and Alice. He makes his way toward us. There you are. Alice jerks back, absently picking at the label of his Coke bottle. Any word, Dad? The doctor is talking to Ryan and Carrie now. He gestures toward the waiting room. She's alive. I nearly collapse, but Alice grips my bicep, hauling me back toward where Dad is. Dad and Carrie are both nodding like bobbleheads as the doctor speaks. As soon as I join them, he circles back for me. She's alive. She'll be okay. But she has a long road to recover ahead of her, the doctor says with a worried frown. It'll be in her best interest if she went to a rehab center. There's only so much we can do in the ER. Make sure she's stable and safe. The rest will be up to her and her family. She'll be taken care of, Dad assures him. I'll make some calls in the morning. Can we see her? I ask, my voice husky and raw with emotion. Not tonight. It's past visiting hours and she's sleeping. She's already been moved to a room, though, so she'll be able to get good rest for the night. Thank you, Dad says, shaking the doctor's hand. We'll be back up here first thing in the morning. I don't want to leave, but relief over her well-being floods through me, drowning me in sudden fatigue. I falter on my feet, and if it weren't for Alice's grip on my arm, I'd drop right to the floor. Come on, Alice says. Let's go home. It's nearly 3 in the morning by the time everyone goes to bed. Thunder rumbles close by and the sky lights up in warning of an impending storm. Carrie is staying in the guest room downstairs until things get settled. I'm thankful Dad is taking care of her. Alice is taking care of me. The normally strong Voss kids aren't so strong at all right now. Once the lights go out in the house and everyone is in bed, I drag my pillow into Alice's room. We strip down to our underwear and climb into bed. I curl around him, needing his scent and touch consuming me. As soon as my bare skin presses against his, I'm not so sleepy anymore. The lightning outside flickers in through his window, highlighting his form every few seconds. His white blonde hair seems to illuminate as though he's an ethereal night fae. I'm mesmerized by the pale curves of his shoulder and bicep. Gently I stroke my finger over his flesh. His body shudders, and he sucks in a deep breath. I want him. No, I need him. He must sense me before I pounce because he rolls onto his back as my body crashes against his. A whine escapes him, and I remember he's still sore from getting his ass kicked. I'll need to be gentler. My lips eagerly seek out his, hungry for his tongue and taste. A groan rumbles through me in unison with the thundering outside in the storm. I want to nip at his mouth all night long, grinding my cock against his because it feels good, really fucking good. And after the day I've had, I'm craving something wonderful. like Wonderland. Alice, I murmur against his lips, I need inside you. He whimpers, lifting his hips to meet my anxious thrusts. Yes. Not having to be told twice, I sit up on my knees. He turns onto his stomach and reaches into his bedside table. The lube gets tossed over to me. With eager hands, I yank off his red briefs and then slip out of my boxers. His pale ass almost glows in the moonlight as he humps the bed. I'm so fucking hard for him. My cock drips with sticky pre-cum, my need almost unbearable. Flipping off the cap on the lube, I douse my dick in lubricant and quickly slick up my shaft. He gasps when my slippery fingers find his crease. Easily I find his puckered hole and push my fingertip inside of him. He shudders, pressing against my intrusion. Canyon, please. Bear, fuck yes. A smile twitches at my lips as I kneel between his thighs. He continues to hump the bed, his asshole squeezing my finger. Once I've inserted another and feel as though he's ready, I pull them out. With one hand gripping my dick and the other on the bed holding me up, I press the tip of my crown against his tight hole. A whine squeaks out of him and I slowly push into him. God damn, he's tight. Stars glitter in the darkness as the pleasure of slowly sheathing myself inside him consumes me. He's tense, clenching his ass cheeks together, which feels like fucking bliss. Holy fuck, I'm going to come. I still my body, needing to get a hold of myself so I don't come before my first real thrust. Once my crown fully breaches, the constricted ring of muscles at his opening, his body sucks me inside. I fall against his back, sliding fully in quicker than I mean to. Ah! He cries out. Again, I'm reminded of his sore ribs. Fuck, it's difficult to be gentle when all I want to do is crush my body against his, melting us together as one. My heart is thundering in my chest, and our bodies are slick with sweat. I rock my hips, needing to feel more of his exquisite heat. The warring emotions from the day, anger and sadness, are slaughtered by pure want. Desire drives me to fuck into him hard and almost desperately. But then I hear it, muffled beneath the loud thunder outside. A whimper. No, a sob. The whole bed begins to tremble. Panic seizes me. I stroke my fingers through his hair and kiss the side of his neck, stalling my movement, though it feels impossible when I'm on the brink of bliss. Talk to me, Wonderland. Am I hurting you? He cries harder. As much as I'd love to continue to buck into him, I'm certainly not doing it when he cries. I slip out of him, but that only seems to make him really lose it. Shh, babe. Alice. Shh. Talk to me. It's okay. We don't have to do this. I roll him onto his back, seeking out his lips so I can kiss him and make it all better. His bottom lip trembles as I gently suck on it, needing him to speak to me. Finally, he utters out words I'm not expecting to hear. This is my first time. My dick is throbbing angrily against his, but it wilts at his words. First time. But he said, Alistair, I growl, fury bleeding into my tone. If I'd known... Fuck! No, he chokes out. I wanted it. I still want it. With you. Only you. I didn't... Another sob. It hurt. Because I shoved it in and started fucking him like an asshole. I'm so sorry, I whisper. I'm so sorry. Canny, don't. I need to adjust. I still want it. He pauses. I should have told you. I let you believe I'd been with others like this, but I haven't. The worry over him fades as possessiveness curls around a heart that's so full of him these days, like thorny vines or barbed wire tightening and puncturing the bloody organ. Knowing we're each other's first male-on-male fuck settles something inside me, something I didn't realize was wrecked and lost. It grounds me, gives me purpose, strengthens me. Everything is fucked up in my life. Not this, not him. This is perfect and real and ours. Forbidden, true, but sweet as fucking pie. Tell me when you're ready, and we'll try again, I assure him. Just like this, so I can kiss your pretty dick-sucking lips and look into your soul. The room lights up again, highlighting his face as if on cue. Rain is coming down in sheets outside, and the wind is fierce. Didn't know football players were such poets, he teases, his voice sounding more like his own, though still slightly wobbly. Ex-football player, and I'm a romantic now. I have a boyfriend. A small chuckle rumbles through him. A boyfriend? Voss, I'm your brother? You're so confused. I nip at his teasing mouth, earning a groan from him. We kiss eagerly until he's ripping at my hair and begging me to put my dick inside him again. I finally put both of us out of our misery, easing my dick inside his clenching channel. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Wonderland. Still good. Keep going. With the patience of a saint, I slide in at a snail's pace until I'm fully seated in his perfect, tight body. Rather than moving, I take my time worshiping his lips and cheeks and jaw. Wherever I can rain kisses down on him, I do. I spoil him with tenderness until he's begging for me to move. His ragged breath tickles my face, and his whimpers are so fucking lovely. He cups my face with his hand and then slides his fingers into my hair. The grip on my hair tightens. His teeth nip at my lip, sparking a fire inside me. I pull out slightly before plunging deep again. With each probing thrust, he whines. The crying is faded, and the begging is now simply pure need. It urges me on, desperate to claim him, to spill my seed deep inside his gorgeous fucking body. A hiss escapes him as heat gushes up between us. Knowing he's found his release has me smiling. I drive into him over and over until the stars are back, blinding me with a kaleidoscope of never-before-felt pleasure. My balls draw up tight, and then my dick throbs out my orgasm. I breathe against his parted lips, marveling at how it feels to fill him up. It makes me want to fuck him like this over and over, to watch my cum try and escape his body, only for me to add more to it. My world may be a mess, but with Alice, in this moment, it feels perfectly right. Canyon, Alice murmurs. That was... He trails off, unable to find the right words. Wonderful. That was wonderful. I know. I agree. I can't wait to do it again.
Chapter 26. Alistair. I wake up to yapping downstairs, which means Ginger and Nutmeg are up, begging to go outside. Knowing Dad and Ryan are probably up too has me tensing in bed. I'm pinned beneath a completely naked Canyon. Since I don't hear footsteps or voices yet, I take a moment to enjoy the feel of him pressed against me. My ass is sore as fuck, but I don't even care. Last night was amazing. I've never felt so completely owned by another person. That's exactly what Canyon does. He owns me. Hate was a familiar emotion between the two of us, but somewhere along the way, it transformed into a burning, passionate need for the other. Which sucks. It really fucking sucks. Not because I don't want to be with Canyon 100%, but because I can't be with Canyon. Not all the way, only in secret and in stolen moments. Our dads are getting married soon, which means we'll be family. I stroke my fingers through Canyon's dark hair and kiss the top of his head as I listen to the rain still pattering outside. I'm glad today's track meet is canceled. Not that we would have gone anyway after what happened to Amy, but at least we're not missing anything now. If I could lock us away in this bedroom forever, that'd be okay with me. I've spent my entire life trying to belong and wanting someone to keep me, to love me. Canyon gives me hope that he'll want to hold on to me and not let go. Give me a home that's not fleeting or brittle. Instead, something permanent and secure, something to keep me rooted where I am. Lips pressed to my chest, signaling that he's awake. His kisses are gentle and adoring as he slowly ventures down my abs. I groan when he reaches my dick. Blue eyes lock onto mine as he takes hold of my morning wood. With a crooked grin that sets my skin on fire, he licks at the piercing on the tip of my cock. I shudder at the pure, blissful sensation of it. God, he's so fucking hot. Even with bags under his eyes and hair sticking in all directions, even with the scruff on his cheeks darker and thicker since he needs a shave.
Are you sore?
He asks, his hot breath tickling my dick. Yeah, I croak out.
Good. Means you'll think about me all day.
He winks at me before swallowing my cock past his lips and down his throat. I grip his hair, thrusting my hips up, eagerly fucking his mouth. Oh, I already do. It doesn't take long before I'm losing control with a ragged moan of his name. He noisily gulps down my release like he's thirsty for it. I'm ready to return the favor when I hear voices. Fuck. Canyon crawls up my naked body, pressing a quick kiss to my lips, then climbs off the bed, scooping up his boxers along the way. He pulls them on and leaves my bedroom without another word. His bedroom door clicks shut. I slip out of bed, wincing at the soreness in my ass, and yank on my own underwear just as Dad appears in my doorway. My heart hammers wildly in my chest, and I wonder if he can see it written all over my face. That Canyon fucked me last night. That I slept with his soon-to-be stepson. Heat floods through me, burning at my neck and cheeks as I stammer out a greeting. Morning, Dad, I grunt out. Morning. He smiles at me, his curious gaze taking in the state of my room. Having trouble getting up and at 'em today? I follow his stare to my bed that's wrecked. The bottle of lube peeks out from beneath one of my pillows, and there's a discarded towel on the floor from where Canyon cleaned us up after we had sex last night. It's obvious to me that two people had slept in the bed, but thankfully Dad doesn't seem to notice it right off. Of all the years you've lived with me, I've never seen your room like this. He grins at me in a teasing manner, but all it does is turn my stomach inside out. Yeah, sorry. I'll get it cleaned up. Oh, he says with a chuckle. I wasn't criticizing you. It's nice to see you relax for once. Another burst of heat flames over my skin. Ryan is going to take Carrie and Canyon up to the hospital to see their mom. I told him you and I would spend the morning together. It's a birthday tradition. He smirks at me. 18. Oh, to be young and carefree again. Uneasiness twists my gut. He doesn't seem like he's ready to kick me out. Would he be so happy, though, had he walked in on Canyon blowing me? Hell no. I can't even begin to imagine the look on his face. Horrified, disgusted, furious. Let me grab a shower, and then I'll be down, I say to him, clearing my throat. Breakfast sounds good, Dad. Happy birthday, kiddo. See you in a bit. As soon as he's gone, I race into the shower, eager to wash off the evidence of my wrongdoing. I wonder if Dad could smell the sex in the air. A mixture of my own scent plus Canyon's expensive manly cologne and unique musk. To me, it's so obvious. We have to be more careful. I can't stop, though. Not when being with Canyon feels so fucking good. Quickly, I dry off and dress in a nice white polo I know Dad likes, along with my newest pair of jeans. After fixing my hair and throwing on my Vans, I spend a few moments tidying up my room. Once it's orderly and not so obvious I had a nighttime guest, I breathe out a sigh of relief. Strong arms wrap around me from behind, and I yelp in surprise. Canyon's nose runs along the side of my neck, inhaling me as if I'm the best thing he's ever smelled. I turn my head, meeting his mouth with mine, eagerly kissing him now that we've both brushed our teeth. The kiss starts off sweet, but soon he's twisting me around so he can better access me. His large hand clutches the front of my throat, staking a claim as he devours me. His dominating kiss has me melting, forgetting all resolve to be more careful. And here we are, kissing with the damn door open. I pull back, panting, my eyes drifting toward the doorway. His lips curl into a wolfish grin that promises really bad behavior. Damn if my heart doesn't stutter all over itself. Living under the same roof as you is proving to be quite difficult, I grumble, adjusting my once again hard dick in my jeans.
Very hard indeed,
he agrees, glancing down at my cock before his grin kicks up even wider. I flip him off, earning a chuckle.
I got you a birthday present. Stay here.
My eyes are glued to his ass in his jeans as he exits my room. Seconds later, he returns with a rolled-up tube and a small gift sack. I'm slightly giddy over the fact my boyfriend got me a birthday present. Boyfriend. Mine. He may be a secret boyfriend, but he's still mine. I take the tube from him and unroll the paper. It's a giant poster of Daisuke and Chibi, one where they're kissing. We've been watching the episodes together, but we haven't made it to the part where they fall for each other. Seeing their lips pressed together in a passionate kiss, hands clutching at the other so desperately makes my heart squeeze.
You like it?
His voice is a deep rumble that vibrates all the way through my nerve endings.
I thought it'd make your room feel more like home.
I freeze at his words. This is more than just a poster of the show we've been watching. It's an effort to root me into this life I feel I could be plucked from at any moment. Canyon, I rasp out, my throat tight with an emotion I can't quite put my finger on.
That was wonderful, Wonderland.
He lifts his chin in a cocky, smug fashion that has me rolling my eyes.
Here, open this.
I roll the poster back up, setting it on my bed, and then take the sack from him. After pulling out the tissue, I retrieve a picture frame. It's one our dads took after a meet. Canyon's arm is slung over my shoulders. He's grinning like an arrogant prick since he beat my time. To anyone else, it'd seem like a friendly picture of two teammates. To me, it's a framed picture of my boyfriend and me. I can proudly display it in my room, and no one will be wiser.
You can set it up on the end table, beside the lube. Give you something to look at while you whack off.
I toss it on the bed, arching a brow up. Isn't that what you're for? I'll never have to jerk off when I have you to do it for me. He steps forward until we're nearly touching. I have to tilt my head back to look into his electric sapphire eyes as he towers over me. Sometimes looking at him feels like a dream, too perfect to be real. His hands grip my ass, squeezing. The tenderness inside of my ass reminds me he's real, all right. Real and mine.
You're not going anywhere. You do realize that, right?
When he says it, I want to believe it. I sure as hell don't want to, I admit. Thank you for my gifts.
When we get back later, we'll watch the episode where Daisuke realizes he thinks Chibi is hot.
His playful expression fades as reality seems to punch him in the gut and he swallows hard.
I'm afraid.
To go to the hospital. To see her. I hug him tight. I know. It's going to be okay. She's getting help.
I hope so.
His voice cracks.
Jesus, I fucking hope so.
I know so.
Something's wrong,
Dad says from the table as I load dirty plates into the dishwasher.
You're quiet.
Am I that obvious? Just worried about Canyon, I admit with a sigh. Carrie too. He stands and walks over to me.
You've gotten really close with him lately. I must say Ryan and I are pleasantly surprised. I mean, all those years that neither of you showed any interest in getting to know each other. The fact that we're getting married and you're both putting in such an effort means a lot to us.
I chew on my bottom lip, unable to shake the bout of nerves rattling through me. One of the plates slips from my grip and bangs loudly against the edge of the sink. It's nothing, I mutter.
It is to me, Alice.
He clutches my shoulder and gives it a loving squeeze. I always wanted to give you a complete family. Ugh. Sometimes reality is a bitch. This is a cold, hard reminder of exactly why Canyon and I need to remain a secret. Because if our dads find out, fuck, it'll be so bad. When did you know you were in love with Ryan? I ask, still unable to meet his gaze. He chuckles. God, probably when you were 10 years old. When I came to live with him. Those times were so fucked up, so damn terrifying. All I wanted was my mom, but she didn't want me. She wanted booze, and whatever boyfriend was hanging around at the time. I'd stupidly believed that our move to Florida was a turning point. Turns out she just wanted a babysitter, someone to pawn her son off on. She didn't want to save me from Colin. She wanted to piss him off. It was that first month when you came to stay. Tammy... Dad lets out a heavy sigh. My sister screwed up. You know that, right? It was her loss. You were her loss. He grabs my shoulders, turning me to face him. Taking you in was the best thing I'd ever done. Still is. I love you more than words can describe. Hot tears sting my eyes. I cast my gaze to the front of his chest so I don't have to see his pitying look. You were so sullen, he whispers. Withdrawn, jumpy. You felt abandoned. She left me. She dropped me off on her brother's doorstep and left me. A tear leaks out, streaking down my cheek. I don't bother wiping it away. Why? Why did she drag me away from my school and teachers and friends and Colin just to drop me off with an uncle I'd never met and didn't know? Every time the house made a noise, you'd cry. Dad's voice grows hoarse. You'd tremble so badly, Alice. It broke my fucking heart. I hate mice, I offer lamely. I know, kid, I know. And I wanted to help you. I just didn't know how. What the hell did I know about raising children? I remember those early days. I was so lost and afraid, confused. I'd felt more unloved than ever before, but for the first time, no one physically hurt me. I tried not to grow attached to Uncle Quinn, but then it got too hard, especially after the accident. Mom eventually came back, but inside an urn. I never got to say goodbye. Never got to ask any questions. I was just someone else's problem. The boy dropped off on Mom's brother's doorstep, no longer someone for her to worry about. Another tear slips down my cheek, and I sniffle. God, Alice, you break my heart, Dad croaks, pulling me to him for a hug. You did then, too. All I wanted was to be the parent you never had. I needed help, and Ryan had a son your age. I'd always loved Ryan as my best friend. I thought if I loved him hard enough, he'd turn gay for me. He laughs, but it's sad. I had delusions that we could be a family. Parent our boys together, and they'd be best friends, too. Canyon barely looked up from his phone any time they came to visit, much less hang out with me. Carrie was always too focused on her dolls to want to play. He'd bring the kids over, sit with me in the kitchen, and let me cry on his shoulder. I'm sorry, I murmur. I was a burden, ridiculous, Dad growls. You were mine. The second she showed up, I took one look at you and knew you were mine. My chest aches. I'm doing him so fucking wrong by being with Canyon. But you asked how I knew. It was one night when I admitted to Ryan I didn't know what the hell I was doing. He squeezed my hand and said he didn't know what the hell he was doing either. He told me that was how parenthood worked. Dad pulls away and smiles at me. I harbored my secret crush for him for a long time. How long did he cheat on Amy for? He lets out a heavy sigh. It's not like you think. Last spring, when I took that business trip, yeah, I took it with Ryan. It was the first time we explored our feelings. Feelings I'd learned were mutual and not my imagination. He'd already been expressing his unhappiness with his marriage for months. Hell, I was the one who encouraged him to keep working at it. I know the rest. He came back from that trip, and suddenly he was helping Ryan move his things into an apartment because he'd left his wife. It wasn't long after that Dad told me they were dating. Months later, they were engaged. I don't know that Canyon will ever forgive Ryan for that, I say with a sad sigh. He feels like his dad destroyed their family. I hope with time he will. Dad smiles at me. It helps that you are bridging this transition by being there for those kids. I'm proud of you, Alice. So fucking proud. The guilt is nauseating. If he knew we had sex last night and fool around every chance we get, I bet his pride would fly right out the window. Then what? He adopted me, and when I asked if I could call him Dad instead of Uncle Quinn, he teared up, nodding with the biggest smile on his face. If he found out, would I still be his son? Would I be his nephew? Would I be anything? The doorbell rings, startling us both. I'm thankful for the break in the heavy conversation. Ginger and Nutmeg yap excitedly at our new visitor. I stride out of the kitchen and to the front door. When I open it, no one's there. The rain is still falling, but not hard. I peek out, but don't see anyone. The dogs are trying to escape, and they'll track mud all over the house if they do, so I pull the door closed behind me. It's then I see the large wet footprints. Leon? Is that you? A flash of movement from the side of the house charges at me. I realize it's the same guy who tried to beat the shit out of me the other day, and who admitted to paying someone to hit me with their car. Turning, I start to run back inside, but he tackles me hard on the porch steps. I cry out as pain splinters through my still sore ribs. The guy flips me onto my back and rears back his fist. He's going to punch me. No, he's got a fucking knife. All I can do is stare in horror. Everything is in slow motion, the snarl on his lips, downward movement as he drives the knife toward me, Dad's yell as he exits the house, cool rain soaking through my jeans and shoes that are exposed to the elements. And the echoing crack, so loud. At first I think it's thunder. Something splatters on me, rain. I close my eyes as the guy lands on me heavily, knocking the breath out of me. Warmth floods over my chest, soaking through my shirt. Oh my fucking God! Dad bellows. Alice! He shoves the man off me before yanking me into his arms. I'm frozen in shock, confused about what's happened. Why is the rain warm and sticky? Are you hurt? My God, Alistair, are you hurt? Talk to me, son. Dad? I croak out. Dad, tell me what hurts. He scrambles for his phone in his pocket while still holding me. It's okay. You're okay, but we need to get back into the house. My gaze falls to the lump beside us. The man is completely still and bleeding from a massive hole in his neck. You shot him? I ask, trying to make sense of what happened. Dad shakes his head as he blurts into the phone. Someone's been shot on my porch. Please send help. I don't know where the shooter is. Shooter? The shock fades as Dad practically drags me into the house and out of the line of fire. What the fuck is happening right now? Canyon? I whimper. They'll come home soon, don't worry. The police are on the way. Everything's going to be okay. Will it? Because nothing feels okay right now. Nothing.
Chapter 27. Canyon. I thought seeing Mom laid up in a hospital bed was hard. It was. Fuck how it was. But it wasn't like this. Not coming home to detectives and chaos and blood. So much fucking blood. Alice changed clothes after the incident, but his neck, hair, arms are stained with the blood of the man who tried to kill him. The guy who tried to fucking kill him. Jesus Christ, what is this life? First Mom and now this? Unbelievable. It's okay, Alice mutters, venturing a hand closer to me on the sofa. His pinky brushes against mine. I'm fixated on the blood under his nails. As our dads talk to the detectives in the kitchen, I take the opportunity to cover his hand with mine, hiding the blood from my view. He says it's okay, but the tremble in his hand says otherwise. That guy, The same guy who tried to beat his ass after track practice, tried to stab him. The cops don't seem to know who the guy is right now. Everything is so fucked up. Not okay. Far from okay. You should shower. I squeeze his hand. I don't want this staining you. The haunted look in his dark eyes tells me it's too late. When someone tries to kill you, it definitely fucking stains you. Hell, it didn't even happen to me and I'm shaken to my core. I thread my fingers through his, unable to look away from the flecks of blood in the cracks of his knuckles. Voices growing louder have me regretfully releasing his hand. Once our dads have seen the detectives out, they walk back to the living room, wearing matching, worried expressions. Tomorrow is a birthday do-over, Dad says to Alice. Fucking hell, what a day. He pulls Quinn to him just like I wish I could do with Alice. Jealousy stirs in my gut. I'm envious that Dad has everything he wants, love and the ability to be in the open. Now he even has Carrie and me. Are we done here? My words come out harsher than I meant to, but there's just something about seeing Dad with Quinn today that's pissing me off. It's not fair. It's not fucking fair. Dad's gaze ping-pongs between Alice and me before he nods. I think we all could use a much-needed nap. I'll order pizza later for dinner. Quinn walks over to Alice, bends over, and kisses the top of his head. I'm glad you're okay. Is he? Anger simmers in my gut as they walk off. As soon as they've gone to their room, I rise to my feet, pulling Alice to his feet. Taking his hand, I guide him up the stairs and into his room. I would have taken him into my shower, but I want him to smell like himself. Limes and sweetness, not whatever the fuck I smell like. I need him to wash away the horror of the day and bathe in normalcy. I shut his bedroom door and lock it. I'm not taking any chances. I strip out of my clothes and find Alice standing beside the shower, dazed. My fingertips graze down his spine, making him shiver. Once I get the water started and steam begins to fill the bathroom, I tug off all his clothes. We remain quiet as I lead him under the hot spray. His arms wrap around my middle, and he rests his cheek on my chest. An overwhelming sense of relief washes over me, cleaning away the stress and worry from the day. Having him safe in my grip settles something deep inside me. It's fucked up, the whole situation. Our dads won't understand. Neither will Mom or Carrie or the kids at school. Makes me want to shove Alice into the passenger seat of my Challenger, fill the tank up, and drive north until we're somewhere people don't know us, where there are no expectations or anyone to disappoint. We could just be two guys who once hated each other, but now simply don't. He's my chibi. My opponent, my challenger, my counterpart, my conscience, my everything. As the water rains down on us, I wonder if there was ever a time I thought Nay was my everything. Naomi was there for me, and I loved her and cared for her, but I never saw more with her. Not a future, just a present. With Alice, I dream, a lot, of possibilities, fantasies I want to come true, a life beyond the now. I think of sharing a space with him, making his brown eyes sparkle to life as I gift him pieces of himself and of me to prove to him home is where he makes it. I dream of us, not boyfriends, not stepbrothers, not even friends. More. But every time I began traveling down that mental pathway today, I was jolted with horrifying images of loss. When Dad received the call from Quinn at the hospital, I thought I'd be sick. I'd even dry heaved. Because I thought something happened to him. I'd heard the words shooter and blood and Alice. Dad assured me he was okay, but I'd been tainted by the what-ifs. After living months and months filled with pure anger, stewing over the dissolving of my family, I'd finally found something that brought me joy. Him. And then it felt fragile and temporary. You're trembling, Alice says. Is your mom going to be okay? I stroke my fingers through his wet hair and then clutch onto it, tugging his head back until he's peering up at me. Cradling his jaw with one hand while my grip is still on his hair, I slant my mouth over his, desperate to taste the realness of his lips, to feel proof of his existence, to taste the reality that he's mine. He whimpers as my tongue dominates his, eager to kiss away all the bullshit we've dealt with today and replace it with something that feels good. Canyon, he murmurs, pained brokenness in his voice that cuts me deep. Why did he want to kill me? Shh. I nip at his bottom lip hard enough he yelps. Be quiet, Wonderland. His eyes fill with tears and his body shakes. I grab the soap that smells like limes and coconut and him and begin scrubbing away the crimson evidence of the attempt on his life. Canyon, I said quiet. My voice sounds robotic as I thoroughly wash him from head to toe, focusing on cleaning him so we can forget this ever happened. Canny. I wince at the way his voice cracks. My eyes sting and my throat hurts from the emotion clawing up inside me. Gripping his shoulders, I push his back against the tile wall, grinding my hips against his. No words, I whisper before crashing my lips to his. With just my tongue and teeth and needy moans, I answer all his questions. Bad people don't need a reason. They're monsters, enemies. But I won't let it happen again. I won't. Not sure how I'll make good on that promise, but I swear to fuck I'll die trying. He responds to my physical reassurances by submitting to me with a soft, masculine groan that sets my soul on fire. I tear away from his lips and drop kisses along his jaw and down his neck. Sucking the flesh, I mark him with claiming bruises. With each scrape of my teeth along his skin, he quakes as though the ground beneath him is shifting. I keep him held up with my powerful body, pinning him to the tile wall. Desperation has me abusing his neck with my mouth, hungry to kiss away all the terror and uncertainty. This thing between us is anything but uncertain. It's a real, breathing beast of passion that aches to be released. He tilts his head back, exposing his neck even more to me, showing off the proof of who he belongs to. Seeing all the bright red splotches I've made with my mouth on his skin calms all the raging parts inside me. Knowing they'll bruise and turn purple has pride blossoming in my chest. I slick both my hands up with the soap and then toss the bar back on the ledge. Taking both our cocks in my hands, I stroke us at once, loving the fuck out of his ragged breathing. My lips find his again, and I kiss him less brutally than before. He digs his fingers into my shoulders, fucking my fist like it's the best thing he's ever felt. Fuck, 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 he chants, trembling with need. Fuck, yes. The heat spurting from his body feels hotter than the water raining down on us. It sets me off, drawing my own need from my dick almost effortlessly. Our dicks twitch in my hands until we're both spent. Dark mahogany eyes bore into me like I have all of life's answers stored deep within me. Words that have no business leaving my lips nearly escape. I chase them back by kissing him with enough force and eagerness that I'm surprised he doesn't crack his head on the tile wall behind him. The things I feel for Alistair Summers are too intense, too fast, too reckless and wild. All today managed to do was turn a slow-burning ember into a full-on forest fire. We're an inferno now, and there's no putting us out. By Monday, life tries to continue on as normal, as though my mom and my secret boyfriend both didn't almost die this same weekend. Everyone at school laughs and chatters, oblivious to how Alice's and my lives have been irrevocably altered. Every time I see a couple taking for granted that they can publicly display their affection, it pisses me off. By lunchtime, I'm ready to punch someone. Being forced to watch Alice eat lunch with his friend Leon, and now Nay, while I was stuck listening to Kane brag about his weekend conquest, had my blood boiling. But it's Gage who sets me off. The guy's been a douchebag for weeks. I can handle his stupid remarks, though I want to knock his head off for any aimed at Alice. Nothing, though, compares to the fury that explodes within me to see him flirting with her. My fucking sister. Carrie laughs at whatever he says, but the salacious grin he gives her has me seeing red. I charge for him, shoving him hard against the lockers as soon as I reach him. He slams into them, losing his footing only a second before he shoves me back. People yell and cheer around us. My sister shrieks, calling me a colorful string of insults. "Stay the fuck away from my sister," I snap, shoving him again. "Are you serious right now?" Gage sneers at me. "While you were off sucking your boyfriend's dick, your ex-best friend's been fucking your sister." His words stun me. I am too busy trying to understand what the hell he's talking about to even argue about his barb about Alice and me. "What?" I growl, taking a menacing step forward. "Damon? Remember him? That's right, you dropped him along with everyone else the moment you decided to turn gay and fuck that loser." I shove him again. "Get the fuck out of my face." Gage laughs and shrugs. "Ask him." Like heat-seeking missiles, my eyes cut through the crowd to Damon. His entire body is tense, guilt written all over his face. I'm going to kill him. I start forward, but a big-ass fucker grabs my arm. Snarling, I glower at Leon over my shoulder. Beside him, Nay shakes her head at me. "Stop, Canyon. You're going to get in trouble," she says with a disapproving frown. "Come on. Go to class before a teacher sees." Alice appears next to Carrie, whose face is bright red with embarrassment. She shoots me a scathing glare that I ignore. I'm not going to feel guilty about wanting to protect her from those assholes, even Damon. Fucking traitor. Alice's dark stare penetrates me. In one simple look, I read him so easily. He'll talk to her and calm her down, make sure she's safe, get to the bottom of this. Nay drags me off toward our next class and away from the fuck faces Gage and Damon. It isn't until we're in another hallway she stops me. "What's going on?" she demands. "You're upset. Talk to me." I pull her to me for a hug and then mutter out every horrible thing that happened this weekend. By the end of it, she's hugging me and promising things will get better. She's wrong. So far, they only seem to be getting worse. I mean, what more can fucking happen at this point?
Chapter 28. Alistair. He's losing it. I'd seen it happening all day, little by little, bit by bit. He finally blew the lid off his anger, going off on Gage in the hallway at school. I wanted to go to him. Fuck how I did. Luckily, Leon and Naomi were there to pull him back. Besides, I was needed to deal with Carrie. She was pissed and humiliated at what went down. Her brother nearly fought his friends, defending her honor like he was some sort of medieval prince. When I finally got her alone, she burst into tears and sobbed against my shirt. What Gage said was true. She slept with Damon. They'd kissed and flirted for weeks in secret, but after seeing her mom this weekend, she stayed the night with Damon and had sex with him. Ryan thought she was spending the night with Paige to avoid the police and chaos at our house. Now that we're back home, she refuses to speak to her brother and has been hiding in the guest room. Ryan and Dad couldn't even coax her out for dinner. They'd ended up letting her eat in her room, thinking she was still upset over her mother. Neither of them knows it's because her sexual encounter was blabbed to the entire school and nearly caused a fight between her brother and his friends. Canyon is still a wreck, broody and edgy and exhausted. His lips have been perpetually downturned in a vicious pout since the encounter this afternoon. If we didn't have our dads for an audience, I would have kissed away his unhappiness hours ago.
It's a great facility. They're going to move her there tomorrow, Ryan says, drawing my attention from Canyon, who's sprawled out on the recliner, to the love seat Ryan's sitting on with Dad. How long will she have to stay there? I ask, my eyes once again drifting to Canyon. If I didn't think it'd get me disowned and kicked out, I'd crawl into his lap, chasing away all the tension in his body with kisses along the side of his neck. However long it takes, Ryan says. The heroin was something she'd only tried twice, according to her, but she did admit to abusing her prescription medication. The facility she's going to focuses heavily on the counseling aspect. He has the sense to look guilty, since technically he sent her down this path. She wants to get better, for Canyon and Carrie. Canyon's nostrils flare and his jaw clenches. I'm going to bed. I wish I could follow after him, but that'd be super fucking obvious. Instead, I bring my attention back to Dad and Ryan. Did she ever apologize for kicking Canyon out, treating him like shit, breaking his heart? Ryan nods and he purses his lips. She did, but Canyon isn't easily swayed. It'll take some time. Right now, the focus is on getting her well, then she can go back to being the mother they know and love. I'm confident they'll work it out. They both get up, retiring to their room as well, and Ginger and Nutmeg scamper off behind them. My phone buzzes in my pocket, making me wonder if Canyon is texting me. Unknown number. Step out back. Alone. My blood runs cold at the text. The guy who admitted to texting me is dead. Me. Who the fuck is this? Unknown number. You know who it is. I think you've always known, son. No. Numbing fear rolls over me like a fog, engulfing me. I gasp for breath as I try to make sense of the text. It can't be. It's not him. Not Colin. Not my real father. My throat aches to yell out for Dad or Ryan or Canyon to help me. All I can do is stare at my phone as the dots begin moving again. Unknown number. I'm at the back door. Let me in. At the back door. Oh, God. I'm once again a small boy, overwhelmed by the scent of my mother's booze and the lingering stink of her cigarettes. The memories are so real I can hear the muted squeaks of the mice within the walls. I can feel the wetness of my piss-soaked pajama pants. Tap, tap, tap. It's soft enough Ginger and Nutmeg don't hear from Dad's bedroom. He's here. He's really here. Absently, I tug at the silver chain hanging from my neck. Before Mom left me for good with Uncle Quinn, she'd unhooked the chain, slipped it on me, and ruffled my hair in one of the rare displays of affection from her I can remember. That was it. The only thing I had to remember her by. Tap, tap, tap. Unknown number. Let me in or I'll force my way in. The choice is yours. Either cause a scene or don't. Me. Why? Are you going to hurt me? Unknown number. I'll never forgive her for making you fear me. Open the door, Alistair. Get me my money, Tammy, Colin says, staring at me with an angry scowl. Or I'll take it out on the boy. He flips out a sharp knife with his other hand, bringing it to my chest. I could take payment by carving out his fucking heart. I rise on shaky legs, trying desperately to shake the memories off, shocked at the fact I'm really going to do this. I'm really going to open the door and face Colin, the man with the same eyes as me, but who always scared the shit out of me. He makes it sound as though Mom always filled my head with the fear of him, but that's not true. The man was terrifying any time I had to encounter him. Indecision wars through me, my hand frozen on the door handle. Open the door. The muffled voice through the glass has me trembling. It's the same one as before. The same voice, with the same authority I remember. I flip the lock and twist the handle before taking a step back. Bracing myself, I do my best to prepare for the worst. Colin pushes open the door and steps inside. Looks could be deceiving because, at first glance, he looks like he could be one of Dad's colleagues.
Black slacks, shiny dress shoes, and a dark gray button-up with the top 2 buttons undone and the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He's perfectly put together. Not at all how I remembered as a child. His dark hair matches mine at the roots. It's the sole reason I started bleaching my hair. I'd woken up one day, having hit puberty, and looked far too like my biological father than I cared to. "Still not as tall as your old man," he says, his lips curling into a grin. You're not." "I am," he clips out, his tone all business. His gaze drifts over the living room before landing back on me. "I suppose he took good care of you in my stead." "Just go." My voice is nothing but a whisper. "Please." His soulless eyes narrow on me. "Nonsense. You're my son. I've come to retrieve you, take you back home to St. Louis, teach you the family business." I'm shaking my head as he speaks. No, I don't want to go with you." He clenches his jaw, a brief flash of annoyance flickering over his features. "Don't act so surprised. I texted you, tried to prepare you." "You were texting me this whole time?" I gape at him. "You threatened me?" "No," he growls. "The promises to see you on your birthday were me. The threats must have been Joseph. He was one of my men I'd recruited to find you, get your number and school schedule, and keep watch over you. But he decided to use you against me in some effort to destroy everything I built." His eyes narrow, darkness glimmering in his gaze. "I didn't know he was also texting you and fucking stalking you. But he paid for crossing me. I think you should go." He takes a step forward and cocks his head to the side, studying me. "He hurt you. Joseph hurt you to get to me. But I took care of it." Quickly, I scramble to piece together what he's saying. What? Is he saying? The blood from that man, Joseph, feels like it's hot and sticky on my skin again. Absently, I reach up to wipe it off, but nothing's there but my own perspiration. "Look," Colin says, taking another step closer. "Before you graduated high school, I knew there wasn't anything I could do. Your uncle has a hell of a lot more money than I do. Fighting him for custody would have been a losing battle. But now, no!" I bark out. "He's my dad, not my uncle." "Don't be like this. Tammy took you away from me when you were 10 years old. I didn't have a choice. She didn't give me one. When I finally found you, she was dead and her brother had adopted you. I wasn't on the birth certificate." He sighs heavily, pinching the bridge of his nose, closing his eyes. "Things got busy with my life, so I made a decision to let you stay. I knew eventually I'd come back for you." "Get out." A growl rumbles from behind me. "Now." My knees nearly buckle at hearing Canyon's voice. Protectiveness ripples from him like hot waves. Colin's gaze meets Canyon's. "Ah, the future stepbrother." I said, "Get the fuck out." "Not until I have what I came for," Colin snaps. "Lose the attitude, kid." "Dad?" Canyon barks out. Colin cracks his neck and scowls at Canyon. "I wanted to avoid all this, dealing with them. Too fucking bad." Bare feet slap the hardwood floors as Ryan rushes into the room with Ginger and Nutmeg yapping at his feet. "What is it?" Ryan starts, but then curses when he sees Colin. "Who the fuck are you?" "You know who I am, Voss. I'm sure your fiancé told you all about who I am. Where is he anyway, Uncle Quinn?" Dad chooses that moment to also fly into the living room. His face pales and his eyes bug out from behind his glasses. "Colin," Dad chokes out when he steps into the living room. "Why are you here?" At first, I wonder how Dad even knows it's Colin, but a quick glance at our intruder, and I know how. We look exactly alike. My stomach roils in disgust. "You know why I'm here." Colin smirks at Dad. The absolute terror written on Dad's face numbs me to my bones. If not for Canyon's warm, unyielding presence at my back, I might collapse from the weight of the fear. I always felt like my world was temporary. I just didn't expect it to be taken away by Colin. In all my imagining, it was always Dad disowning me, or growing bored of me, not this. not being forced back to the life I once hated. "I've come for my son," Colin says, as though it makes all the sense in the world, as though by him saying it, I'll just pick up and leave with him. "Get out," Ryan growls, sounding so much like Canyon I shiver. "Now, or we call the police." Colin laughs, slightly cruel and mocking. To be threatened by a couple of prissy-rich queers who've never known what dirt feels like beneath their fingernails. He steps closer. Canyon's hand fists the back of my shirt like he's ready to toss me out of the way to go to war with Colin. "I've waited long enough. I'm done waiting." I don't want to go with you," I croak out. "That's where you belong. You can finish school in Missouri." Just the mention of Missouri has memories flooding through me, all bad ones. Times when Colin and Mom would argue over me. Other times when Mom's on-again, off-again boyfriend Tommy would get tired of looking at me and lock me in the coat closet where I'd be forced to listen to them have sex. Or how he'd play games with me to see how long I could hold my breath with his giant hand clamped over my nose and mouth. The nights when one of her tweaked-out fuck buddies would come into my room while she was passed out on whatever drug in her system and roughly fondle me in places no man should touch a child. Or how I'd get the shit kicked out of me by one of those men just for simply existing. All the times I'd catch a glimpse of a mouse streaking by along the wall, squeaking out in warning, nothing but terror and pain and fear. My entire body shudders so hard even my teeth chatter. Warm, strong hands grip both my shoulders, grounding me to the present. Despite my trembling, I lean back into the warmth and safety Canyon provides. "In what world would you think you could waltz in here and take him away from me?" Dad bellows, his voice harsh and bitter. "Tammy left him, and I became the father he needed." Colin ignores Dad to step closer to me. "You have my number. Save it. We'll talk again soon. This conversation isn't over. Don't hold your breath," Dad snaps. "Get the hell out of my house." Colin's glare finds Dad, and he sneers. "I'm leaving. For now. But just remember who the better protector is, who the better father is. You were in the kitchen making fucking pancakes. Where was I? That's right, behind the scope of my AR-10. It was my .308 bullet that saved him, not your spatula. Remember that, Summers." Then to me, he smiles. "Come give your pops a hug goodbye." Her beer bottles make our trailer smell sweet. The mice don't like her beer bottles, though. They always go for my food. They don't poop on her things because they like to poop on mine. "I said come give your pops a hug goodbye," Colin barks out, making me jump much like I do when I see a mouse run by. "Now, son." I don't want to hug him, but it'll mean he'll leave sooner. Quickly, I run over to him, let him hug me. I hope he never comes back. "You're okay," a deep voice croons in my ear. "I got you, he's gone." I blink open my eyes, noting the wetness of my lashes and cheeks. Dad stands in front of me with Ryan to his side and Canyon at my back. For a brief moment, I allow myself to be cocooned in their safety. But because reality is a bitch, it slips inside, eager to shred my insides with worry over what my future holds. "You're not going anywhere," Dad assures me, his palms cradling my face and swiping at my cheeks with his thumbs. "Do you understand? Never." I don't understand. I never have. How Dad could be a permanent fixture in my life. I've always wanted to believe it to be true.
"Keep an eye on him,"
Ryan says to Canyon.
"Both of you get some rest."
As soon as we're out of sight, halfway up the stairs, Canyon threads his fingers with mine, tethering me to him in a way only he can. This is my home.
Chapter 29. Canyon. 1,000 questions sit on the tip of my tongue, but I swallow each and every one down. The last thing Alice needs is for me to demand answers from him. No, he just needs me. Alice is a lot of things: aggravating, competitive, mouthy. He's not weak. Seeing him wilt and completely shut down under that man's stare scared the shit out of me. I'd never witnessed anything like it. Like he was triggered. The last time I saw him like that was when he lost it on me before on the track, back when I thought I hated him and took a swing at him. Alice flipped his shit. This time, rather than tackling me, he folded in on himself, grabbed the lid of the mental box he'd climbed into, and slammed it shut. Colin, his real father, is clearly a fucking monster. He admitted to shooting the man who attacked Alice, didn't even bat an eyelash at such a brutal statement. It's obvious Colin is a bad man. Alice's mother wouldn't have brought him to her before if Colin was a good parent. Whatever he did, or whoever he was, is not someone you want to fuck with. As much as I'd wanted to knock that asshole out, I refrained. If he didn't blink at murdering someone on the front porch, I seriously doubt he'd have a problem with shoving a gun in my face. Dad and Quinn aren't stupid. They're not reckless either. It's clear Colin stayed away all this time for a reason. Quinn's loaded and could lawyer up in a heartbeat. If Colin really is the piece of shit I suspect he is, he would have never won in a courtroom with Quinn. Now that Alice is graduating this year, though, it changes things. He seemed convinced that Alice would actually choose to go back with him. As soon as Alice is not in his zombie state, I'm going to make him block that prick's number. Hopefully Dad and Quinn can figure out how to make that man stay away. They won't go to the police with this, Alice murmurs when we reach his room, reading my thoughts without me having to say them. He admitted to killing someone. My argument earns me a scoff. Do you know who he is? What he is? I shut the door and lock it behind me. Alice strips down to his bright orange briefs before climbing into bed. The muscles in his back and the swell of his ass have my mouth watering, but I ignore the heat making my balls tingle. After also undressing and flipping off the overhead light, I lie down beside him. No, but you're going to tell me, I finally say, pulling him to my side. He wraps his arm and leg over my body, clinging to me in a manner that makes my chest hurt. It's as though he thinks if he glues himself to me, he'll never have to let go. Like maybe if he relaxes, even for a second, Colin will materialize and steal him away. I can't tell you because I don't know, he whispers. Not really. I can tell Dad really knows, though. He's gone now. Your dad isn't going to let him come back. I run my fingers over his arm. Why are you afraid of him? When I was a child, he was always threatening my mom because she was screwing him over in some way or another. I think he's a drug dealer, he says softly. Not like some dude selling coke on the corner downtown, like big time, supplier even. I'm not sure. He's changed since I saw him last. More put together, more established. Back then, though, he seemed to be working his way up the chain. He'd come over, rough Mom up a bit, and then terrorize me some. He hurt you? My body thrums with anger, pulsating through me like an electric bass. Alice, did he? Wonderland. I smiled despite my fury. Did he? Wonderland? Nothing terrible, he admits. Mom always earned a smack by provoking him. He said some stuff that scared the shit out of me plenty of times and shoved me at times. Why are you afraid of him then? You shut down and had a fucking panic attack. I wanted to kill him. He sits up, straddling my waist, and strokes his fingers over my abs. My stomach clenches at the soft, tickling sensation. Tell me, I urge, squeezing his thighs. I'm afraid he's going to take me away for good. My biggest fear. He trails off and dips down to my mouth, capturing my lips in a hungry kiss. My palms slide to his perfect ass and I squeeze each cheek over his briefs. Fuck, I love his ass. Your biggest fear? I murmur against his lips, trying like hell not to get distracted by his hot mouth and hard body. My biggest fear is that Dad will kick me out, or disown me, or encourage me to leave the nest. His voice cracks, and a tremble quivers through his body. I don't want to be alone. I don't want to have to go live with Colin. Never, I growl as I grab his throat, running my thumb over his pulse that's throbbing wildly. You're staying here. But if Dad ever... With me, I reiterate. You're staying with me. And if they find out about this... His hot breath against my lips makes me achingly hard. What will we do then? Whatever it is, we do it together. Come on, Canyon. Be real. A grunt of frustration rumbles through me. I'm being serious. You don't even know what I want to do with my life. Now suddenly you're ready to make plans? Despite the challenge in his voice, I hear the cracks of vulnerability. He wants me to choose him, to make promises, lay out a plan that includes him. Alistair Summers needs to be tethered to this world, or else he feels like he'll float away somehow, ending up in the black void that is his biological father. I bet I could guess. I roll this until he's beneath me. Grabbing his wrists, I pin them to the bed beside his head. Just like I guessed you wanted me to overpower you. His hips lift, eagerly seeking out the friction my body offers. I grind my dick against his, making us both gasp with pleasure before stilling. You, I murmur, nipping at his bottom lip, want to make your art, maybe even sell it one day. I can see you wanting to study it more, maybe traveling someplace where you can learn on your own versus some boring classroom. He sighs as though he likes that idea. Sculpting makes me happy. Happier than running track or playing violin. I like transforming something pliable and soft, making it into something better than it was before, changing it into something permanent and beautiful. Permanent. I'd teased him about looking as though he was ready to move out at any second, but it's exactly the truth. Alice is afraid to plant roots in case he gets plucked up. Planting roots and then being ripped away would hurt too much. I can understand that. So we'll go do that. I shrug. Go let you do your art shit. The bed rumbles with his laughter. You have it all figured out, huh? You're going to run away with your barely boyfriend who will soon be your stepbrother? Not run away, I explain, kissing his supple lips. Travel and learn. What about college? He demands. Our dads will kill us if we didn't go. In your imagined scenario, we're already dead. Stepbrother fucking and all got us kicked out, disowned, whatever. It earns us freedom. I kiss a path along his jaw and to his throat. In my scenario, we'll do what we want because we can. He moans at the touch of my tongue dancing over his skin near his ear. I love the fuck out of teasing him. After a few small love bites that I hope will bruise because seeing my handiwork the next day is intoxicating, I smile against his flesh. We're not your dumb anime porn duo, he sasses, bucking his hips up. Mubona Ikari isn't porn, fucker. I let go of his wrists to kiss along his chest to his navel. My tongue dips into the hole, earning a gasp from him. It's art. I beg to differ. I'll have you begging to come instead. His fingers fly to my hair and he tugs at the strands. Canyon, I'm scared. Of coming? No, asshole, he grumbles. The future, not knowing. Because if Colin, the future is certain, I interrupt, hooking my fingers into the waistband of his briefs. It's certain. I'll make sure you have one. Here, with me. And if we get run off by our dads, then it'll be out there. I rid him of his underwear and point toward the big window. Still with me, Wonderland? Got any other arguments? I can go all night. He curses as my tongue circles the tip of his cock, toying with the piercing there. A burst of warmth surges through me at the thought of the metal rubbing at my prostate. When he'd first fingered my ass while sucking me off, I nearly lost my mind. I was apprehensive to begin with, but it quickly turned to begging for more. I'm not sure I'll completely love a dick up my ass, but if Alice can take it, surely I can too. Usually whatever he can do, I can do better. You look evil right now, Alice murmurs, panting and eagerly trying to push the crown of his dick past my lips. Just reminding myself that I'm better at being gay than you. That's not a thing, man. I just made it a thing. There aren't levels of gayness. You don't get to beat certain levels and win gold coins or some shit. But if you could, I'd be at least 3 levels above you, and you'd be begging to borrow some of my coins. I'm not arguing about this with you because it's fucking dumb. You're not arguing because it's no contest. You'll never be at my level anyway, he argues, because let's face it, he has to win when it comes to things we do together. You're bi. I beat you by 50%. I choke on his dick while he chokes on his words. Whatever verbal argument he thought he was winning ended the second I got his cock down my throat. I might be bisexual, but I'm all sexual when it comes to Alice Summers. He drives me crazy in the best possible ways. Makes me forget all this stupid, terrible shit in my life and want to protect him from the stupid, terrible shit in his own life. My problems with Dad, Mom, Carrie, Damon, they all fade when I have this guy pinned beneath me, keening as I suck on his dick like it's an Olympic sport and I'm trying to earn a fucking gold medal. He comes so quickly, I'm pretty sure he's won some sort of Guinness World Record. When I articulate as much, we wrestle around on the bed, tangling the sheets and laughing until he's showing me with his perfect, extremely expert tongue that I can once again beat Wonderland. I come down his eager throat, much quicker than he came down mine. Fuck. I'll never tire of how he makes me feel. It's terrifying to be so overcome with such intense emotion and need, but it's also exhilarating. I've been hurting for too long because of my family troubles. This feels good and right and fulfilling. I'll give him that sense of home and the future he craves. All he has to do is give me one thing. Him.
Chapter 30. Alistair. Waking up with Kenyon Voss naked and snoring on my chest is something I could get used to. The warm, anchoring sensation chases away the cold memories of the past that crept up on me in the early hours of the morning. My gaze drifts to the poster he hung on my wall. Of us. A smile tugs at my lips. Not us, them. Daisuke and Chibi. But I can't help but see Kenyon's taunting smirk anytime we watch the show. I can hear you smiling. Kenyon gripes, his voice raspy with sleep as his words tickle across my chest. It's too loud for 7 in the morning. 6, I tell him cheerily. He grumbles something unintelligible that has me chuckling. All the bullshit in my life is muted when I'm with him. Together we're trapped in our peaceful bubble where everything feels good. Really good. No worries or stress or fear, just us and a lot of orgasms. They'll kill us, I say with a sigh. Our dads will kill us. Kenyon scoots up the bed, burying his face against the side of my neck and kissing me sweetly. His affectionate nature is addictive. Being wrapped up in his loving embrace is almost too much to bear. It makes me yearn for things I have no business feeling or wanting. Hope, happiness, love. They won't kill us, he murmurs in a sleepy voice. Promise. They will. Do you really think I'm going to let anyone hurt you? The sharp, serious blade to his tone has me calming. Whatever it is Kenyon and I are doing together, it's not a joke. He's not playing with me or using me to pass the time. He wants and needs me like I want and need him. His protective nature blankets me and keeps me warm. Careful, Voss, I tease. Keep trying to be perfect, and one day I'm going to think you are. One day? He scoffs. We both know you think that day is today. His hand finds mine, and he threads our fingers together. My heart skips a beat at his gentle, assuring touch. How can being with him feel so damn right when, if it got out to people, they'd see it as completely wrong?
You keep tensing up.
He nips at my neck.
Relax. It's too early for an anxiety attack. At least let me get some caffeine first.
What would you do after? He sits up on his elbow, cocking a brow at me. Hooded blue eyes roam over my face as he studies me. Dark hair sticks up on one side, making him look stupidly hot for just waking up.
After what?
After our imagined trek around the world, I utter, my voice shaking slightly. What is it you want to do? His brows crash together and a dark look passes over his features.
It doesn't matter.
It does to me.
I used to.
He lets out a harsh breath.
I used to want to work with my dad at his company. I'd be able to work and also go to college at the same time.
But
I don't think I want that anymore.
Because of him leaving your mom for my dad? His jaw clenches and he nods.
He fucked up everything, even my future. Now I don't know what else I would do. For so long, I just wanted to work with Dad.
An ache forms in my chest for him. The separation of his parents hit him hard. It turned his world upside down and spat him out. He's disoriented and unsure where to go now. I grab the back of his neck and pull him to me for a quick kiss. Neither of us seems to care about morning breath because within seconds he's trying to eat me alive, grinding his dick against mine. You can be my assistant? I tease, grinning against his lips as he devours me. Or my muse, just stand there and look pretty while I sculpt you?
Who's going to buy sculptures of my dick?
You'd be surprised. We both laugh. He pulls away to retrieve the bottle of lube. After coating his fingers with the slickness, he starts licking on my nipple as he teases at my still sore hole. I gasp as a finger pushes into me. It burns, but I'm already eager for more. Each time he bites my hardened nipple, a whiny sound escapes me that has him grinning against my skin. More, I croak out. Please? 2 fingers are inside me this time, twisting and stretching and scissoring. It stings since I'm still raw from the last time, but I desperately need him again. Once he deems me ready, he sits up on his knees, generously lubing up his bare cock. Sapphire eyes lock onto mine as the fat crown of his dick replaces where his fingers were only moments ago. I whimper with each inch of progress he makes inside my tight body.
We could fool them,
Canyon says, a lazy grin on his beautiful face.
Become roommates after school. They don't have to know we love to fuck.
He punctuates those words with a hard thrust of his hips that makes me cry out.
It'll be so domestic.
I laugh, pulling him back to me for a heated kiss. You're a dreamer, Canyon Voss. And here I thought I was the artsy one with his head in the clouds. He retreats, his full lips parted, pink and slightly swollen from our kissing. Fuck, I could stare at him all day, especially when he's inside me and watching me like I'm the most exquisite thing he's ever seen. His large hands slide to my thighs, pushing them back and spreading me apart even farther. I'm mesmerized by the starved expression on his face. He fucks into me slowly, watching how his dick slides in and out of my heat.
I like being inside you,
he rasps out.
It feels fucking amazing.
He picks up the pace, bucking harder and harder. I'm overcome with pleasure and the need to touch myself is intense. I grab at my dick, but he swats it away. His hand wraps around my length, squeezing and tugging in time with how he fucks me. It doesn't take long before cum spurts out of me, hot and furious. He makes a ragged sound, his eyes fluttering closed, and then warmth floods deep inside me. All strength leaves him and he crashes against me, pinning me to the bed with his weight. His dick remains inside me and I love it. I don't want him to pull out. The connection between us is one I desperately need. We could get a dog, I murmur, stroking my fingers along his sweaty naked skin. A bad one to distract our dads from the fact we're not really roommates, but boyfriends instead.
Or a bird, or a gerbil,
he teases. At the mention of a gerbil, a shudder racks through me. Anything that remotely looks like a mouse gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Got a thing against gerbils?
He lifts up so he can look at me, his dark brow arched in question. Mostly mice. I dart my gaze away, shuddering at the thought of those things that used to terrorize me when I was a boy. Strong fingers clasp my jaw and turn me back toward his probing gaze.
What's with the mice?
Another terrified tremble quakes through me. His frown deepens as he studies me. When I lived with Mom, our trailer was infested with them. I was terrified. I close my eyes, but quickly reopen them when I think I hear a squeak. To this day, I hate them. His expression softens and a smile tugs at his lips.
Then we'll get a cat, Wonderland, to keep the mice away.
And just like that, Canyon makes everything better. Am I stupid to hope and pray for this feeling to never go away? A future with Canyon seems too good to be true. There's so much stacked against us. We've only begun to see each other in a romantic capacity. We'll be step-brothers soon, and we're still so young. But there's no denying the way he consumes me entirely. It intensifies with each passing second at a reckless, furious pace. Later, at breakfast, tension fills the air. I catch Carrie's gaze lingering at my neck, and I begin to wonder if Canyon left any visible hickeys. Absently, I rub my fingers over the flesh, heat flooding to my cheeks. Canyon smirks before eating a bite of his cereal. I discreetly flip him the bird. Ryan clears his throat, making both Canyon and I flinch. But rather than glaring at us as though he's caught on to what we've been up to, he sends Dad an imploring look. Dad sets his fork down and nods, forcing a grim smile.
I spoke with my attorney this morning,
Dad says, voice tight with nerves.
I didn't tell him all the details about Colin's visit, but I asked his advice on how to keep him away.
Carrie's mask of confusion has Ryan briefly filling her in on the visit and admitting that he shot the guy who attacked me. Her face is ashen by the end.
He doesn't think, Dad continues, that there are many options for us to legally keep him away unless he specifically does something. The most we can do is hope he gets a clue and backs off.
And if he doesn't? Canyon practically growls. I shudder at the thought of Colin visiting again.
Alice is old enough, Dad says, his voice hard. An adult, free to make his own decisions. If he doesn't want to see Colin, he doesn't have to. Ever.
An adult. Free to make my own decisions. Canyon's penetrating stare is on me, peeling me apart, stroking tender parts inside me, reminding me of our pillow talk last night and this morning. His promises? A future? I don't want to give up Dad to have Canyon. I want to have them both. Maybe it's possible. Canyon makes me believe that it could be. His foot brushes against mine beneath the table, sending electric currents rippling through my body. I'm momentarily transfixed by his hot stare, caught in a vacuum that's nothing but him. His expensive masculine scent that's now marked all over my room and bed. The expressive, passionate glint in his powerful blue eyes. Full, sexy lips that quirk up on one side when he's amused. Soon, Dad and Ryan make it back to their favorite subject, the wedding. Carrie and Canyon remain quiet, both of them still stung by the idea of our parents marrying. For their sake, I wish it wasn't happening, but I've never seen my dad so happy before. Selfishly, I want the Voss kids to soften to the idea of them getting married so the light, excited energy that radiates from my father these days continues. Why can't I have my cake and eat it too? Leon watches me from across the table, a curious expression on his face. I try not to squirm under the intensity of it. He's my closest friend, and yet I still haven't told him about Canyon and me. But because I know him so well, I can tell he suspects something. For one, a few weeks ago, Canyon wouldn't be caught dead at my lunch table. Now he's sitting beside me, carrying on a lively conversation with Naomi, who's seated across from him. Each time Canyon's thigh brushes against mine, my dick twitches and my face heats up.
Motherfucker,
Canyon mutters under his breath.
I swear to God, I'm going to put my fist through his teeth.
I follow his gaze to where Damon, Gage, and Kane are sitting. Damon's shoulders are hunched, like he's a kicked puppy, while Gage laughs like an idiot. When Gage catches Canyon staring at him, he hooks a thumb in Damon's direction and mouths something that looks a lot like, "He fucked your sister." Canyon starts to stand, but I grab the back of his shirt, yanking him back down. His head snaps my way, a murderous scowl twisting his features. For a second, my stomach does an uncomfortable flip, remembering that this look, filled with animosity, used to be pointed at me. A smile chases away his anger, and his eyes drop to my lips. I lick them, noticing how his nostrils flare in response.
Are we going to talk about this?
Leon asks, humor in his tone. Nope, Naomi says back, leaning her head against his shoulder. We could talk about this weekend instead. Understanding washes over me as I take in how she smiles prettily up at him. Leon's always been smitten with her, but something's different. There's a smugness about him that didn't exist before. Are you two... I trail off, unable to find the words. If we were, would that be a problem? She asks, her brow lifting in the sassy manner she's perfected. Canyon is quiet beside me, which makes my nerves go haywire. Does he miss her? Is he jealous? I cast a quick glance at him, expecting to find him radiating with anger or jealousy. But instead, he's smirking. That look on his face settles something deep inside me. Not a problem with me, I assure her and turn my attention back to Leon. Any problems with us? I don't have to spell it out because Leon knows. His eyes dart back and forth. He makes a motion of zipping his lips.
Nope. I do wonder what your dad will think.
I flinch at the reminder, but Canyon's soothing touch on my thigh calms me.
It doesn't matter what our dads think,
Canyon says in a soft whisper.
And they're not going to find out anyway. Eventually they'll have to,
Leon warns.
It's clear as day to anyone who looks at you two.
Movement across the lunchroom catches my eye. Gage pretends to blow an imaginary dick, insinuating what I do with Canyon. Canyon squeezes my leg with his reassuring grip.
Let's just hope they're not looking too hard.
I didn't realize we were that obvious, but maybe we really are. We'll have to tone it down when around people so this whole thing doesn't blow up in our faces.
And when they finally see it?
Leon challenges, not letting the subject go. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, I mumble out. I just hope we never have to.
Chapter 31. Canyon. 3 months later. Watching Dad press a kiss to Quinn's lips over dinner at the resort should have me feeling annoyed or angry. But having spent so much time with them, now that Carrie and I live at Quinn's with Dad, I'm used to their disgustingly sweet public displays of affection. Now that they're officially married, as of 2 days ago, they've added on a whole new layer of giddy love. If Mom wasn't doing so well, I'd probably be able to focus my animosity on Dad. As it stands, though, I'm happy. I owe every ounce of my happiness to Alice. As if he can sense that he's on my mind, his hand sneaks over to mine beneath the table, giving it a squeeze. After a full day on the slopes, we're all exhausted and ready for a relaxing night in. I'm eager to pull Alice into his bed, strip him down, and fuck him like there's no tomorrow. The image of him naked and shivering beneath me has a filthy grin quirking up one side of my lips. Alice shoots me a warning glare, but then the bastard brushes his palm over my dick as he pulls his hand away. I grip his wrist, not letting him escape, and bring it back to my dick so he can feel the steel straining in my pants. He rubs at it, his dark eyes lingering at my mouth. My phone buzzes, and I let go of his hand to retrieve it. Seeing Mom's name on the screen never ceases to bring a smile to my face. Mom, we have an offer on the house. A pang of sadness punches me in the gut. Me. Great news. Mom. The house is too big for us, Canny. Too many memories. It'll be better this way. Fresh start for everyone. Mom's fresh start began when she left rehab. She moved in with Uncle Adam in Orlando. Since he works from home running an online marketing company, he's able to keep Mom company. Plus, he was about to hire someone to help him with bookkeeping and filing, so Mom's going to do it instead. It'll be better for her in the long run, but it still makes my chest ache at the thought of our house selling. Me. Yeah, I know. Tell Uncle Adam I said hey. I send her a selfie, and she sends one back with Uncle Adam giving her bunny ears. Seeing her smile and like her old self brings relief rushing into me. Mom. You know I love you, baby, right? Me. I know. Love you too, Mom. A couple of weeks ago, after one of my track meets, Mom and I went to lunch to talk. I'd been secretly pleased she attended the event, but was still upset with her. She apologized for everything again, but this time it actually hit home. I had my mom back, and things were going to be okay. She and Dad decided that until she was in a better place, Carrie and I would continue to live with him for the time being. Though I hate what he did to her, he's been supportive and helpful when it comes to Mom. I know he still loves her in his own way, which I'm thankful for. Plus, it's hard to remain bitter when I gained something out of their breakup. Alice, my wonderland. He leans in, brushing his lips along the shell of my ear. You okay? Turning slightly, greedily seeking his nearness, I whisper back, Am now. All too soon, Alice pulls away, severing our connection. It's times like these that it's hard for me to hold back. He's mine, and sometimes I want to shout it to the world. But having him in secret is better than not having him at all. After a filling meal, we all retreat back to the suite we're sharing with Carrie. Dad and Quinn cuddle up on the couch together, much like I wish Alice and me could. I settle for sitting on the floor in front of the love seat he's sprawled out on so I can be close. Carrie frowns from one of the armchairs, seemingly dazed. Things are still strained with us. She slept with my best friend, ex-best friend, and it's not even like they're a couple. It had been different if she actually loved Damon or he loved her. I might have forgiven him for it. It wasn't like that, though. It was just a way for him to get his dick wet, uncaring of the consequences that forever ruined our friendship. I mean, she's 16 for fuck's sake. He's 18. I still want to kill him for it to this day. Colin texted me again, Alice grumbles. I twist my body to scowl at him. What did he say this time? Colin Wheaton has been a thorn in our sides for 3 months straight. He didn't just go away, but he also didn't do anything to force our hand with the lawyers. It's like he actually wants to be in Alice's life. Wants me to visit him in St. Louis, sightsee or see a Cardinals game or some crap. He lets out an annoyed huff. Of course I'm not going, and I told him as much. Quinn sighs. Maybe. No, I bark out. Did you forget the fact that he fucking killed someone on your porch? I'll be goddamned if I let Alice go anywhere near that psychopath. Dad shoots me a stern look, but I ignore it. I know both he and Quinn question my newfound overprotectiveness over Alice, yet they never mention it. I'm not exactly ready to explain it because they're not going to like the answer. I love Alice. I loved Naomi because she's easy to love, but this feels different. Like there's more substance and depth to it. Alice gets me like no one else can. When we're alone, lost in our own little world, my guard drops and I can just be Canyon. Not an emotionally brittle high school senior who's had to deal with the shattering of his family and the loss of his best friends. Just Canyon. Happy, relaxed, hopeful. When I'm with Alice, I'm solely his. He protects me in his own way, shields me from my dark inner thoughts when I get pissed about Dad, and distracts me. It's so intense when we're both naked and panting desperately. Each second I'm inside him feels like an eternity of bliss. I love Alice Summers, and he loves me too. Even if neither of us has actually said the words, I can feel them with every weighted, heated look he sends me. with how he holds me after we have sex, clinging to me like I might vanish at any second. His smiles are wide for me, and his mahogany eyes grow warm anytime our gazes connect. "I'm going to bed," Carrie mutters as she climbs out of the chair. "I don't feel so well." She disappears into the room that's beside mine. My room in this suite houses my stuff, but I spent it in Alice's bed last night. Tonight, I'll do the same, just like at home. We're glued together in his bed until daylight forces us apart. "I wish you'd block him," I grumble, my mind drifting back to Colin. "It won't do much," Alice reminds me. "He just texts me from a different number. At least when we text, he doesn't try to show up anymore." We grow quiet, but then the haunting, sad notes of Carrie's violin travel through the walls of her room and into the living room. She's been doing a lot of that lately, practicing feverishly and at all hours. Sometimes Alice will critique for her, and other times he only has praise. "She's really good," Quinn says to Ryan, squeezing his hand. "Mrs. Weston is giving her a spring concert solo," Alice reveals with a proud smile. "It's a hard piece, and she'll have to work her ass off for it, but I know she can do it." Alice's smile brightens, not just the room, but every dark crevice in my heart. The thudding inside my chest is relentless and never-ending whenever he's near. Absently, I reach for his hand, needing to touch him. His smile falters, and he holds up a fist for me to bump it. Right, like brothers, not lovers. I knock my fist to his, gritting my teeth. It gets harder and harder to hide what feels natural with Alice. So often, I want to pull him into my lap while watching movies in the living room with everyone, or pin him to the counter in the kitchen while I kiss him dizzy. There have been several times, like just now, where I've gone to physically connect with him in public. Luckily, he's a lot more aware of our surroundings than I am. He always puts a stop to it before it progresses. Irritation claws at my throat, making it feel hoarse and raw. I want to blurt it out right now. Tell our dads we're in love and that we're something serious. Not just stepbrothers, but more. That we have a future. This thing between us is barely budding, and I can already tell it'll be the most beautiful thing I've ever known. It would be like ripping off a Band-Aid. Just tell Dad and Quinn that Alice is my boyfriend. They love us. They wouldn't freak out or disown us. Right? I can feel it in my bones. Sure, they'd be pissed and probably yell, but we'd get through it, just like we've gotten through everything else. All thoughts cease to a halt when Alice's long, capable fingers drift through my hair at the nape of my neck. It's subtle, and probably not noticeable by our dads, but it has my eyes fluttering closed and a low rumble vibrating through me. He doesn't move his hand away, but instead stealthily plays with my hair as our dads discuss our plans for the next day. At some point, I must fall asleep because I wake to Alice straddling my lap. For a split second, my heart races with excitement and relief. They finally know we're together. It doesn't take long to realize, though, that our dads have retreated to their own suite. Disappointment takes a back seat as lust begins to drive. Alice spears his fingers into my hair and angles my head back so he can kiss me. My palms find his fantastic ass, squeezing hard enough he whimpers. God, I'll never get enough of him. I slide my hands up under his sweatshirt, skimming over his muscular back, worshipping every inch I can reach. His back arches as he grinds his ass against my dick. "I need you," I murmur, tugging his sweatshirt from his body. "Now." He gasps against my lips at my fingertips, teasing his hard nipples. "Bedroom?" "No, here," I challenge with a nip to his bottom lip, where anyone could see. Pulling from our kiss, he frowns. "No, man. No one will really see Wonderland." I lean forward to capture his neck with a claiming suck. "I want to fuck you right here, though." His fingers grip my hair and he yanks my head back, so I'm forced to look into his dark, fathomless stare. It's reckless. We're reckless, I remind him. A stormy expression passes over his features. We can't be, not if we plan on remaining an us. Anger churns in my gut. I'm tired of hiding. It's not fair. Life's not fair, he growls. Besides, you promised. Months ago, I bark back, losing my temper. I promised back then, but things have changed. Nothing's changed, he hisses, his words sharp and stinging. Nothing. I glower at him, trying like hell to read into his words. What the fuck does that even mean? Nothing's changed? Is he insane? Everything's changed. We went from enemies to lovers to boyfriends to brothers to this. An us. A forever kind of us with a future, with fucking cats to chase away the goddamn mice. Everything's changed, I whisper. I want to love you freely, in front of everyone, especially our family. He scrambles away from me, gaping at me like I've lost my mind. Maybe I finally found it. It's not a big deal. Dad owes me forgiveness anyway since I give it to him after what he did to Mom and us. Quinn adores Alice and loves him unconditionally. Alice is delusional if he thinks otherwise. No, Alice snaps, his voice shrill as he scampers away from me. We can't. He storms away toward his bedroom, leaving me sprawled out on the floor with an annoying erection that he's clearly not in the mood to take care of. I spring to my feet, darting after him. The fucker actually tries to shove the door against me as I attempt to come inside. Luckily, I'm bigger and stronger than him. This pisses him off based on the furious snarl he lets loose when I elbow into his room, despite his best efforts to keep me out. Stop, I command, grabbing him by the shoulders and shoving him against the wall. What the hell is your problem? His pink lips are puffy and red from our kissing. My mouth waters to taste him again, but I'm mad at his bitchiness. I'm not kissing his beautiful, perfect mouth until he loses his attitude problem. All emotion floods from his features, and he drops his gaze to my mouth. Kenyon, I can't help myself. Even when he annoys me, I need to touch and kiss him. He's mine, and I'm his. It's just how it is. I nuzzle my nose against his. I think. He swallows hard as though it's a struggle to form words. I love you too, I whisper as he murmurs out the words, I think we should break up. Time stops at the same time my heart does. What the fuck?
Chapter 32. Alistair. He loves me? Pain lances through me, shredding my heart and making my stomach twist violently. It doesn't matter. Things are getting too out of hand. I almost kissed him at dinner in front of our dads. Then later he tried to hold my hand in front of them. We're going to get caught, and I can't handle the fallout. Not now. Not when my life feels so brittle and wrecked. Dad will kick me out, send me packing to go live with my real dad. I try to imagine a life in St. Louis with Colin. He paints a picture of me going to college and then coming to work for him, of us doing father-son activities to make up for the years we lost. He claims it's where I belong, with him as his son. I've been fighting it tooth and nail because I don't want to go there. I feel like I'm being forced to choose between Quinn and Colin as my dad. There's never a question. Quinn is the father I know and love. Being out in the open with Canyon means giving my dad up. Writing one person out of my life to write a new one in. I shouldn't have to choose. The longer I'm with Canyon, the harder the choice will be. As it stands, I could keep them both in my life, even if Canyon hated me for it. If we broke up, I could still live here and see them. The alternative is Colin. I can't lose him, I tell Canyon, my voice quaking as tears burn at my eyes. I can't. A dark look clouds over his features. But you can lose me? No, I choke out. I keep you both this way. His blue eyes flare with rage. Fuck you, Summers. He starts to shove away from me, but I'm not done with him. Hell, I don't think I'll ever be done with him. My fingers latch onto his shirt, yanking him to me. His forehead presses to mine, but he makes no move to touch me. He's trembling. With fear or anger, I don't know. All I know is it makes me want to pull him into my arms until the shaking subsides. It's for the best, I lie, even as the tears of my truth streak down my cheeks. No. Canyon shakes his head, but since it's pressed to mine, my head moves with his. I already promised you. Roommates, remember? We're getting a cat. The desperation in his voice is like acid on an open wound. I flinch from the searing awfulness of it, because I'm responsible for the sound. Strong, unflappable Canyon Voss is close to begging. It's more than I can handle. They can't find out, and they won't. He hisses. I swear it. Please, Wonderland, for fuck's sake. Don't do this to me. Someone sobs, and I don't know if it's one or the both of us in pained unison. But you said forget what I said, he whispers. I take it back. We can stay a secret forever, as long as there is a forever. Forever feels too good to be true. It always has. Since I was 10 years old, all the good parts of my life felt temporary. The inevitability of my harsh life was to return when I least expected it. His thumbs swipe away the wetness on my cheeks, and then he captures my lips in a rough, possessive kiss, as though he can keep me rooted here by writing it into law with each nip, suck, and caress of his mouth over mine. I want to believe in his unspoken promises. That we can remain a secret, and I can keep Dad, too. He pulls back long enough to peel off his shirt, and then his lips are on mine again. We fumble at each other's pants, both of us eager to be skin on skin. It's a scramble to see who can get naked faster, all while never breaking stride with our kissing. I don't want to lose this. I need Canyon. He fills me up with heat and happiness and him. I get drunk off his taste and smell and touch. You're mine, he growls, kissing down my naked torso as he kneels in front of me. Don't ever try that shit again. You can't make me go away. He grips my dick and licks the tip where my piercing is. I won't let you. I groan in pleasure as he expertly begins making love to my cock with his lips and tongue. I'd never admit it, but he's most certainly the better of the two of us at giving head. I'm driven to madness any time his mouth is on my dick. Wherever you go, he breathes against my cock. I go. If you leave, I'll find you. We share custody of an imaginary cat. I'm not letting you off your fatherly duties without a fight. I chuckle at his words, but then it dies in my throat. He swallows my dick down like the champion he is. My fingers slide through his soft hair, tugging and ripping at the strands. I buck my hips, eager to fuck his tight throat. His groan around my thickness rumbles through each nerve ending, making the world seem to spin. With purpose, he massages my balls, pressing into the sensitive places that drive me wild with need. It doesn't take long before I'm jerking back, needing to see this moment and burn it into my mind forever. Canyon Voss, school's hottest jock and my stepbrother. On his knees, with his dick jutting out, jerking it roughly with one hand while he strokes my own with the other. His sapphire eyes sear into me as he sticks out his red, waiting tongue. I curse as my balls tighten. Cum shoots out, hitting his upper lip and tongue. All I can do is stare at his handsome face as he lets me aim my release at his waiting mouth. It collects on his tongue, yet he doesn't swallow, not yet. Canyon is too filthy not to make a great show about it. It's one of the things I love about him, his ability to drive me even crazier with pleasure even after I come. Love. Fuck. Intelligence and awareness gleam in his wicked stare. He runs the tip of his tongue along his top lip, collecting the cum he finds there and then swallows it all down. He drags any remnants left on his face over to his mouth with his finger, not wasting any of it. You taste like margaritas, limes, key lime pie. Lately, he's obsessed with describing how I taste, and I find it endlessly amusing.
You taste like mine.
I stare at his beautiful face. Dark lashes bat against his slightly freckled cheeks, and his mouth quirks into a lopsided grin that makes my heart stumble all over itself. He grabs his jeans, fetching his wallet. Once he's produced a packet of lube, he rips it open with his teeth, and then coats his dick with it. He rises to his feet, towering over me. Slick fingers dig into my hips, and he twists me around. I gasp at the touch of his fingertips brushing down my crease. Easily, he presses into my body with one finger, and then two. Rocking against his hand, I chase the delicious sensation each time he massages my prostate. I'm damn near ready to come again when he pulls his fingers back out. The loss is gutting. I need him inside me forever. Always in tune with me, he teases at my clenching hole, offering it what it wants. Not so gently, he pushes into me. With one hard thrust, he fully claims me. I cry out, bending some to meet his thrusts. The angle has him hitting me in all the best possible way. My dick's only half hard, but I feel like I could come again. That's what Canyon does to me. He takes me to new heights, and we leap off together. Mine, 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 he chants, his breath hot near my ear. His teeth sink into my shoulder, causing me to cry out, and then he sucks away the hurt. A few more bucks into me and I'm seeing stars. My ass clenches around him, which only serves to push me off the edge. Heat sears through my body lightning quick. I cry out, my body spasming with another release. Hardly any cum shoots out, but the orgasm is every bit as intense as the first one. I know when he finds his own pleasure because he groans against my neck, his thrusts becoming slow, sensual, deep grinds. His dick swells and pulsates, filling me with his hot semen. Forever. I want this forever. We can have it forever, as long as we both keep our mouths shut about it. Some secrets are worth keeping, and this is one of them. He pulls out and presses a sweet kiss to the back of my head. Cum runs out of my ass and down my thighs. Kenyon's fingers find the wetness and he collects it before crudely pushing it back into my sore hole.
I like it when it stays in here,
he murmurs. Me too. He eventually pulls away and guides me over to the bed. After a hot kiss, he leaves me to grab a wet washcloth. Quickly, he cleans us up the best he can and crawls into bed with me. His massive body curls around mine, holding me close like I might run away at any second. I burrow into his warmth, treasuring the feel of it as it anchors me in place. Cum continues to trickle out, but I don't mind. I know by morning he'll have made sure he's at least come inside me a couple more times to make up for it. Our fingers thread together, and I pull our clasped hands to my chest. I fall asleep, drunk on bliss and love and Canyon Voss. I wake to soft breathing across my chest. We always start out with Canyon spooning me from behind, but wake up with him draped across my chest. I secretly love it because I can play with his hair and enjoy the weight of him before we have to pretend we aren't completely obsessed with one another. Why do you like it there? I ask once he stirs and skims his fingers over my lower stomach, the telltale sign he's awake.
Here?
He pats my chest.
Because I can hear your heartbeat.
It must speed up at his words because I can feel his grin against my skin. I'm aching to have him inside me again. But I'm sore from our all-night sex marathon.
Greedy.
He chuckles, vibrating the bed, reading my mind.
Is my dick all you can think about?
I think for a second. Pretty much. He sits up, straddling my thighs, and threads our fingers together. The sun hasn't risen yet, so there's a grayish-purple hue filtering in through the window. It gives me just enough light to see him, but only shadowed outlines of his face and body.
I think about your dick all the time, too,
he murmurs.
Sometimes I think about it inside me.
My dick jolts at his words. Fantasies of fucking Canyon take root in my mind, growing wild and fast. Pre-cum leaks from the tip of my cock. I'd been perfectly fine with always being the one on the receiving end, but now that he's mentioned it, I want it more than my next breath.
Say something.
he growls. If you don't want to, you know I fucking want it. Grab the lube.
We're doing this now?
His voice grows hoarse.
Like, right now?
You're ready, I assure him. I finger your ass all the time when I blow you.
I know, but your dick is
huge, massive, fucking beautiful.
I was going to say scary.
I snort out a laugh, breaking my wrists free from his hold. He allows himself to be manhandled, and I roll us to where he's now on his back. Grabbing the bottle of lube from the bedside table, I make sure to coat my cock generously before teasing my slick fingers down his crack. He curses at the intrusion of my middle finger. The clenching around my finger becomes less intense with each rub over his prostate. By the time I ease a second, and then third finger into his body, he's practically begging for my dick. Ready? I ask, slipping my fingers from inside him. If it hurts, I'll stop. Just talk to me. He nods.
Okay, I will.
I position my body over him, pressing against his hole and listen for any telling signs of discomfort. When he begs for more, I inch into his blissfully tight body. He's not the only one who needs to go slow. I'm worried if I go too fast, I'll come before I get completely inside. It feels like torture for the both of us to go at such a snail's pace, but when I bottom out, the both of us sigh in relief.
Kiss me,
he pleads. Dipping down, I crash my lips to his, pouring all of my love into the kiss. I slide out and then slam into him harder. His strong fingers bruise my shoulders and his body arches toward me.
Fuck, fuck, fuck.
His chanting has me fucking in time with each time he says the word. Being inside Canyon is the most amazing thing I've ever felt. Based on his squirms and moans, I'd say he loves it just as much.
You're piercing.
He trails off as heat gushes up between us, coating his abs with his release. Let me taste it, I growl, flexing my hips in less of a rhythm now that I'm getting close to coming to. Let me taste you. He gathers some of his cum from his stomach and then brings it to my mouth. I open up, sucking his salty, cum-covered fingers into my mouth. Between the taste of his cum and how his ass clenches my dick, I lose control with a feral snarl. I must bite his fingers in the midst of my coming because he cries out in shock. As my high fades and my thrusting slows, I suck gently on his fingers. His ass is slick, filled with my release. Wet, squelching sounds are the most amazing thing I've ever heard. It's all too much, yet somehow not enough. I'll never get enough of him.
I should get back to my room,
he grumbles.
Before Carrie wakes up.
As much as I don't want to let him go, I pull out of him and roll off. He kisses me deeply and then slides off the bed. Finding a discarded towel from earlier, he wipes off his stomach and dick before blindly hunting for his clothes. I reach over and turn the lamp on so he can see better, taking a moment to admire his nice ass. He yanks on his boxers and scoops up his clothes in his hands. I grab my briefs off the floor, tugging them up over me, uncaring that I should clean myself up better. His hand is on the doorknob, but I make it to him before he can escape. I kiss him hard enough that he moans and then bites my lip. Go, I tease, pulling away. Before I don't let you. He leans in and nips at my neck.
It gets harder and harder to leave you.
My chest tightens at his words. It's unfair. Why can't we just be together? Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Maybe our dads would be annoyed at first, but then get over it. Hope is a dangerous game I want so badly to play. He twists the knob and pulls open the door. With his clothes still in his grip, he starts out the door, but I already miss his touch. My lips find his again, both of us grinning as we kiss. Someone clears their throat. All heat and fire and lust are snuffed out in an instant as ice-cold dread rushes through my veins. Canyon jerks away from me, as if that will make a difference, and turns toward our visitor.
Visitors.
Dad and Ryan are both wearing matching glares. Not disgusted, not horrified. Pissed off, infuriated, angry as fuck. My stomach does a somersault as I stumble over my words, trying to explain what it is they saw. What did they see? Their sons half-naked, sticky with cum and lube, making out like their lives depend on it? Oh, God. They had to have heard us fucking. Bile rises up my throat and the room spins. I think I'm going to be sick. The bug got you too? Dad asks, his words sharp like a blade. It's not his fault, Canyon blurts out. I did this. Tears spring in my eyes. I'm moved that he'd try and defend me to protect my relationship with Dad, but it's too little, too late. They know I was an active participant. Hell, 5 minutes ago I was in charge. Dad plucks his glasses off his face and scrubs a palm down over his pinched features. Ryan grips the back of his neck as though to steady him. All I can do is stare at them, nauseous and afraid of the fallout. Dad, I can explain, I start, hot tears leaking down my cheeks. No, Dad snaps, his face twisted into a furious sneer. I'm not talking to you until you put some fucking clothes on and cover up all that. He whips his hand in my direction, and I can almost feel Canyon's hickeys on me, glowing up the room. A choked sob leaves my throat. Turning on my heel, I dart for the bedroom. I can hear Canyon behind me calling out, but I don't stop. Rushing to the toilet, I fall to my knees and dry heave. What have I done? What the fuck have I done?
Chapter 33. Canyon. Everything in me screams to go after him. I can hear him gagging in the other room, for fuck's sake, but based on the warning glare Dad is giving me, I need to tread carefully. Since I'm not about to have this conversation half naked, I set my clothes down on the table. After yanking on my jeans and shirt, I cross my arms over my chest, aiming my stare toward my father. I can't fucking believe you, he mutters, bitter disapproval in his tone. Quinn's face is red with anger, and he can't look at me. He's begun pacing beside Dad. My gaze drifts back toward Alice's doorway, but Dad's voice commands attention. What the hell is wrong with you? Dad spits out. Is this some ploy to get back at me? Hot fury explodes inside me, making my limbs tremble. Are you serious? Not everyone is an asshole, Daddy dearest. Dad takes a step forward, quickly losing his cool. Do not take that tone with me, son. You want to act like a fucking man? Then I'll treat you like one. Trying to make me pay for what happened between your mother and me is one thing, but going to these lengths to ruin their lives is too fucking far. I'm not trying to do anything, Dad, and I'm certainly not going to ruin Alice's life. This isn't a game to us. It's not all about you, for fuck's sake. You're goddamn kids who are more interested in getting your dicks wet than what will happen to this family when it blows up in your faces. You sure as hell weren't worried about what happened to this family when you got your dick wet with your best friend. Quinn grips Dad's bicep, keeping him from moving toward me. Dad and I keep our scowls locked on each other. It's not until we hear a soft voice that the tension breaks. What's going on? Carrie asks, hugging her middle as she walks out of her room. Why is everyone yelling? Nothing for you to worry about, Dad clips out. Are you still feeling sick? If Carrie and Alice caught a bug, it's inevitably coming for me next. At this point, I prefer to escape their disgusted glares in exchange for hugging the toilet. Yeah? Carrie mutters. Dad, I love him, I blurt out, cutting off Carrie. I love him so fucking much. No, Quinn barks. This wasn't supposed to happen. Stop talking, just stop talking. I swallowed down my words, choosing to stare down at the floor, trying to hear past the blood rushing in my ears as panic unapologetically consumes me. In my head, this all went down a lot smoother. Not like this, not with such angry disgust. Alice doesn't deserve this. I don't deserve this. The thing between us isn't wrong like they're making it out to be. What's happening? Carrie demands, confusion written all over her face as she comes to stand beside me. We've been pissed at each other for months, but she clearly senses an us against them situation. And like it was on that boat this summer, she chooses my side. Past arguments cast aside. Having my sister at my side gives me the strength to say my next words. I love Alice. He's my boyfriend, I explain, my voice tight with nerves, but relief flooding through me at saying them. He's your brother, Dad roars, his chest heaving. Your fucking brother, Canyon. God damn it, Dad, I cry out. Stop being so melodramatic. He's been my stepbrother for all of 3 days. If you're going to try and make me feel bad for that, save your breath. You don't give 2 fucks about that. You still see it as some personal vendetta against you. That's why you're pissed. It's not, though. Are you even listening to me? I love him. I love Alice. Dad rushes forward, his blue eyes blazing with almost hatred in them. I nearly stumble back from the weight of it. Carrie stops him dead in his tracks with her words. Dad, I'm pregnant. All 3 of our heads snap in her direction. As soon as I see the guilty expression on her face, I know exactly whose baby, too. Damon, I mutter out in disbelief. Tears well in her eyes, and her bottom lip trembles. It was just a meaningless fling for a couple months, and now it's over. God, I'm so stupid. My own troubles are quickly forgotten as I pull my sobbing sister into my arms. She whimpers out apologies to Dad and me both. My children have lost their fucking minds, Dad snarls, storming out of the suite, slamming the door behind him. Asshole. Come on, I grit out, guiding Carrie out of the living room toward my room. Let me grab a quick shower, then we'll get you something to eat and talk about this. We're not done having the conversation about you and my son, Quinn calls out to me. Not even close to it being over. Ignoring him, I shut the bedroom door behind me and hug my sister to me once more. It's okay, I assure her, though I don't know I even believe my own words. Everything is going to be okay. It's the biggest lie I've ever told her. Nothing is going to be okay. Everything is all fucked up. By the time I've showered and dressed, Carrie is no longer crying. She's also no longer wearing her pajamas and is dressed, waiting for me on my bed. Seeing her face red and puffy from crying makes her appear younger than her 16 years. If we were back home, and not all the way in Canada, I'd drive my ass over to Damon's and beat the shit out of him for this. As it stands, I'm in another country, unable to do anything but support my sister the best that I can. We leave my room, expecting to see Quinn and Alice, but no one is there. The door to Alice's room is shut. I can hear his familiar voice through the wall, low and shaking. I ache to go in there, stand beside him against his dad. But I also don't want to make things worse. They're not yelling, which is a good sign. If anything, Alice seems fairly calm. Carrie needs me right now, and Alice will get me later. He would want me to go to her since Dad lost his shit. We walk past Dad and Quinn's suite down the hall to the elevators. Carrie looks a little green. I don't know the first thing about morning sickness, but I'm betting it's to blame in this situation. My stomach grumbles when I get a whiff of bacon and syrup as we exit the elevators. Carrie grimaces and swallows hard. What's wrong? I demand, halting to a stop. I can't take that smell. I motion for a lounge down the hall. Go grab us a seat in there. I'll find something unoffensive and smuggle it in there. Give me 5 minutes. We part ways and I stalk into the restaurant. A man on a mission as I head for the buffet. As much as I crave the juicy bacon, I'm not an asshole. If the smell turns her stomach, I'm not going to get any. Quickly, I load up a tray filled with fruit, muffins, hard-boiled eggs, oatmeal, and some hash browns. I toss on the condiments, then grab a coffee for myself and an orange juice for Carrie. Several people give me curious stares as I leave the restaurant with my haul, but I pretend I don't see. By the time I slip into the lounge, I'm thankful to see Carrie secured us a table in the corner, hidden by some plants and high-backed chairs. We're not supposed to eat in here, Carrie says, eyeing my tray as though she expects to be assaulted by the bacon. Well, we've had a rough morning. They'll get over it. She smirks as I set the tray on the coffee table and take the seat next to her. Her eyes light up at the orange juice. She takes several sips before picking up a muffin. Once she has something in her stomach, the color returns to her face, and she picks through the hash browns I'd actually gotten for myself. Since she shoved the oatmeal off to the side, I take that and dive in, eager to chase away the angry grumbling in my stomach. I polish off the bowl at record speed and eat one of the bananas before feeling satisfied. Grabbing my coffee, I settle back in my chair, lifting an expectant brow at her. I really messed up, she mutters, her bottom lip trembling. Like, really, really messed up. Both of us kids are fucking failures today. At least we're in it together. I playfully nudge her foot with mine, hoping to cheer her up, though I feel like crying right along with her. I can't, she frowns, staring into her orange juice cup. I don't want to get rid of it. Okay, I say slowly. What do you want to do? Carry it to term? And then... She swipes at a rogue tear before turning her blue eyes on me. I had goals, Canny. Big dreams. I wanted to go to Juilliard. A ragged hiccup of a sigh escapes her. And Damon... I fist my hand, swallowing down my anger. He's 18. Sadness is chased off by a fierce expression. We both consented. It's not about his age. Try telling the law that, sis. He got offered a scholarship to the University of Florida. It's close, but he can't play ball with a baby. At this point, I don't feel sorry for Damon, but I bite my tongue. So, what are you saying? Does it make me a bad person if I want to put it up for adoption? Her eyes grow watery again. She's just a kid making a grown-up decision. Of course not, I assure her. How will you handle the attention at school, though? I can still play the violin. She lifts her chin. Everyone else can go to hell, even Paige. Why Paige? I thought she was your best friend. I only hung out with her because you were with Naomi. She's changed this year. Once she finds out I'm pregnant, she'll want to distance herself from me. I know her. She'll be thinking of her popularity, not me. I reach over and take her hand in mine. Whatever you do, I'll be there for you. You know that, right? If it's abortion or adoption or keeping it, I'm here. She nods and squeezes my hand. You've always been there, Canny. Always. Her gaze darts over her shoulder before she brings it back to me. What happened up there? Dread washes over me. I pull back my hand to rake my fingers through my still wet hair. All I want to do is drag Alice into my arms and assure him we'll figure it out just like I promised my sister, but I can't. At least not yet. Me and Alice, I trail off, shooting her a helpless look. Her eyes widen. But you hated him. Back then, I agree. But things changed. Apparently, she says with a snort. I love him. My voice grows hoarse. He makes me happy. Like so fucking happy. And now, I swallow hard, dropping my stare to my coffee mug. Dad and Quinn found out. We knew if they ever did, they'd be pissed. But they'll get over it, right? She furrows her brows as she studies me. They have no choice. They could disown us. Her eyes roll. You and Alice sleeping together has nothing on me getting pregnant at 16. Dad's not going to disown me, so why would he disown you? You have a lot of faith in that man, even after all he did to us. Which is why I believe he'll get over it. We moved past what he did, even if it fractured our family beyond repair. I like her sensible words. It has me rising to my feet, eager with the need to see Alice. She's right, though. If we could get past what Dad did to Mom and us, he can deal with this. Come on, I say to her as I load up the tray with our mess. Let's get out of here. After depositing the trash and dishes in the restaurant, we trek back upstairs. Once inside our suite, I make a beeline for Alice's door and rap on it. No answer. Wonderland? No reply. I turn the knob and peek inside. They're gone. It makes me wonder if we missed them downstairs or if they went next door to talk. Not there? Carrie asks. Nope. I let out a rush of breath. Probably in Dad's room or at breakfast. She nods, chewing on her bottom lip. They'll be back, and we'll fix it. I hope so. In the meantime, she grimaces. Want to FaceTime Mom with me? Scaredy cat. She sticks her tongue out at me. She's less likely to yell at me with you beside me. Tugging Carrie to me, I ruffle her hair and kiss the top of her head. They can yell all they want, but we'll still stick together. Mom didn't yell. She cried, blamed herself, cried some more. It felt like a setback, but by the end of the conversation, we had a plan. As a family. Carrie would finish school where she's at, have the baby, and after the adoption move to Orlando with Mom and Uncle Adam to start fresh. Fuck Dad. I pace the suite for the next couple of hours, wondering what's taking them so long. Carrie lies down for a nap, so I rapid-fire text Alice. Me. You okay? Me. What's taking so long? Is he mad? They'll have to get over it. Me. I love you. Me. Where are you? I doze off on the sofa, waiting for him to respond. I'm woken with a start, Carrie standing over me and frowning. What are we having for dinner? I rub the sleep out of my eyes. Dinner? What time is it? A little after 5? We slept the day away. I try calling Alice, but he doesn't answer. What are they doing? I demand, an uneasiness settling in my gut. Is he in his room? She shrugs, so I peek inside. Empty as I expected, I shove my phone into my pocket and stalk out of the suite. Once at Dad's door, I pound on it. Let me in, I command, my voice loud enough to rattle the walls. A few seconds later, Dad answers the door wearing a sleepy scowl. What? I want to punch him in the fucking face, but I push past him instead, needing to see Alice. Quinn is in bed and grabs for his glasses. I skim the room and don't see my boyfriend. Where is he? I demand, glowering at Quinn. What do you mean? His eyes are hard and angry like before. What are you two doing sleeping in the middle of the day? My voice rises several octaves. Where the hell is Alice? Dad storms over to me, grabbing my bicep. Calm down. We were napping because you kids have emotionally exhausted us. It was better to sleep off some of the anger than direct it at you kids. Now what's going on? My knees buckle, and if it weren't for Dad's grip, I would have hit the floor. Sensing my panic, Quinn leaps out of bed. What are you saying? Alice isn't with you? His tone is shrill. Answer me, Canyon. Where the fuck is my son? Canyon, Carrie shrieks, running into the room waving a piece of paper at me. Look! In Alice's messy scrawling, he's written a note on resort stationery. I'm going back home where I belong. I knew having this life was too good to be true. What the hell does this mean? I croak out, yanking the paper and shoving it at Quinn. What did you do? What the fuck did you do? Quinn's face blanches as he shoots me a horrified look. He left. He doesn't have to tell me where. I know. Deep in my gut, I know. Alice thinks his dad hates him, which means he ran someplace where he thinks he's wanted. He went to Colin. Fuck.
Chapter 34. Alistair. It's after 3 in the morning by the time my plane lands at the St. Louis Lambert International Airport. The 3-stop flight to Missouri was long and exhausting, but I didn't sleep a wink. Silently, whenever I got the chance, I'd bury my face in my palms and let the tears leak out. You'd think I'd be out of tears by now, but fresh ones sting at my eyes as I deboard the flight. I'm really doing this. Abandoning everything I know and love. Because you don't deserve that life. You never did. Bitterness coils in my gut like a snake ready to strike. Me and Canyon were careless. We let our secret get out. And just like I'd feared, it was not received well. Dad's words still haunt me. "I can't bear to look at you right now." He'd muttered the words so softly when he'd walked into the bathroom where I'd been puking. Rather than provide comfort like he'd done endless times before whenever I was sick, he stared at me with cold disgust before walking out on me. I'd felt the dismissal like a blade to the throat. He was done with me. He didn't even have to say the words, I felt them. I hadn't just disappointed him, I'd betrayed him in the worst possible way. It was unforgivable. I somehow managed to make it through baggage claim and out of the building where a few cars are lined up, waiting on arrivals. At the front of the line, a black SUV waits, hot exhaust fumes clouding the air behind it. The shiver that works down my spine is less to do with the cool weather and the fact I'm willingly going to Colin. My real father. Terror claws at me, but I push it down as I force one step at a time toward the waiting vehicle. Early this morning, after the blow-up and the words Dad spoke after, I knew what to do. I needed to leave. With a heavy heart filled with regret, I called Colin. I'm not sure what I expected, but his concern and take-charge attitude weren't it. Before I knew it, he had a plane booked and a driver waiting to take me to the airport. I was too much of a pussy to say goodbye to Canyon. I knew if I saw him again, I'd be unable to leave. Luckily, he was in his room with the door shut, so I packed my bags, left a note, and escaped without confrontation. Now that I'm finally here, though, I'm sick with apprehension. I don't want to be here. But Dad doesn't want me with him. This is my only option. When I reached the SUV, a man dressed all in black, probably 25 or so, steps out. His features are rugged and handsome, but he has a cold glint in his green eyes that makes me nervous. "Greer." He nods at me. "You must be the boss man's kid." I bristle at the reminder, but manage a mutter of acknowledgement. "Is Colin not here?" "Get in," Greer says, ignoring my question as he grabs for my luggage. "I missed getting my dick sucked for this. Unless you plan on doing me the favor, let's get back so I can resume my previous activities before I was summoned to play chauffeur." Heat floods my cheeks. I know he's just being crass to get a rise out of me. He seems the type. It's just a reminder of the world I've stepped into. One I'm wholly unprepared for. Hurrying around the vehicle, I hop in the front seat, expecting to see a car full of goons. Just one goon, and he's tossing my luggage into the back like it personally wronged him. I yank on my seatbelt and clasp my fingers together to calm my nerves. Greer climbs into the vehicle and slams the door shut. He fumbles at the radio until he finds a hard rock song. The bass blares through the speakers, making my ears practically bleed. I inwardly cringe, slightly turning away from him so I can stare at the city passing by. It's a blur of lights, and I doze off a couple of times until he pulls the SUV into a driveway. The home is just outside of downtown St. Louis in an older but renovated neighborhood. A neat, immaculate yard can be seen in the moonlight, and an iron gate surrounds the property. The house itself appears to be 3-story. Greer shuts off the engine, parking behind another black SUV. It makes me think about my white Range Rover and how it would stand out amongst their vehicles. A painful punch of sadness knocks the breath out of me. Not because I'll miss my car, but because I'll miss them. My dad and Canyon, track and sculpting and violin, my life in Florida. Greer helps me with my luggage and lets us into the dark house. My nerves are buzzing with worry as I catalog each and every sound. It's quiet, aside from our soft, thudding footsteps. He guides me through the home and up 2 flights of stairs to the 3rd floor. We pass an open doorway, and a man, scantily clad in a pair of glittery shorts that reveal everything, peeks his head out. Claw marks and bruises litter his chest and neck. Eyeliner is smeared over one eye, and his eyes are dilated. He drinks up my appearance with a hungry stare that makes me shudder. "Yummy," he says to Greer. "Did you bring me a present?" "Boss's son." The guy cringes and disappears back into the room. I follow Greer into the next room, which is decorated much like mine at home. Simple and nice. I'd expected my room back from my old trailer with Mom, not such a well-decorated space. Greer drops my bags by the dresser and gestures at the bed. I'm hitting the sack. Case owes me a blowjob. Greer pushes past me and then exits my room without another word. My room. I shut the door behind him and quickly unpack. By the time my bags are empty and stowed away in the closet, I feel like puking again. My phone is turned off, and I dread turning it back on. I don't know what's worse, hearing the worry from Dad, or not hearing anything at all. And Canyon. I can only imagine the hurt he'll feel at my leaving. He'll feel abandoned. It's exactly what I did. I left him, disappeared without a word. Disgust at myself threatens to make me sick again. I strip out of my travel clothes, take a quick shower, and climb into the big soft bed. I turn off the lamp, and barely drift off when I hear it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Panic swells up inside me like a tidal wave, making my heart hammer in my chest. I fumble at the lamp, wildly searching for the mice. Where are they hiding? Can they make it up here? I hear the squeaking again, but this time it's accompanied by moaning. It takes half a second to realize it's Case and Greer fucking. It's a relief not to be mice, but annoyance quickly chases it away. What am I doing here? I don't know these people, and I certainly don't want this life. Unfortunately, I don't have a choice. I leave the light on but go to sleep, eager to leave reality, even if only for a few short hours. By the time I power up my phone the next morning, I discover I've missed a ton of texts and phone calls from just about everyone I know. I don't read any of them, even though I'm dying to devour every word Kenyon sent. The last message from him, though, I do read. Kenny, I know you're at Collins. WTF Wonderland. The room blurs with unshed tears. I blink them back quickly and manage a quick reply. Me. I'm sorry. I'm safe. You don't have to worry. His response is immediate. Kenny, fuck you. Fuck you for doing this. I don't have to see his face or hear his voice to feel the heartbreak I've caused him. I know exactly what he's going through because my own heart is in tatters. I shoot him another apology before shutting off my phone again. A soft rap on the door startles me and someone enters. Colin. He's dressed in an immaculate suit, not a dark hair out of place. I'm not sure what to expect, but I certainly don't anticipate his smile or for him to sit down on the bed. It reminds me of my dad, and that hurts too much to consider. Looking away, I try to keep a fresh wave of tears from escaping. Want to talk about it? I shrug. What's there to talk about? For one, what was the catalyst for you coming here? I'm uncomfortable explaining myself, but I owe him something. He just welcomed me with open arms, not knowing anything except the fact I needed to be here. I fucked up, I choke out. Real bad. You killed someone? My eyes snap to his. What? Of course not. Colin shrugs. Then you couldn't have fucked up too bad. What, your pretend daddy couldn't take the fact you were fucking your brother? His words are slung out so carelessly, but they feel like whips, painfully striking me. I guess we really were that obvious. To everyone except Dad and Ryan, it seems. There's no sense in denying it. I betrayed him. Colin scoffs and shakes his head. Still so soft. He reaches over and pats my leg. Don't worry, we're going to finally toughen you up. Colin, I don't want to toughen Pops. He grinds out. You're to call me Pops if you're living under my roof. The one thing I demand of my men is respect. You may not be one of my men, but you rely on me now for your survival. It's the least you can do. Breakfast is waiting downstairs. With those words, he leaves me. He's right. I chose this. I asked to be here. The least I can do is offer him something he's always asked of me. I quickly shower and change into a pair of black holey jeans Canyon likes to make fun of. My heart plummets, shattering at my feet. Fuck, I miss him. Yesterday had been perfect. I'd been inside him, making love to him in a way I hadn't yet. It was incredible. And then everything was ruined. Throwing on a black and red Blood Gators track hoodie over a t-shirt, I exit my room. I pass by Greer's room, but it's empty. I'm not sure if Case is his boyfriend or not, but he's no longer there. It's not hard to locate the kitchen, with boisterous voices coming from it. I make it into the dining room, where a breakfast spread has been laid out. Colin sits at the head of the table with a man near his age to his right. Greer is beside that man. 2 other men are at the table, and 1 seat remains beside Colin. "Where's Case?" I ask in greeting, confused at why I'd even ask that. I'm floundering and need to understand the dynamic around here. Colin's expression is unreadable. The man beside him simply smirks, and Greer flashes me a disgusted glare. "We don't fraternize with the help," Colin says in a cool, authoritative tone. The help? Is he a cook? A maid? My words sound stupid even to my own ears, but I can't stop them. What does he help with? "Case is a whore, Alistair," Colin clips out. "They come around at night and are gone by morning. We certainly don't have breakfast with them." I swallow down my unease, nodding as if his answer satisfies me. I'm just making it to the empty seat when Greer spits out his words. "If you wanted to fuck my whore, you should have just asked." He pops a piece of bacon into his mouth, chewing slowly as he rakes his gaze down my front. "I share my toys." I give him a sharp shake of my head. I don't want." Colin cuts me off with a wave. "They're not his toys. They're mine." The table goes silent. "And I'll get you your own toy." "No," I croak out. I'm in a relationship? Hardly. Considering I left the man I love the second things got rough, I'm most definitely not in one. Colin lifts a brow in question, but smirks when I don't finish my statement. "This is Mark." The guy to his right nods. "You know Greer, the other 2 are Seth and Logan. These are my most trusted men. If you need anything and I'm unavailable, they'll see to it you get what you want." "Okay, Pops?" Colin's eyes that match mine exactly darken at the questioning tone, but he lets it slide. As I load up my plate with food, he fills his men in on a shipment from Mexico arriving this week. I try to tune it out because I don't care about his drug business. It's not until the dining room falls silent that I realize Colin is speaking to me. What?" "If you sit at this table, you will join in on the conversation," Colin says in an icy tone. "I gave you the night to get acclimated, but it's time you focus. This is your life now." This is your life now. I blink at him several times, wondering about the texts where he promised ball games and father-son outings. Was it all bullshit? Colin lets out a heavy, annoyed sigh. "I apologize. I didn't sleep much last night, and there's a lot of money riding on the line with the Mexico shipment." He studies me long enough that I squirm under his scrutiny. "Clear your schedule tonight. I'll show you the city." Because my schedule is bustling with activities. "Okay," I murmur. "Thanks." Greer lets out a derisive snort, but Mark shoots him a scathing look that has him growing quiet. Colin continues to discuss business. This time I feign paying attention, making sure to make eye contact when necessary. Before long, breakfast is over and the men are scattering. Colin rises to his feet, his stare assessing me. "Greer can take you out for new clothes. I won't have my son looking like that while representing me." He tightens the knot of his tie. "He can take you on a run, too. Do as he says and keep out of trouble. You'll learn the ropes soon enough. See you at dinner and wear a suit." The overwhelming urge to cry nearly suffocates me. I suck in deep, calming breaths, squeezing my eyes shut so I can escape elsewhere, even for a few blissful seconds. Canyon appears behind my lids, his cocky smile bright and beautiful. I crave to jerk him away from my imagination into the present, to beg him to promise it'll be okay, to take me away from here to our imaginary apartment so I can cuddle my imaginary cat. We had dreams together, and I ruined them. Dreams are stupid because they aren't real. Life is a nightmare. This reality is my life now.
Chapter 35. Canyon. This year, Thanksgiving was spent at a Starbucks in an airport in Denver. Just a couple of days after Alice took off, we were able to organize our own travel back home. I'd wanted to fly straight to St. Louis and hunt him down, but Quinn and Dad vetoed that almost immediately. Apparently, we need to go home and wait for him. It's like they don't care. Swiping my phone on, I scroll through my texts, looking to see if there's anything new from Alice. Nothing. Anger is my first emotion, but it gets kicked to the back seat as worry trickles in. I send him another text. Me. Let me know you're okay. No response. This is bullshit, I bark out, slamming my phone on the table hard enough to rattle everyone's cups. This is your fault. I waggle a finger between Quinn and Dad. I'll never forgive either of you for running him off. Quinn winces and stares down at his lap. Dad's jaws clench, his nostrils flaring as he reins in his anger. We're not discussing this in the fucking airport, Dad growls, pinning me with a glare. Enough. Emotion clogs my throat and I shake my head furiously. No, we are going to discuss this. I want to understand your double standards, Dad. Why is it okay for you to wreck families, but not me? Carrie shoots me a supportive smile. Canyon, it's not that simple. You two are. Don't fucking say we're brothers, I snap. We both know that's a bullshit answer. Why don't you want us to be happy? My voice cracks at my question. Why, Dad? Why can't I be happy? You broke me. Stupid tears form in my eyes, and I angrily bat them away with the palms of my hands. You broke the three of us when you hooked up with him. My tone is acid. I wanted to hate you, and for fucking forever I did. But then Alice. I bury my face in my hands, stifling a sob. He just made me happy. I love him, and I fucking miss him. It grows quiet, but Carrie's soft hand finds mine beneath the table, squeezing it tight. I thought dads were supposed to love their kids unconditionally, I whisper, unable to meet Dad's stare. I didn't realize there were limits. You know I love you, Dad hisses, more than anything. But I lift my head to meet his stare. His anger softens as he studies me. No buts. I love you more than anything. I'm allowed to be angry, though, just like you were. What about you? I demand, turning my attention to Quinn. Since he's not really your son, does that mean you can turn it off? He is my son, Quinn bellows, earning a few annoyed glares nearby. He drops his voice to an icy low level. He is my son. He was always so afraid of disappointing you, I blurt out, unable to filter my words at this point. My heart is cracked open and flooding out. It crippled him. He didn't even have decorations in his damn room because he was waiting for the other shoe to drop, for you to push him away just like his mother did. Quinn freezes at my words. He knows I love him and am proud of him. His nostrils flare. But not this. He flutters his fingers at me. This is happening whether you like it or not, I snarl out. What I don't understand is how you could be so willing to give him up. He's fucking everything, and you don't care. Of course I care, Quinn cries out. He's my boy, and now he's with that filthy monster doing God only knows what. I'm terrified out of my goddamn skull. Do not for 1 second think you know the depths of how much I love him. You ran him off, I croak out, my eyes once again stinging. What did you say to him? Quinn's face falls and he trembles. I couldn't look at him. Not right then. You said that to him? My hand fists, desperate to knock his head off his shoulders. But when I rise to do so, Dad yanks me back down into my seat. You awful fucking prick! A tear races down Quinn's cheek, but he doesn't swat it away. He looked just like her. My sister, Tammy, fucking his life up and looking to me to clean it up. I was just so pissed, but... A sob escapes him, pained and horrified. I just needed a breather. I needed to calm down. I didn't want him to leave. I would never want that, ever. He's my little boy. Dad pulls Quinn to his side, hushing him as he cries. All I can do is stare helplessly. If Alice hadn't run the first chance he got, maybe he'd see that everyone still loves him, that the love people feel for him isn't contingent on whether he walks a perfectly straight line. Just like I knew our dads would be pissed, but they'd get over it. Alice didn't trust me, and now he's gone. Gone someplace where I can't see, or touch, or speak to him. I can't protect him. I need air, I mutter, rising from my seat. We board in 20 minutes, Dad says, so don't go far. I hurry away from the table, breathing easier with each step away from them. Once inside the bathroom and in a stall, I lean back against the closed door and pull my phone out. No reply. I find his Instagram and leave him a voice message. They don't care about us, only about you. Tell me where you are. I'll come get you. Please, Wonderland. I fucking miss you. I'm dying without you. The message goes unread, so I send him another one. I need to know everything we shared wasn't just talk for you. What about the apartment? Our cat? A pained sob chokes out of me. Alice, I love you. Please, give me something, anything. I just need to know you haven't let me go. I stare at the phone for the next 15 minutes, waiting for a response. Nothing comes. Swallowing down my emotion, I exit the stall and find my family waiting for me with my bag. I sling it on over my shoulders, my phone still clasped in my death grip. We make it through the crowded area to our gate. As we stand in line waiting to board, my mind drifts to Alice. Stupid, bleached blonde hair and fathomless brown eyes, taunting grins, soft, keening moans when I swallow his pierced dick. The way he becomes hyper-focused when working on a sculpture, ignoring everything and everyone around him. His teasing laughter when we watch Mubona Ikari together and I geek out on all the scenes. It's only been days, and I miss him more than I thought possible. There's no way I can go back to school next week without him. I can't carry on like my heart didn't just get up and leave. The line moves slowly, so I flip back over to Instagram. His last posted picture was when we were skiing at the resort. It was a selfie of us, both of us wearing snow gear, sunglasses, and huge matching grins. The hashtag said, Daisuke and Chibi. Pain and despair are anchors on my feet, dragging me under and blinding me in an abyss of what-ifs. All I can do is stare at our picture, the both of us so fucking happy, and try desperately not to cry. Dad clasps a hand on my shoulder, and I fall against him, losing the battle with my emotions. He hugs me tight, whispering assurances I want to believe. We'll get him back home soon. Don't worry about a thing. He'll come back to us. The line moves and Dad shifts us forward some. My phone buzzes in my hand. I tug away from him, hoping for a text from Alice. No text, but he's posted a picture. It's a selfie. He looks strange wearing a suit, and he's not smiling, but the bottle of Coke in his hand makes my stomach flip. There's a person in the background of the picture, some guy dressed in a black suit, glaring at him. Above that guy is the house number, 1141. His hashtag says, #I want to see my cat. Seconds later, there's a private message. Just one word. At first, I don't understand why he says the word first. But then I realize it's the street name. He wants to go home. He wants me. Dad urges me closer to the gate where an airline worker waits. I shake my head in disagreement. No, I'm not getting on that flight. Quinn frowns at me. What? Why? I know where he is. I'm going to go get him. Dad's eyes widen and Quinn starts to cry tears of relief. Carrie squeals from beside me. The line's moving, the guy behind us complains. Dad nods his head away from the gate. Come on, We have flights to reschedule. We're going to go get our boy. Our boy. He doesn't have to tell any of us twice. 20 minutes later, and we've nailed down flights to St. Louis. We're coming, Wonderland. He'll understand soon what family really means. With ours, it's feuds and reckless fury, fights and frustration and taking each other for granted, but it also means love and forgiveness and home. It means standing beside the ones you love, even when they piss you off and you want to hate their guts because they're your fucking family. Families stick together. Not unlike Mubona Ikari. Loyalty to your blood, but also to the ones you claim as your own. You fight for them until the end. He may have started as a no one to me and then became my enemy, but over time hate twisted beautifully into love, and he became mine. My choice, my love, my family. We're imaginary cat daddies together. He's coming back home to us, and when I finally get him in my arms, I'm never letting him go.
Chapter 36. Alistair. I don't want to do this. I'd rather stay locked up in my room, waiting for Canyon to come get me. If he comes. Sickness roils in my gut, but I ignore it. He will come. I know Canyon. Never once in all his messages did he lead me to believe he was through with me. If anything, his frustration and desperation to see me only increased as time went on. He'll pick me up, and we'll run away together to our fake apartment with our made-up cat. Fuck how I want it to be real. Get in.
Greer barks out, motioning to his SUV.
We'll follow the boss to the rendezvous point. Colin's stare lingers on me, and then darts to Greer before he climbs into the passenger seat of the other vehicle. Mark hops in the driver's seat while Seth and Logan get in the back. I get into Greer's SUV, not at all eager to be blasted by his obnoxious rock music the entire ride. As soon as I'm situated and buckled in, I tug at the tight knot at my throat. I hate suits. I especially hate ties. Greer seemed entertained by my discomfort when we picked up my new clothing at the store. Colin's pleased expression later that night chased away any ill feelings I had. I'd always felt like a fuck-up around Colin as a kid. Knowing he approved was a lift to my spirits. The subsequent dinner and a trip afterward to see the Gateway Arch together only further improved my mood.
But, just like every other night I'd been here, I went to sleep to the sounds of Greer making Case squeal like a pig, and then haunting nightmares filled with mice and disappointing words from Dad.
Case thinks we should keep you, Greer says, cutting his eyes to me while effortlessly navigating the roads. I told him I'd agree to no such thing without a test drive first. My blood runs cold in my veins. What the hell is he talking about? I ignore him, jerking my attention out the window. He takes us across the river and then follows a side road to a shipping facility. I'd wondered what sort of shipment Colin was receiving, but I didn't ask. The less I know, the better. I just want to get the fuck out of here. I was stupid for thinking I belonged here. I belong with them. Dad, Ryan, Carrie, and him, Canyon. Greer pulls up between Colin's SUV and a sporty red car. He shuts off the engine and turns his glare on me. Something sinister lurks in his gaze. I shudder as I reach for the handle. He strikes out quickly, seizing my wrist in his painful grasp. Yelping, I try to pull away, but he's too strong. He jerks me to him and plants his other hand on my thigh to keep me in place. My lips are forced against his, and his tongue lashes at mine, greedily stealing a kiss that doesn't belong to him. Stop touching me, I growl, twisting my head to the side as I try and shove him away with my free hand. Test driving, he bites out. So far you taste like an innocent little virgin. He fondles me through my pants, gasping when he feels the metal of the piercing on my dick. Oh, this'll do. Case'll love this. I swing my fist at him, hitting him in his throat. Before he can recover, I scramble out of the vehicle and take off, running toward the building. Greer yells after me, but I race away from him easily. I'm a track star and he's a pervy goon. Of course I beat him inside. I run toward the sound of voices. As soon as Case comes into view, holding a gun to Colin's temple, I charge. Colin may not be perfect, but he's still family. I tackle Case so hard my teeth rattle when they slam together. A shot rings out in the air, and then I'm dragged off Case. I fight off my attacker for a split second, thinking it's Greer to finish the job, but it's Colin. Seth and Logan drag Case to his feet, hauling him away. He starts to screech when he notices Greer's body, face down with a growing pool of blood forming around him. "You killed him!" Case screams. "You killed him!" Bile surges up my throat, but Colin smacks me on the back. "Keep it together," he barks out. "Mark, find out where the fuck our shipment is. Cut off every goddamn limb from that traitor if you have to." I'm shaking hard, unable to look away from Greer's unmoving body. Shock trickles through me, slowly numbing me. Colin drags me out of the building and outside. Since I'm trembling so badly, he puts me into his SUV. We're driving away when I crane my neck to look at the building. "What about—" I trail off, meeting Colin's scowl. "Mark and my men can handle Case." His jaw clenches as he drives. I should have known something was going on. He punches the steering wheel, letting out a string of expletives. Unbelievable. We ride in silence, and soon we're pulling up at the house. He shuts off the car and shoots me a frown. "Thank you," he grits out. "That shouldn't have happened back there. I usually trust my men implicitly, but ever since Joseph, there's been a division in the ranks. I'm going to need to do a complete overhaul and weed out anyone else who so much as breathes the wrong way." I cringe at the reminder of one of his men who tried to kill me on my own front porch. I think his words are cut off by the screech of tires. Colin flings himself out of the vehicle and pulls his gun, ready to fire at anyone who dares cross him again. I'm prepared to hide in the floorboard if necessary, but a familiar voice has me scrambling out of the car. "Canyon." "What are you doing here?" Colin growls, his gun still pointed at my boyfriend, my stepbrother, my everything. Dad and Ryan trot up behind Canyon, both of them holding their hands up in surrender. Canyon's hands are fisted at his side. His gaze isn't at the gun aimed at him, but burning a hole into me. Without thinking of the consequences, I race over to him, throwing myself into his arms. He hugs me tight and has to steady himself to keep from falling over. I inhale his expensive masculine scent, scrape my cheek along his scruffy jaw, and find his lips for a much-needed kiss. We kiss until I hear Dad's voice, which has us wrenching apart. "I'm here for my son," Dad barks out, voice firm and unyielding. "Time to let him go." Pulling from Canyon's embrace, I swivel around to face Colin. For a split second, he seems ready to pull the trigger of his gun that's now aimed at Dad. "Please don't, Pops," I croak out. "Please?" Colin visibly flinches, lowering his gun and darting his brown eyes at me. "I'm your father, not him." Animosity ripples from Canyon, but I brush my fingers along his chest, willing him to let me handle this. I walk right up to Colin and nod. "You're my Pops, yeah. And Quinn's my dad." I search Colin's eyes. "You know I don't really fit in this life. I don't think I ever will, either." His features soften as he studies me. "But you're mine." "I'm his too," I whisper. "I can be both." He blinks hard several times before clenching his jaw. "You want to go back with them?" "I do." "Go on, then." His voice is gruff, but I don't mistake the sadness in his expression. "It's where you belong." I hug him for the first time of my own accord. The movement shocks him still, but then he returns the hug. "Maybe we can catch a Gators game one day," I tell him, stepping back. "Or dinner, or something. As family, not business." He holsters his gun and cocks his head to the side. "You have my number. Don't be a stranger." He nods at the house. "Grab your shit and go." I give him another hug, and then I grab my shit and go. The hotel is in the heart of the city, a giant moon on top of the building signaling our destination. Ryan pulls into the valet and we all exit the vehicle. It was an awkward ride to the hotel from Colin's. One of my hands was squeezing Dad's in the back seat and my face buried against Canyon's chest, holding on to his hand like he might vanish at any second. Carrie and Ryan kept shooting us goofy smiles from the front seat. I'm back where I belong. Ryan checks us in and hands Canyon a set of keycards. We make it onto the elevator and head up to the 3rd floor. As we all file out, I realize Dad and Ryan are headed to one room, Carrie to another, and...
Like we could keep you two apart.
Ryan grumbles.
I just don't want to hear it.
Dad walks over to me, yanking me to him for another fierce hug. I think he hugged me for 5 minutes straight before we even got into the vehicle.
I love you, son. Even if you drive me crazy sometimes.
I nod, unable to keep the emotion out of my voice. Love you too, Dad. I'm sorry.
We'll talk tomorrow. Right now, you kids need rest. We all do. We've had one hell of a few days.
He releases me and strokes my cheek with his palm, his eyes filled with love.
Don't ever scare the shit out of me like that again.
He presses a kiss to my forehead.
Sleep. And tomorrow we'll make the most of the rest of our vacation.
Turning from him, I find Canyon standing in the doorway of the room, waiting for me. As soon as we step over the threshold, he shoves me to the wall, kissing me like he can reach my soul. Joke's on him, though. It mated with his months ago. We're Daisuke and Chibi, 2 sides of the same coin, a perfect complement to each other.
We need lube,
he mumbles against my mouth.
Get showered while I wait for the doorman to bring up our luggage. I need to be inside you in the next 5 minutes.
I pull back, grinning at him. Or what?
There is no or. I just need to be inside you.
A knock on the door signals the arrival of our bags. I tug from his grip and walk into the spacious bathroom. It's retro and a little space-aged, but still pretty damn cool. Quickly, I strip down and turn on the shower. Once it's steamy, I step under the hot spray. All tension from the past couple of days melts away. I'm relaxed and finally feeling content as strong arms wrap around me from behind. Kenyon's lips find the side of my neck and he peppers kisses there. I'm sorry, I whisper, barely audible as the water splatters the floor. So fucking sorry. He twists me around and pushes me against the wall. His fingers dig into my jaw, angling my head up so I can look into his beautiful blue eyes.
I knew you were trouble the second you sat on my lap and gave me a boner in front of my girlfriend.
I smirk at him. Poor Nay.
No, poor me. I had to find out I was gay for you at the same time you did.
He dips down, tugging at my bottom lip with his teeth.
I knew you were trouble, and I wanted you anyway. You're worth it to me, Wonderland. All the shit you put me through is worth it because we have this.
He places one palm over his heart and the other on mine. I won't ever leave again, I vow, needing him to understand. I was scared and hurt, but the second I was gone, it felt like the biggest mistake of my life.
For a perfectionist like you, that had to be humbling.
He smirks at me in that maddeningly teasing manner I adore.
But don't worry. If you decide to run, I'll chase you. I'll always chase you.
His fingers slip into my hair and he tugs at it.
We both know I'll win. I always do when it comes to us.
He slants his sexy mouth over mine, claiming me with a powerful kiss. All I can do is moan and allow myself to be consumed by it. Kenyon has that effect on me. He swallows up my fears and confusion and self-doubt, takes my burdens and makes them his own. Since he's stronger than me, he makes it look easy. When I'm with Kenyon, I don't have to be perfect. I just have to be me. Alice Summers, his Wonderland. I love you, I tell him, in case you didn't know. He grins, boyish and wide and so fucking happy.
Yeah, Chibi, I know. Everyone loves the hero.
Getting your facts confused again, Daisuke. Chibi's the hero. We both laugh, but it fades out as he smears lube on his dick, kisses me with such fervor we're both breathless, and literally fucks me into tomorrow. I suppose home isn't a place. Not a trailer filled with mice or an immaculate mansion filled with Pomeranians or a midtown home filled with cartel goons. Home is wherever your heart is. And mine is with Canyon Voss. My enemy turned lover, my stepbrother with benefits, my hypothetical cat's other daddy. Home is him.
Epilogue. Canyon. 6 years later. Holy shit. This year's Anime Con in Orlando is insane. There are more people than last year, and last year I also bitched about the crowd. Anime is my thing, my dorky obsession. I liked it before it was trendy. All these other assholes are just posers with their cheap costumes, making the lines longer than they need to be. When you scowl like that, you look just like Daisuke, Alice says, grinning at me. I mean, it's hot, and you know I'm into it if you want to roleplay later. There are children present, Dad grumbles from beside me, swatting out at Alice. Caleb jolts forward on Dad's shoulders, also trying to smack Alice. Alice dodges them and playfully waggles his dagger at Caleb. His squeal of laughter makes me smile. He swings his foam sword at Alice but misses, knocking Quinn's glasses off his head. Sorry, Dad, Caleb says, giggling. Dad playfully tickles Caleb. Be good, and we'll get some cotton candy. Or we could eat the hummus and carrots I packed, Quinn says, placing his glasses back on his head. Sounds yummy, I make a sour face up at Caleb. Yuck, hummus is dog food. Caleb cackles, and Quinn throws his hands up in exasperation. For the love of God, please stop telling your brother hummus is dog food. He fed it to Ginger the other day, and I still can't get that stain off the couch, Quinn complains. Come on, Alice. Let's get this monster some cotton candy. He pulls Caleb off Dad's shoulders and sets him on his feet. They hold hands, following Alice into the sea of costumed people. I shove my hand into my pocket, gripping the box I'd brought with me. I've been working up the nerve to ask Alice to marry me. It's stupid, not the wanting to marry Wonderland part, because we're together in all the ways that count. He'll say yes, I know he will. We live together in a small house near the lake, decorated with sculptures that are too meaningful for him to sell. We share a black cat, Ikari. Both teach at the same middle school, Alice art and me pre-algebra, and rarely spend a moment apart. But it's not enough. I need him in all the ways. I need him forever. You're sweating it, kiddo, Dad says, frowning down at me. He's going to say yes. Breath rushes out of me as I shake off the nerves. Dad went with me to pick out the ring. I thought me and Alice getting together might break apart our already fractured family, but in the end, we all stayed whole. What if he says no? Dad chuckles. If by some strange reason he does, I'll thump him on the head until he says yes. Thanks, Dad. I laugh, shaking my head. I knew I could count on you. He hugs me to him and fucks with my orange and black wig. I shove him away and straighten it, glowering at him. We continue to walk through the throng of people toward the confessions. The ring box in my pocket feels heavy. I'm tempted to text Carrie and ask for some courage, but her last year at Juilliard has been intense. She doesn't need to be bothered by my boy problems. Speaking of boy problems, Caleb can be seen up ahead, a handful of pink cotton candy in one hand and sword-fighting Alice with his other hand. Back when Carrie found out she was pregnant, I never anticipated this ending. But when we got back home, Dad and Quinn gathered us all together to state that they wanted to adopt the baby, to raise the child as our sibling. Caleb has always known Carrie as a big sis. She's incredibly doting when she sees him and loves him dearly. One day, they plan to tell him the story of his birth, but want to wait until he's older. The adoption went smoothly since Damon wanted to avoid any scandals or legal trouble. He signed away his rights under the agreement he would never be approached about him being the father. Alice catches my eye, and I fall deep into his brown-eyed stare. Dad gives me an encouraging smack to the ass that has me shooting him a nasty look. By the time I turn back around, Alice is in my face, lips on mine. For a moment I forget everything and everyone, swept up in his soft lips and lime scent. I love that he tastes like Coke and cotton candy. Definitely role-playing later in this get-up, he says against my lips in a teasing tone that gets my blood hot. As long as I get to pin you down and fuck you, I don't care what you're wearing. I nip at his bottom lip. Keep the wig on, though. It's kind of sexy. Ikari hates wigs. He thinks they're rats he needs to kill. His smile widens. Remember that time Ikari ate your Daisuke wig and shit out orange hair for a week? Your cat is a fucking idiot, I grumble. I distinctly remember you apologizing to that idiot for being careless and leaving your wig out as a temptation. He brushes a thumb over my bottom lip. That cat has you wrapped around his tail. It's true, Ikari is a pain in the ass, but he's our pain in the ass. Alice's phone rings and he pulls it out of his pocket to answer. He yaps to what must be Naomi before ending the call. After texting someone else, he shoves his phone back into his pocket. Someone's popular, I complain, though I can't keep the smile off my face. Nay needed me to settle a debate. A debate. Trash cans beside the bed. What kind of weirdo keeps a trash can next to their bed? I ask, frowning at him. Apparently, it's super convenient for the condoms, he shrugs. Good thing we never had to use those. Little ears, Dad hollers from somewhere close by. Which one of them needs the trash can? I ask, realizing where this is headed. Nay, Alice laughs. Leon gave in, of course, but he thought it was strange to want it right next to the bed. I still can't believe Naomi and Leon got married this past year. Took that big goof all through college and then some to work up the nerve to ask her to marry him. Naomi waited for his ass too, didn't pressure him into giving her a ring. Just focused on school until he was ready. Now they're both engineers with high-paying jobs in Miami, fumbling as newlyweds together. Was that him texting? No, it was Pops. Said he'll be down for a visit with his new girlfriend Cindy next month. Wanted to see if we were free to get together for dinner. It's always interesting when Colin comes to town, because he's running drugs and who the hell knows what else. But at least he's never tried to take Alice away from me, or brought his illegal activities with him. And that's all that matters. He really does care about him, and now Alice seems to care about him, too. Quinn will always be Dad to him, though. Alice starts walking off, and I reach out to stop him, but it's my phone that goes off this time. I grumble in frustration as I answer it. Happy to hear from you, too, Mom teases. You forgot to send me a picture. Stuart doesn't believe me that you're super obsessed with anime. He can't even imagine it. Mom's boyfriend, a boring accountant she met through Uncle Adam, is the least imaginative person I know. If he didn't worship the ground Mom walks on, I would have encouraged her to find someone a little more exciting. But she seems to love the goober, and her happiness is all that matters to me. I'll send it in a bit, I promise. Did you do it yet? Dad is such a fucking gossip girl sometimes. Not yet, and I told him not to say anything to anyone. I'm your mother. Of course he tells me everything that pertains to you kids. I'll call you later, Mom. Bye. Her laughter makes me smile, even as I hang up on her. I shove my phone in my pocket and take the box out before I lose my nerve again. Walking right up to Alice, I tower over him until he gives me his attention. Wonderland, I growl, one hand gripping the box so tightly it might crack, and the other one clinging to the front of his costume as I draw him closer to me. I love you. He flashes me a sexy grin. Tell me something I don't know. We're getting married. His brows fly up in surprise. Wow, holy shit, that really is something I don't know. Dad didn't tell you? Ryan knew? He shoots my dad the bird without ever taking his eyes from mine. Asshole usually cracks on all the secrets in this family. Not this time. Are you asking or telling, Voss? A little of both. Maybe some hoping, too. His eyes flutter, but he doesn't close them completely. I'll think about it. I arch a brow at him. Time's up. The answer is yes. He laughs as I crash my lips to his. After a deep, claiming kiss, we pull apart, and I slide his ring on his finger. Pride surges through me. The answer is definitely yes, he agrees, his voice growing soft. I was going to ask you first, but then I thought about what a sore loser you are and decided to let you win this round. I roll my eyes at him. I always win. Meh, debatable. Dad clears his throat. I'm waiting for a thank you. Snapping my head toward my father, I frown. For keeping your mouth shut and not spilling my secret? No, smartass, for not punching you the second you got engaged.